powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
Humor, we've got you covered.
Me from TV3 incident, to you see me na me face a plan. Me who say be for me who say as I'm planning. Because I say back for my TV3 buy ya boom.
Yeah.
Na ko YouTube ya me patcho. O patcho say. O patcho. Obiabo.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum. We table issues relating to
There's
the
so
arts
much
and entertainment.
fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
Hi, good morning and welcome to our coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary election which takes place today. My name is Daniel Odro. It's a very historic day on many levels and we'll tell you why. For the first time, a news website is attempting to cover a major election by live streaming it from the beginning to the very end. Also, for the first time, a former president is attempting to unseat the man he lost to in the previous election. John Dramani Mahama is attempting to undo a 1 million vote deficit, which is the margin with which he lost to Nana Akufo-Addo during the last election. Also, for the first time, 3 women are vying for the highest seat of the land. And also, the NDC for the first time has nominated a woman as the running mate for a major political party in this country. This is the reason why we've got boots on the ground in all 275 constituencies dotted across the 16 regions of this country. We'll bring you live reports from all the constituencies that you can think of, and there's also analysis on this program. I'll be doing this program with my colleagues Wanda Ami Hagan and Benefo Boabing Abrantipa. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the show. It's going to be a very long day. Are you ready?
Long day, indeed. I am. There's a lot to look forward to. There are a number of things we'll be considering. We are looking at the MPP strongholds, NDC, or what they call the umbrella regions. Right. We'll be looking at swing constituencies, and we'll also be getting feedback from our reporters on the ground. So it's a lot, and we hope our viewers stay tuned to our first coverage because we will bring them a balanced coverage and we'll bring them the best. Anyway,
it's Wanda's birthday today, and so as we do this program and bring you live updates, we'll celebrate her birthday. Happy birthday to you, Ami.
Thank you, thank you.
Benefo, you are going to be the data man for us throughout the day. Are you prepared? Are you ready? What are we looking forward to?
Well, like you said earlier, we'll be looking at the results in the previous elections.
Right.
The talk of the 2008, 2012, 2016. We'll be doing some comparative analysis, and of course there have been some changes. You know, previously we had 10 regions, now we have 16.
Right.
So we'll be looking at how things will pan out at the end of the days. There have been, I'm sure some are also expecting that some regions there will be sort of a change in the way and manner they vote.
Right.
If for nothing at all, there will be a reduction in the number of votes for one particular party. You know, the Ashanti region is the stronghold of the NPP, and the NDC is hoping to get more votes in there to close the gap or to increase their chances of winning. So these are the things that we are going to look at on the show.
Right. So the dynamics are very, very different on in this election, because the NDC is attempting to undo a 1 million vote deficit, which is the margin with which they lost the previous election. The MPP has 169 parliamentary seats in parliament, and the NDC has 106. Who is going to get more seats in parliament during this election? There are 6 new regions, which changes the dynamics of this election. But we'll bring you all the analysis. Stay tuned with us. There are hotspots and some interesting constituencies that will keep a keen interest on. The Ayawasto West Wogon is one of the those constituencies, because John Dumelo, who is standing on the ticket of the NDC, is a celebrity, if you like, and she's contesting against the MPP candidate, Madam Lydia Al-Hassan, who who went to Parliament only 2 years ago after the demise of her husband, is she able to retain the seat for the MPP? Even though many say it's a swing constituency, it's predominantly an MPP seat. But can John Dumelo, with all the work he has done, unseat Madam Lydia Al-Hassan? We'll also take a keen interest at the Ododo constituency. In the last couple of days, you saw the president erroneously endorsing the NDC candidate, even though he quickly changed that. It makes it an interesting constituency to watch. Nilante Vanderpoy is the incumbent member of parliament, and he is standing against his closest rival, Nilante Bannerman. So 2 Nilantes. Of course, there are other candidates contesting in that area. We'll bring you a profile of all of them. And also, we'll go to the Korle-Klottey constituency. It is interesting for us because it is the seat where the daughter of former President Jerry John Rawlings is standing. She is a first-term candidate. She won in 2016. She's hoping that she will retain the seat. That is Dr. Zenato Ajiman Rawlings. Can she retain that seat? Hohoy is also another interesting constituency. We are told that the energy minister, John Peter Amewu, is doing some incredible work there. The MPP has only 1 seat in the Volta region. They are hoping that they will increase that slot. And in the Ashanti region, the NDC has only 3 seats. The Asawasi seat is one of them. Muntaka Mubarak is seeking re-election. Is he able to get that seat? There are also a lot of interesting constituencies that we will look forward to. Wanda, do we have any of our correspondents on the line?
Yes, you rightly mentioned the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency, which is one of the key constituencies we'll be looking at. We already have a reporter on the ground, and we want to find out what's happening. Who do we have on the line from Ayawaso?
Okay, so we don't have anybody so far from Ayawaso West, but we have early morning scenes. You know, typical of election years, you see people queuing. And even in the nights before the election day, people put all manner of objects as queuing materials so that when they return in the morning, they will not be in queue for so long. So we'll get you scenes from some of the constituencies. If we have them, may we have them on the screen right now. We saw pictures last night of people putting stools and stones. Okay.
So just take the feed.
I want everything to be done well.
Can you tell us around what time the electoral officers arrived here?
Getting to 4 to 5 hours.
Alright, and what are your expectations for the day, please?
Oh, I want everything to be done well.
Can you tell us around what time the electoral officers arrived here?
Getting to 4 to 5 hours.
Alright, and what are your expectations for the day, please?
Oh, I want everything to be done well.
Can you tell us around what time the electoral officers arrived here?
Getting to 4 to 5 hours.
Alright, and what are your expectations for the day, please?
Oh, I want everything to be done well.
Early morning voting. Voting has, in fact, is exactly 7 a.m., which means voting will start now. And we have some 17 million registered voters hoping to cast their ballot today. The voters register is up by some 2 million voters. The last election, we had only 15 million voters. This time round, we have a little over 17 million voters hoping to cast their ballot. And we'll bring you all the details and break down which age categories this 17 million forms and which region has more voters as we go into this election. Wonder, 2 million extra voters. How would that shape the dynamics of this election?
Well, that means more numbers.
Yeah.
And so we are looking at. It also depends on the regions that these numbers were recorded from, because if you are looking at the numbers being recorded either at the NDC strongholds or the MPP, then it means that it will reflect in the numbers for both parties or even the smaller parties. And so, yeah, I think that the numbers will reflect on the voting patterns for whichever party those numbers, you know, were recorded in.
Right.
So, for instance, if we have an increased number of voters in the Koliklote region constituency, then it means that people there who will be voting for the MPP might either increase, and if it's for the NDC, then it means that their numbers may increase. Okay.
So we'll bring you a breakdown of the dynamics in terms of the 2 million extra voters who have been added to the electoral roll. There was a lot of controversy when the EC decided that it was going to conduct or put together a new register. The NDC vehemently opposed that decision by the Electoral Commission. The MPP endorsed it after a lot of back and forth, which even went to the Supreme Court. The EC was given the all clear to conduct a new voter register, which is why we have a new voter register. How would that pan out? Who would get the advantage going into this election? Don't forget that during the last election, we had only 69.7 or so voter turnout. The pollsters, Ben Efson especially, has projected that this year we are likely to have an increased participation in the election. He's projecting that there could be more than 85% in terms of voter turnout, and he's predicting that MPP, if there's a lot of voter turnout, would win this election by more than 52%.
It's dry before you touch the ballot paper.
Right. Benefo, the analysis suggests that if rejected ballot and spot ballot was a candidate, it would be the third force. Do you think the NCC has done enough to educate voters ahead of this election?
With the little that I saw, I think the NCC has been working.
The NCC
has been working. I've seen adverts on TV, I've seen adverts on radio, or as a means of letting the voter know how they should, vote. Because, like you said, in time past, we've had rejected ballots actually placing third and all.
Yeah.
So, and it's actually a problem when people do not know how to fold their ballots. Some will actually vote the way they are supposed to, turn the thumb like this and vote. But when they are folding, sometimes you make a mistake and then the ink, goes into another box, and there's that idea that you voted for two people, so it had to go. So with a little that I've seen, I think this year there's been a bit of an increase in the education as far as the electoral process is concerned.
Right. We had an interview with the Greater Accra regional director of the NCC. She said that people take monies from both parties and they have to swear by a deity, and because they do not want to.
They vote for two parties.
Yeah, they take the monies from two political parties, and because they've been made to swear by a deity, they end up voting for two parties, and so they've actually exercised their duties as far as the promises they made to the political parties are concerned.
When you say this, some will be asking you if you have any research to back this claim, because yes, of course, we know vote buying is an open secret, right? As to whether or not some people deliberately vote for two aspirants, two candidates, because they've gone for money and they want to, avert the curse
implications.
That's I don't know whether she may have heard it in a conversation or
there's any
she knows that for a
apart
fact.
from that. I think it's just a mere hearsay.
Okay. Keep your thoughts. We'll be back with more conversation there. But Lord Edu Asare has finally joined us. Lord Edu Asare, good morning and welcome to Election Desk.
Good morning, Governor.
So which constituency are you and what's happening there?
So I'm currently at the Ablikman North constituency, specifically the Hindu monarchy. And even as I speak, the Electoral Commission, the coordinators just arrived with the ballot box, and the setup is still ongoing. I doubt the process will start exactly at 7, because when we got here, a little less than an hour, we spoke to the coordinator and he said they have set up as a little after 6, but we are yet to receive the ballot box, and that was what was causing the delay. But right now, they have arrived, and behind me are the EC officials setting up.
Okay, so what's the security arrangements like? Before the elections, the police service did state a few do's and don'ts for the electorate when they arrive at the polling stations. What's happening in terms of security?
Well, here at the Hindu monarchy, things are a bit quiet, but quite a number of people are here, and several security personnel are here as well. Earlier, I visited the Ablikuma West constituency. I went to the Jansuman Divisional Headquarters, and because of the headquarters, obviously the security was very, very tight. I also visited another polling station for the Most Holy Heart, where things were very serene. I didn't see a security official over there, but because of the hours, but yeah, okay, I wouldn't call it very, very tight. I think it varies based on the so I think
Did you have incidents where electorate had put objects the night before and had returned, but it's creating confusion with those who came this morning?
Okay, so when I visited the Ablikuma West constituency, the Most Holy Heart polling station, I spoke to an elected that he had been there from 9:50 p.m. yesterday. And when he got there, he went around 11 p.m. to 12 midnight. A number of the had come. So because he was there, he and then some others just started those and told them that if he wanted to form the queue, they had to come in person, not unanimous to represent them. According to him, things after he said that things out of control, things to have understood their point. I think so in that area like that, a number of people were some also had so now generally are looking quite okay.
Okay. Before you leave us, are the electorate agitated because it's 11 minutes past the official opening time and voting hasn't started? Are they agitated? I
got only one person who was visibly agitated. An elderly man. He actually came to lodge a complaint to me that he had been here for a long time, and as at 6:45, they hadn't seen anything, and he wasn't sure that the exercise would start on time. And so, yeah, he considered it's not going to start, but we are hoping that it will start any moment from now. But as it stands, the setup is still ongoing. They are not done. We will see how things will go.
Thank you very much, Lord Edouard Sari. Lord Edouard Sari is our head of political desk here at GhanaWeb. He's our rover man. Currently, he's at the Ablekuma North Constituency. And the Ablekuma North Constituency is an MPP seat, which is led by Nana Ekuya Owusu-Efriye, who during the last elections got 54,698, representing 66.84% of the vote cast. Sally Amaki Dakon Atope of the NDC got 26,813, representing 32.76% of the vote cast. And then there was CPP's Akwesi Esiama Adade, who had 324, representing 0.40% of the ballot cast in 2016. Would the NPP retain the Ablekuma North seat or not? I'm sure in the course of the day we're able to tell you that. We've got another of our correspondent on the line, and she's reporting from a constituency which is very exciting, and Wanda will go through with her. Naoyo Kote is reporting from the Ningo Pram constituency. Very interesting constituency.
Very interesting
right.
Constituency. A lot of happenings there. But Naoyo is on the ground. Naoyo, if you can hear me, what is happening? What have you observed since you got there?
Okay, I got there as early as 4:40 a.m. and we had quite a number of electorates already present. According to them, they came early to finish voting and then as soon as possible. But now we have the EC election officials trying to put things together. Voting hasn't started yet, but there are a number of voters. We have like 7 polling stations at the St. Joseph Anglican Primary School. Yes, so that is what is happening currently. Nothing major. Still queuing. Yeah, so we have some security officials as well. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
The ECs and at the time the EC allocated for the starting of voting, and have you spoken to any of the officials to find out what is causing the delays?
Currently not, because are really busy. They said some of the items came very late, the boxes and the things they needed for the process today. It came late, so they are trying to put everything together. Yeah.
As far as security is concerned, can you bring us up to speed what is happening on the ground?
So everything is, everyone is comporting themselves. There are a number of security personnel here from the military and then the Ghana Police Service. Yeah, but the voters are really comporting themselves, I must say. Yeah, and as you can see, it's so it's calm. I don't know if you can see.
Yeah, I can see that. It means that voters are okay and are cooperating with officials despite the delays with the process.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for that update. We'll get back to you for more. But Danny, do you think that the delays with the process in a few of the constituencies we've witnessed so far is going to affect the announcement of the final results?
Hopefully not, because it's 16 minutes past 7. Usually, if it is not more than 1 hour delay, then we should be in a very good range, so that the election would be conducted within a specific period of time, and then the results declared. So the good thing also is that even after 5 p.m., if you are in the queue, you are eligible to vote. So some of these delays may not affect the process, because some of these constituencies or these polling stations have smaller numbers, and by 5 p.m. you expect that everybody would have cast their vote, and then the results could be declared in time. Right. But let's give update on the Ningo Pram constituencies. It's a predominantly NDC seat. At the last election, John Dramani Mahama in the presidential election won by 26,116, representing 69.46% of the votes. Nana Akufo-Addo, on the other hand, won by 10,000, or placed second with 10,996 votes, representing 29.24% of the ballot cast. Pakwesi Indum, who contested in 2016, had 306 votes in Ningo Prampram, representing 0.81% of the ballot cast. But in the parliamentary election, Samuel Nati George, who is the incumbent MP, won by 23,860, which is
in a number of constituencies. You can't really tell the voting, what influences the voting pattern of people, but the incidents where we have skirt and blouse, someone voting for the presidential candidate but choosing to vote a different parliamentary candidate, it may be based on a number of factors.
Right.
Maybe they want the presidential candidate for that particular
is the only country we have. And it will take Ghanaians to build the nation called Ghana. Leadership is service. But in service, we must be legacy-minded. Legacy-minded means that we will not always be here. We will play our part, but we will leave the scene and others will take over. I pray and hope that our
any news. You can visit our website www.ghanaweb.com for all the breaking news and more. We'll go back to the grounds where we have reporters scattered in all 275 constituencies dotted across the 16 regions of this country. George AEC is back on the line. He is reporting from the Dome Kwabenya constituency, and we told you the dynamics in Dome Kwabenya. Sarah Adjoa Safo is the incumbent member of parliament on the ticket of the MPP, but after winning by a slim margin in the party's primaries, she knows that it's going to be a very Herculean task to retain that seat. Abrantipa will take George AEC and his report on what's happening in the polling station he is.
Hello, George. Welcome to the show.
Abrantipa.
Yes. So, tell us what's happening where you are.
Yes, so I'm in the Dominic constituency, precisely the St. Dominic RC Catholic Church, where they have about 4 polling stations. The whole constituency, so I think everything is perfect, because we started monitoring the constituency at about 5-4 in the morning. All the constituencies visited, materials were received as early as 5 a.m. in the morning. So here in the 7 a.m. on the dot, the voting. The process is on. As you can see, voters are lined up and they are all going through the process. Indeed, you mentioned that the constituency is quite an interesting one, because since 2004 that constituency was created, the MPP has won it. But then when it comes to just to present the party, that is very, very tough. And Adjoa Safo is trying do what has never been done, because since 2000, the constituency was the very first person to represent the constituency was the current Speaker of Parliament, Aaron Okwe. He went 8 years and he lost. Adjoa Safo has done her 8 years. And it means it's going more than what has been done before. Here in the Dome Kwabenya constituency, so far so good. Things are okay.
In terms of security, how safe is the polling stations that you have visited?
The polling stations so far are okay. Here in Dominic, we have a couple of prison officers who are manning security over here, and so far the voters, the agents have been very cooperative. We are yet to record any form of security incident after all. So security-wise, things are okay.
Have you spotted any of the parliamentary candidates around?
Not yet, but that's definitely going to happen, because this is the election desk. We get close to the people who matter the most, and we speak to them. We get to find out what they do, what they are doing, and what that.
All right, thank you, George AEC, for that report, and that's George AEC, our reporter, giving us a report from the Dome Kwabenya constituency. Danny?
Yeah, Dome Kwabenya constituency is a very interesting constituency. Like you said, the MPP has dominated that constituency. Michael Kwe, Senior, was the former member of parliament there. When he was leaving, he had hoped that his son was going to take over, but Adjoa Safo, at a very young age, took over from Michael Kwe Senior, who is now the Speaker of Parliament, and then has done 8 years. Even when her party was in opposition, she managed to win it, and then won it again when her party won the presidential elections in 2016. If she's able to do a third term, then she will be the longest serving member of parliament in that constituency. And it's a very big constituency, which is why it's important to look at the figures again, and I'll run you through the figures. In the presidential election in Dome Kwabenya in 2016, President Nana Akufo-Addo, then candidate for the New Patriotic Party, got 62,793, representing 67.13% of the vote. So the MPP won that constituency by 67%. John Mahama, who was then president and flag bearer of the NDC, had 30,099 of the vote, representing 32.18%. Pakwesi Indum, who was then flag bearer of the PPP, had 482 votes, representing 0.52%. And then Ivor Green Street, Edward Mahama, Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings, and then Jacob Osei Yeboah in that order. But in the parliamentary election, Sarah Adjoa Safo had 63,000. So indeed, Sarah Adwoa had more votes than Nana Akufo-Addo in Dominic. When you look at the vote count, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had 62,000, while Adwoa Safo had 63,000, also representing 67.99%. But we've got another correspondent on the ground in another region, and one that will take care of that.
Okay, so we have Castro from the Upper East region. If you can hear me, Castro, can you tell us what has been happening? We know there are a few delays in some constituencies. Is that the case in your constituency also?
I can hear you faintly. I can't hear you that much. But if what I've understood, I've heard is anything to go by, you are asking me to give you details of what is happening right now. Yes. So voting has started in most of the polling stations here in the Upper East region. I'm currently in the Navrongo Central constituency, where voting has started as well. A lot of people have gathered here to cast their vote. So far, I can count about 5 of 6 electorates who have cast their votes at the Namolo number 1, 2, 3, and 4 polling stations. Right behind me electorates who are waiting in queues, as a matter of fact, long queues, so that they can cast their votes. Those who have finished or have gone through the process successfully tell me the experience is great. They are happy they've been able to exercise their franchise, but some of them have expressed frustrations in the process, in the sense that they said they had to wait in queues. They didn't have to where they don't vote. You know, when it comes to polling stations, some of them have been divided because a large number of numbers. There are instances where people come to queue at the wrong polling station. When they get to know they're supposed to vote there, they are asked. Some voters have been expressed frustrations. It has wasted time and them back process.
So if I'm getting you right, you're saying some electorates have had to move from one particular polling station to another because of the large numbers, and they are trying to maintain COVID protocols. Is that the case?
Wanda, I can hear you clearly.
I'm asking, Castro, can you hear me now?
Yes, the line is okay now.
Okay, so I'm asking if you, from what you're saying, I'm gathering that you're saying some electorates have had to be moved from one polling station to another because they are trying to control the numbers and maintain the COVID protocols. Is that what it is?
No, that's not what it is. The situation is that in some area, in some facilities, let me put it that way, there are more than 2 polling stations, and the arrangement has been made by the EC to make the process quite fast and smooth. So there are instances where people come and where they know they are supposed to vote, they get there and they are told to go to another polling station. And the issue is that they've waited so long. I mean, they spent so much time at a particular polling station, and if they are arguing that if they had been told or the indication had been made on the card, they would not waste, I mean, such precious time at the wrong place. But then the observance to the COVID-19 protocols are, I mean, very high and strictly being followed. Yes, hand washing materials or facilities have been provided at each of the polling stations that I visited. And I visited about 12 polling stations, and at each of the polling stations, hand washing equipment, people are judiciously using them. Electorates are also following all preventive laws that have been enacted or put in place by the ECE. So, the issue of COVID-19 or to keep the spread of COVID-19 has been taken care of by the EC here in the Navrongo Central Constituency.
About that, have you noticed people coming in without face masks, and are there provisions for such people?
Yes, Wanda. People, there are instances where people come in without face masks, like one or two persons would come in without face masks. But I'm told that there have not been any provisions made by the EC to give or supply nose masks to some of these people, and we are yet to see an instance where was turned back for failing to wear a nose mask. But or in a majority of the people who turn up to vote nose masks.
All right, and before we take leave of you, can you tell us what has been happening as far as security is concerned?
Yes, in most of the polling stations that I've visited, security is tight. You see personnel of the Ghana Police Service, Prison Service, and that of the Fire Service situated at each of the polling stations, and maintaining the calm atmosphere for the voting process.
Which candidates are we looking at in that particular constituency?
I didn't get that question correct, Wanda.
Which candidates are contesting in the Navrongo Central constituency?
Yes, in the Navrongo Central constituency, we have 3 candidates contesting, 2 female and 1 male. Samson Tango Muchagia from the NDC is contesting against Tangoba Abayare and then Susanna. Tango Abayare of the MPP and then Susanna of the PPP.
All right, Castro, thank you for that update. We'll get back to you for more details from the ground. That was our correspondent from the Upper East region. He's reporting from the Navrongo Central constituency, and that was some updates from the ground. But before we move on, some more things the EC wants us to know for electorates, for those who are on the ground and are going to cast their votes, just so we don't end up wasting our votes. So for the parliamentary elections, this is what you should do. You should, after getting to the official, when it's time for you to vote, they will give you the ballot paper for the parliamentary election. Then you go to the next voting screen and again select only one candidate following the same process as you did in the presidential election. So for the president, let me just begin with the presidential election. You go to, you form the queue. When it's your turn, you see the EC official. They give you your ballot paper. You get to the voting screen and select one candidate, your preferred candidate among the 12 contesting candidates, and then you come out of the screen area after casting your vote, of course, with the indelible ink, and then you fold your ballot paper carefully and then put it in the ballot box marked presidential. So there are 2 ballot boxes, presidential and parliamentary. The first one is the presidential. You make sure your paper is neatly folded, and then you put it in the box for the presidential. That is, if you are doing the presidential voting. And then you follow the same process for the parliamentary voting. Make sure that you put the ballot paper in the right box, just to make sure that your votes are safe.
This is Election Desk. We don't only feed you with information, we also give you education on how to cast your vote, so that you don't end up having your vote cast in the rejected and then the spot ballot section. But we'll do an analysis of where Senya Castro called us from. He was reporting from the Navrongo Central constituency. It's an interesting constituency because Joseph Kofi Ada, who is the incumbent but the outgoing member of parliament for that constituency, was the aviation minister. Now, during the primaries for the MPP, he lost that seat to Tangoya. I think that's the name. It's a mouthful for me. But he lost in the primaries. The incumbent, who won by a huge margin in that constituency in the last election, lost the MPP primaries, and so he's not going again, which is an interesting dynamics. Again, the Navrongo Central seat is one of the skirt and blouse constituencies. So in Navrongo Central, John Dramani Mahama actually won in the presidential elections, but Joseph Kofi Adda, the parliamentary candidate for the MPP, won that constituency for the MPP. So here are the figures for you as far as Navrongo Central is concerned. In 2016, John Dramani Mahama won the seat by 18,000 votes, 18,810 votes, representing 47.19% of the vote cast. Nana Akufo-Addo got 18,759. So look at the difference. A very small margin, but still John Dramani Mahama won. He won by 18,810 votes, representing 47.19. Nana Akufo-Addo had 18,759. That's a difference of less than 100 votes. But when you come to the parliamentary candidates, Joseph Kofi Adda in Navrongo Central won by 20,000. The presidential candidate got 18,000. Both John Dramani Mahama and Nana Akufo-Addo had 18,000. Now, Joseph Kofi Adda had 20,606, representing 52.72% of the vote cast. Mark Woyongo at the time had 17,203, representing 43.89% of the vote cast. These are some of the analysis that we'll be doing. So look at it from this way. Kofi Adda wins it for the NPP in the parliamentary. John Dramani Mahama wins it for the NDC as far as the presidential elections are concerned. So we'll keep an eye there. Don't forget, President Nana Akufo-Addo will be voting in his hometown in Chebi. John Dramani Mahama will be in Bole Bamboy. We've got Vice President Mahamadou Bawumia in Wale in his hometown. So we'll follow these candidates, the major actors, the president, the vice president, the flag bearer of the NDC, and some of the key personalities in this election and where they are voting and how the voting process is going. Let's go on the ground again. Desmond Frimpong is also on our political desk. He is joining us. I don't know which constituency he's coming from. Desmond, good morning. Welcome to Election Desk. Where are you reporting from?
Hello.
Hi, Desmond. If you can hear me, Desmond, where are you reporting from? Okay. It appears that we have a challenge with Desmond's connection, but we'll come back with you to you with more updates there. Don't forget that 17 million voters expected to cast their ballots today. And we told you earlier, at the last election, there were only 69% of the 50 million voters at the time who managed to cast their vote because the experts say there was a lot of voter apathy. Would that repeat itself or not? Again, we've been told that there will be an increase in the participation, projecting 85 upwards in terms of voter turnout. Abrantepa, interesting analysis as far as Navrongo Central is concerned, where Mark Woyongo lost, but then Joseph Adda won for the MPP in parliamentary, but John Mahama won for the NDC in terms of the presidential. A skirt and blouse. Typical skirt and blouse.
That's one thing that I anticipate we are going to see in this election. Mostly some electorate will prefer a certain presidential candidate to the other, and then do, let's say, votes for party A in the presidential, vote for B in the parliamentary. There are, dynamics involved. Maybe the parliamentary candidate is a sitting MP and is not performing well, so they want to substitute him. Or there is someone that they believe, he has done a good job, they will retain him, but vote his president out. But this thing is very, for want of a better word, it's very dangerous. In one way, if you think that it will help the democracy a bit, because over the years, the conversation has been that the parliament is becoming once the executive is wants to push anything through because he has the majority in parliament, they just push the thing through. There is not rigorous analysis to scrutinize that particular policy. So one thing is, it will sort of make the country quote and unquote ungovernable when the executive doesn't have majority in parliament. But then again, we will be checking the president very well when the president doesn't have the majority in parliament. You also be looking at whether or not, if the president doesn't have majority in parliament, the party that does will actually be sort of victimizing his government. So it's very interesting when we have this kind of vote. But one thing that our reporter Castro mentioned was the polling station thing, that if you go to, let's say, polling station A and it gets your turn to vote, they say you needn't have been here, you need to go to polling station B. I think that thing is a problem, because let's say you went there early in the morning to queue with a stone, a bicycle, a chair, or whatever it is, and it gets to your turn, we say go to a different polling station. I think the presiding officer or the security should find a way to go about this, either to plead with the other persons in the other queue, the polling station B, for instance, and say this person was supposed to vote, it was his turn, but due to this, at least, if not making him vote right away, just be placed like the fifth or fourth, instead of going to the back. It's very frustrating. I can imagine finding myself in that situation. I wouldn't be happy.
Right. So that's the analysis there. We'll have a lot more of the analysis. Don't forget, in the course of the day, we'll bring you the major political promises of the political parties. Of course, predominantly it will be the MPP and the NDC. You've got the NDC having the big push, the Okada legalization and regularization. You have the free primary health care, etc., etc. We'll also focus on the MPP and what they are promising. A harbour in Cape Coast, an airport in Cape Coast, a lot of employment, a lot of infrastructure they are promising to go and do, and also a continuation of the free senior high school policy. All the analysis will be here. How does 3 women contesting in this election affect the dynamics and the results of this election? And how does a female running mate for the NDC pan out for the NDC in their attempt to recapture power? We'll go to Desmond Frimpong, right?
Desmond is coming to us from the Medina constituency. Desmond, if you can hear me, can you tell us what's happening on the ground?
Yes, brilliant. I can hear you. I absolutely am enjoying your coverage so far. I've been to a couple of polling centers within the Medina constituency. On arrival, I went to the Baptist Community School, which has a cluster of polling stations. I spoke to a couple of officials who told me that everything was under control. At Faith Community School, Center A, people that are expected to cast their votes are 442. And as at the time that I was leaving that polling station, voting had already started and things were underway.
All right, Desmond, Medina has been identified as one of the flashpoints by the Ghana Police Service. What is security looking like in that area?
Okay, that's an interesting thing to look out for too. But then when you get there, everything is under control. It will barely flash to you that this could even be a flashpoint. Security on point. People are oddly in their queues and just waiting for their time for them to cast their votes.
Perfect. Do we know how many people have been able to cast their votes so far?
So before I left, I could just make a head count of about 10 people. That's from the Faith Community School, the polling center A. About 10 people had already done that. But like I earlier said, it's a cluster of polling centers, and yeah, that's what's happening.
All right. Have we had any instance where an electorate has had to be moved from one polling station to another because they found themselves at the wrong polling station?
No, because upon interaction with the people who are manning the affairs of the elections over there, everything was just perfectly under control. no anomalies so far, and yeah.
That's encouraging. But how about COVID-19? What protocols are being observed over there?
That was something that I was super particular about. When I got there, boats were there displayed with various directional messages. You will be directed to go wash your hands, and then your temperature also being taken. So on that regard, protocols are being observed and elections are running smoothly.
Thank you very much, Desmond. That was Desmond coming to us from Medina, the Medina constituency. And so far, it looks like everything is moving smoothly on the ground. We hope this continues throughout the day. But just to avoid the situation where you find yourself at the wrong polling station and you may have waited since morning and you may have to be redirected, let's follow the EC's code for checking our voting details. It's *711 *2020 hash. *711 *2020 hash. So you can just dial that on your phone, and you check your details before you get to the polling station. Daniel.
Right. Abokobi Medina is an interesting constituency. Again, the Greater Accra region actually is a swing region. So in 2016, when the MPP recaptured power from the NDC, it won 5 regions. At the time, we had only 10 regions, and the MPP managed to win 5 of the regions as against 5 by the NDC. But then in terms of the raw figures, you would see that the regions that the MPP won had more numbers or voters than the 5 regions that the NDC won, which is why Nana Akufo-Addo was able to edge it past John Dramani Mahama. And the Greater Accra region is one of the swing regions, so it's important to keep a close eye there. From 1996 that we have had data on the elections. We don't have data on 1992 as far as Greater Accra region is concerned, but we've had 7 elections. If you take out 1992, then you have 6 elections in that space of time between then and now. In that 6 elections, the NDC has won 3 times and the MPP has won 3 times. Anybody who wins the Greater Accra more than likely would win the elections, and so we'll keep a keen eye on that region. Abokobi Medina constituency is one of the regions. In 2016, if I run you through the numbers, Nana Akufo-Addo won it by a slim margin. He had 37,600 votes, 0.90, almost 50% of the vote cast. John Dramani Mahama had 36,688. Look at the difference. It was less than 1,000 vote difference. Nana Akufo-Addo at the time won by 37,600. John Mahama had 36,688. If you come to the parliamentary result, Abubakar Sadiq Boniface, many didn't expect him to win, but he won by 40,000 votes. So indeed, the parliamentary candidate won more votes than the presidential candidate of the MPP. That's Nana Akufo-Addo. Boniface Abubakar won by 40,283 votes, representing 54.65% of the vote. Amadou Sorogo placed second, amassing 31,650 votes, which represented 42.94% of the vote cast. Then you had PPP candidates Boafo Befi, Mensa Okpoti Kodie of the that was an independent candidate getting 493. So as you can see on your screen, these are the regions. We have 6 new regions, and as the day goes by, we would analyze how those new regions would affect the dynamics of this election. And then we'll also look at the independent candidate, the smaller parties. There's a pastor in there. Are his church members going to vote for him, which will push the election into a second round or not? The nuances are a lot, but it's our duty to break it down minimum for you, which is why we have promised to stay with you throughout the day, bring you up to the minute, if you like, updates of the election. So far, we've not had any incidents at any of the so-called flashpoints. Is it too early to be confident that nothing will happen?
Well, I might say I can't say that it might be too early,
right?
Because usually later in the day, that's when more people come to vote, but we are hopeful that this will continue through the day. We would see a free and fair election without any incidents of violence. It's my birthday, so that's my wish. Hopefully it happens.
Benefit, what do you make of the process so far? We've done 1 hour. It's 8:03 thereabouts, so we've done roughly 1 hour. So far, so good?
Yes, I think so far we are doing well. Based on the reports that we've received from our reporters and other sources, like you mentioned, there is peace. Nobody is misbehaving. Everyone is, going according to the process to cast their ballots. I think it's a good thing. Although we cannot say that it's going to go through at the end of the day just like this. We are just willing and hoping that it goes well. We are encouraging each and everyone to go out there and cast their ballot because it's your civil responsibility. I mean, you need to vote. You need to decide who to govern the country. You need to decide who you are giving your mandate to, so that you can hold them accountable, because it's your right. You understand? And you mentioned if a candidate can push it to a runoff. I think it's one thing that it will actually be interesting. The last time we had a runoff, 2008, and I'm sure, yes, in as much as there is a possibility, one thing that journalists will not wish for.
We don't wish for that. That
is
makes
to have a
our job very
runoff.
tedious.
Exactly. It means that everything that you have done,
Christmas is gone.
Oh, at all.
Everything is
So
gone.
you need to start from the scratch. I'm sure, but they can actually be upset if you look at the polls that came out, even though some have questioned the methodology, but there should be some of the candidates who are considered as the minority who can actually pull up some upset. Of course, you mentioned the pastor.
Yeah.
Let's assume that his congregation votes for him, or persons who have one way or the other received miracles from God through him want to go and then vote. That can actually influence their vote. There are also the ladies, even though they say ladies are their own enemies and that they will not vote, but you should not, discredit the fact that they can actually cause a surprise. So yes, the process so far so good. We hope that it continues like that. We hope that we don't record any case of violence. We hope that everyone does what is expected of them, so that we avert all these. The flashpoints, like you said, so far so good. We are not hearing anything. So let's stick to it, and let's have a peaceful election. Although some say that the constant call for peace is actually an irony, because we are drumming, we are beating war drums when we do that. Like people, hey, Yebekon is in Ghana, but we are not fighting. But it's also imperative that we keep telling people there's the need for peace, because we've seen other elections, even in Ghana, we've seen what has happened, even though the case did not escalate. But that is the reason we need to tell people that you should do what is necessary in order to protect the peace.
Exactly. And so we are asking that this is the only country that we have, and whoever rules, it's the only country. Let's not ban it, because there'll be no country to govern if this country bans. Go out, go and vote peacefully and return to your homes. If you want to witness the vote count, you can return after 5 p.m. when the counting begins. We'll go back to Ablekumas West, okay, where our head of political desk, Lord Eduasari, has sent us a video of what is happening. Let's take a look.
It's election day, and we are here at the Ablekuma West constituency, specifically the Most Holy Heart School. And behind me are several electors who came very early, some as early as 9:15 yesterday, just to be able to settle down in order to cast their vote. We are going to speak to some more electors to find out from them what they expect and how generally things have been around here. My name is Lord Harisadwasari. We'll be visiting other polling stations, and we'll give you all the updates. Do join us. Right, Stepper, so tell me, what time did you report to come and catch a vote?
I'm staying nearby, so I came here around 3:45.
3:45 a.m.
Yeah, AM.
Wow. What time did you wake up to get here? That
I
early?
couldn't sleep.
Really?
I couldn't.
Why not?
I don't know. I can't tell.
Is that you're
I'm
anxious or something?
I'm very anxious and nervous.
Generally, what are your expectations this time around?
Okay, I would say per the two candidates, I'm looking at somebody who is going to bring security, education-wise, health, and the nation to be stable in our economy.
Maybe do animal, but down, maybe come by animal and something like 10:30. But put them some coffee as I buy, but buy no, that's a lamb, maybe dinner, maintain go, uncle for the Sabia, since I'm the animal, as I know any good. And so far as now, events say, the better band will be able to. Be an right says will be at about to in year, but 20 you see a kiln, say pepper, say the pepper, and man, a better. At least no one where the Ghana Econoa, Ghana no young may chibium. Yes, I queen. There's no way say things na tremono, a trem. And at this time, no, a pure be obey your man, overbore mine. No be over bar, no be a man, but so be bounce over man, any pay.
I was here 5:16.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long have you been voting for? Do you vote around here every time?
This is my first time here.
Okay.
This is my first time here. I don't vote here. I vote at Atiku. I've moved to Dansomai, so this is my first time here. We expect a lot from the politicians and the government. Whoever comes to power and the person is doing well, we all have to support the person. And I'm here because of my children's future. That is why I came here this early.
We've been speaking to some electorates here at the Most Holy Heart School at the Ablekuma West Constituency, where its Member of Parliament, Honorable Esla Owusu, is seeking re-elections. Many electorates say they are here because of the future of their children. We'll be visiting other polling stations to speak to many other voters to gauge how the exercise is going to be. It's still your election headquarters here at GhanaWeb. We'll be giving you many more updates. My name is Lord Harris Idwasari. Stay with us.
I was here around 4 something. I want to join the queue so that I can cast my vote early and go home and go and rest. Then I want everything to be peace because I don't want trouble joining the queue, be fighting or be doing anything bad. So I want to cast it fast and go home because I have children, to rest with my children. At the ending of the day, I want everything to be in a peaceful manner so that no fighting.
Police station. As we come this morning, even though we have not started, but everybody is comfortable waiting for the polling agents to come and start the process. So we're just here waiting for them to come. And so far, that's what and everybody, you can see everybody sitting down quietly. We're all convincing, waiting, comfortable for them to come and start the process. Actually, they said by 6 they will be started, and some of us want to go to our workplaces and all that. That is why we decided to come early.
Kan yina zongo dafsel won yela vote to dafsel kan yina no to vote te mene yina zongo ma to bor la subdu ka to bora kan zanti subdu so do ma ko ka to bora to bor no so yina to vote kan nan zabla ai vote na ka kulayi ntu do ya bit sakal ba ka kana ta zanan gum ka ba kale an bor so yidi ka nan so piale ndu zo ndu bana antam ta subdu so do ka to bor dagba Ghana
updates from all the constituencies. We've gone to the Upper East region, we've been to the Greater Accra regions, and which is where we are dominant actually. We've been to Ningo Pram Pram, which is an interesting seat that we're keeping an eye on. But our head of political desk, Lord Eduasari, just wrapped up Ablekuma West, which is an interesting constituency. And I need to go through the figures with you so that you appreciate what we're looking at in this election. So in 2016, Nana Akufo-Addo in Ablekuma West had 37,343 votes, representing 61% vote cast. John Dramani Mahama had 22,528 votes, representing 37% of the vote cast. But the incumbent member of parliament, who is Esla Owusu Ekufu, now her name is Ekufu, you need to add that, Esla Owusu Ekufu, she had 34,376, representing 56.96, which means Nana Akufo-Addo actually did better in Ablekuma West than Esla Owusu in terms of the numbers. But let's go to the ground again, which is what we intend to do a lot in this coverage. Mauli Aholumega is one of our roving reporters. He's joined us with updates from his constituency. Mauli, good morning and welcome. Hello, Mauli, can you hear me?
Yes.
Confirm.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
All right, great. Good morning to the team. I'm currently here at the Polikote constituency, precisely the Otupancha Palace. And I have here with me the presiding officer. His name is Godwin, and we'll speak to him briefly about how the... Good morning.
Good morning.
How's the process been so far?
The process is we've not had any misunderstanding. Everything is smooth.
Three canopies here. Can you...
Well, this place we have 3 police centers. The one at the far end, that is police station 1, or Chiefs Palace 1. The middle one is Chiefs Palace 2, and this is Center 3 or Chiefs Palace 3.
Okay. So Center 3, where you are, how many people have voted at the center?
We have 32 people voting
out of
277.
And I see the place is picking up because we know this area is quite highly contested. How are you ensuring that as they come in here?
As they come in here, first we have to check their temperature. They wash their hands, then they are sanitized, or we sanitize their hands before they come to the table. The space, you know that about it. You've been here yourself. Yeah. You've seen the process. So everything is in place. Everything is in order.
In terms of the security, I've seen some police and some personnel. How does that give you some kind of confidence that the process is not?
I know personally and generally Ghanaians are peaceful. So we wouldn't get to that place where we need police personnel. Yes, they are here to help in times of difficulties. But as things stand now, I hope for a better ending.
Yeah, speak for the Electoral Commission. In terms of turnout, how many people in terms of turnout?
Well, people could be sick and could not come to vote. People could travel and have not gone through the proxy voting system. And so to say I can predict this turnout, I'm not in a position to say that.
All right, but any final words for the electorate? Not in normal.
I know we Ghanaians are peace-loving people. Let's adhere to the safety protocol. Elections will come, but Ghana will remain. One thing they should keep in mind: COVID first, election second.
Thank you very much, Godwin.
You're welcome.
All right. And so there we've been speaking to Godwin, and he's the presiding officer here at polling station 3 at the Otupancha Palace, right here in the Polikote constituency. And according to him, the number of electorates that have come here this morning hasn't been that encouraging, but he's expecting that as time goes by, trickling in and becoming. And we have 3 different centers right here at the palace. As of the time we got here at dawn, the entire place was empty. But since we've been here, there've been some kind of movement right here. But according so far, everything is moving on smoothly. All the COVID-19 protocols are being adhered to, and
Thank you very much, Mauli Aholu Megan, who is one of our roving reporters. He is currently at Clote Kole. I have a tendency of switching the names and saying Kole Clote, but the actual name is Clote Kole. It's an interesting seat or constituency because of the Rawlins factor. So Dr. Zenato Ajiman Rawlins is the incumbent member of parliament in that constituency. In 2016, she was a new candidate for the NDC, and she went up against Philip Addison. And remember Philip Addison from the 2012 election petition, where he gained popularity, and after that he decided that he would test his popularity in the parliamentary election. But Zenato Rawlins managed to beat Philip Addison, and even though Nana Akufo-Addo won that presidential seat for the MPP, the NDC won that seat as far as the parliamentary election is concerned. So the presidential result in 2016 for Clote Kole. I have a tendency. Why do I keep mispronouncing it? But it is Clote Kole constituency. Nana Akufo-Addo won that constituency by 34,145, representing 51.09% of the vote cast. John Dramani Mahama had 32,088, representing 48% of the vote cast. And then Pakus Indum of the PPP 426, Ivor Green Streets, Edward Mahama, in that order. And then you have Zenato getting 33,000. So Zenato had more than John Dramani Mahama, 33,609. Addison Philip Kujo Addo had 29,000, which means there is a gap of 4,000 that the MP overturn if they are to beat Dr. Zenato Ajiman Rawlins to that seat. You know, in the last couple of weeks, not to remind the family of their misfortune, but the former president, the ever vibrant former President Jerry John Rawlins, passed away a few weeks ago. Would Zenato get sympathy votes because of her father's demise, or her work as an MP is enough to take her to a second round? She's one of the female candidates many have said has potential of becoming a vice president or a president. So these are the numbers for Clote Kole constituency in the Greater Accra region. And we told you the Greater Accra region is a swing region, as well as the Central region and the Western region. Any party that must win the election must at least win two of the swing regions, Greater Accra Central region or Greater Accra Western region, or any combination. However, what we are unable to project and predict is the 6 regions, because there's no data for the Savannah region, for the Oti region, for the Northeast, and all the 6 regions that have been created. We can only hazard a guess, but these are regions where there's no data, and so we're unable to predict and project who will win that and give you a historical context in terms of the trend analysis. But over the weekend, we had an expert in the studio. Mr. Tanko is a lawyer and also a law lecturer at the Ghana Institute of Journalism. He spoke to us on how to resolve election disputes. And even though we are not hoping that there will be disputes in this election, the flag bearer of the NDC has said categorically that he is not going to accept a result of a flawed election, which means we all have to prepare for potential dispute. The lawyer, Tanko Zakaria, spoke to us about the ways we can resolve election dispute without it escalating into violence. Let's watch that interview. We'll be back with more analysis here on Election Desk. Hi, good day and welcome to Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. It's practically only a few hours before Ghanaians go to the polls to elect a president and some 275 members of parliament for the next 4 years. Over the last several weeks and months, the various political parties have been selling their ideas to the electorate who on Monday will cast their vote. And while we hope that the elections will be free and fair, it's also important to have a conversation about how election disputes will be resolved in the event of dispute after the 2020 general election. To help me with the conversation today is Zakaria Tanko Musa, who is a lawyer and a lecturer at the Ghana Institute of Journalism. Thank you, sir, and thank you for your time.
Daniel, good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. It's been so many years.
It is. Thank you for having me.
Let's start off with the perception that there will be violence in this election because of all the things that happened during the registration process. The matter even went to court, etc., which people say provides a fertile grounds for disputes after the general elections.
Well, thank you very much. I think when it comes to the perception of violence in our election architecture, it isn't really something that the clock started ticking this year. It is something that the clock ticks almost every time we're going to go to the polls since we were entered into the Fourth Republic. Why? Because we don't seem to still come to terms with what the whole architecture of democracy is about. You know, the fact that you have to just go and cast your ballot for whoever you want, and it's a matter of choice, and it's about contestation of ideas. You choose who you want, somebody else chooses who he wants. At the end of it all, whoever becomes winner, we all accept it, and then we move on. But because there has been a lot of mistrusts with our institutions, there's always this sort of tension. But I think almost every time we're going to go to the polls, we have this sort of concerns. But this year, what probably, arguably, might have heightened it, it's not necessarily the registration period. The registration was the icing on the cake. But what really actually made matters a little bit worrying and complicated is what happened at the Ayawaso West Wogon. Okay. Now, that was something that we needed to deal with decisively. Unfortunately, the way it had been handled, the way the matter was handled, doesn't really give too much hope to people that enough warning has been sent to people who have the tendency to want to exhibit that, to do so. And I'm saying enough warning hasn't been sent out, mainly from the, if you like, the governments. But thankfully, I have heard, I have seen what the police are doing and what the security agencies are doing, and that gives me some comfort. But they can do just what they can do. Most of the thing would also depend on the political authorities giving them what? The free hand to act and perform their duties in a very professional way. Now, if we don't allow them to perform their duties in a very professional way and we interfere, then that would create some problems. But you are right. The election, the registration exercise also demonstrated another dimension of some of this worry, because we saw the deployment, arguably, of military personnel to some locations that people perceive, and it's an open secret that some of those locations are locations where the opposition party gets majority of their vote. So that made them feel they were under siege, and that made them feel, well, is it a situation that this deployment is to suppress votes coming to this area? So that raised the tension in a little bit. Unfortunately, the two main political parties, the NDC, the MPP, they didn't also, their rhetorics didn't help in mitigating or in bringing down the pressure. And there was a very interesting research that I read some time ago. You know, when the credit crunch hit Europe, and after that they did the research and to find out why did they really struggle to get out of the credit crunch, because even after the credit crunch had left them, they were still struggling. And the title of the paper is loose lips sink market. In other words, if you're not careful about your choice of words, what you say, who is saying it, where you are saying it, and when you are saying it, you may be creating a bigger problem that would cost enormous time and energy and resources to deal with. And sometimes, unfortunately, some of our political actors have their discourse has been at worst reckless.
Yeah, but yesterday, for example, or on Friday, for example, there was a peace pact from the various political parties. But of course, the biggest was between the opposition leader, John Dramani Mahama, and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, both of whom have committed that they are going to ensure that there is a peaceful election. Many have said this is a, if you like, political gimmick, and that they are not going to hold their end of the bargain. Do you believe in that?
Well, this is not the first time we've had, sort of peace pacts. It had always been part of our architecture, which itself is worrying, because if you look at how many years have we been experimenting with this whole concept of democracy?
Yeah, since 92.
Right? 1992, about 28 years. We shouldn't really. This should just be a byproduct. It shouldn't be something that is like a ceremony, that is also, if you like a blueprint in our election journey.
Part of those who believe that by even doing that, it presupposes that there will be chaos.
You see, because the psychology of communication is that when you are drawing attention to something, then it presupposes that there is something to worry about.
Okay.
My point is that it should be a byproduct. Yes, we need peace, because without peace we can't do anything. And all the political parties are supposed to commit to peace. Right. But what I'm saying is that it should be something that by now it is natural. Because what I see is more of a creation. So they are being managed to accept that we would accept the results. We would do this, we would do that. Come on, at this stage, it is, and you see, but it's symbolic. It's very important, because sometimes somebody will just see what their leaders have done, and that alone will say, well, if they said that, then that's fine. Right. So the symbolism is there. But I'm saying that, come on, by now, we should be moving away from that. But yes, I mean, maybe we are still crawling. We are crawling when we are expecting that we should be what? Galloping. But we are crawling. That's fine. The symbolism is very important. But I'm saying that it's a double-edged sword. In one breath, it would help to mitigate or bring down the tension. But in another breath, it's also making people feel, hey, if the people are signing peace pact, then does that mean that something is likely to happen? You're likely to have people not coming out to vote, or people going into that sort of, hyperactiveness and all those things. So we need to really look at that. But I'm glad that they have all demonstrated their commitment. But I think demonstrating the commitment on paper, it's not sufficient. That is why people argue that is a fanciful exercise that we see. Because you need to go beyond the rhetorics and demonstrate in practice, in real practice. Have you put in place the mechanisms that would make sure that what triggers those conflicts are not there? Because we have been told what the conflict, where the conflict spots, or where the hotspots are. What makes those places hotspots? Because before you say a place is a hotspot, you would have done your own analysis to know that this is why it is a hotspot. Now, if you have done the analysis to know why it is an hotspot, have you really put in place any mechanism, any practical, effective, efficient mechanisms to make sure that those things don't happen?
Well, the police say they have done that. But how do you reconcile this peace pact with the fact that the biggest opposition leader has maintained that he's not going to accept a flawed result? He's said that on several platforms, and I think even yesterday he made mention of the fact that the Ayawaso West Wuogon, like you mentioned, was not properly dealt with, and so again he is calling on the EC and the other stakeholders to ensure that this is a peaceful election, but he will not accept a flawed election.
Yeah, so basically his declaration is contingent on whether and he has been consistent in raising that. The NDC had been consistent in raising that, and of course when you are in power you have a responsibility to send a very positive signal, so you would understand why the government would not also want to contingent it on the fact that if this doesn't happen, because we live in this country and we know that governments have lost power.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? So it doesn't mean that just because you are in opposition, you may probably not also be at the receiving end.
Right.
But when you are in government, the responsibility on you is enormous, and therefore you cannot go down that route and make it conditional. But the presidential candidate of the NDC has been consistent in saying, listen, let's have a free, fair, open and transparent election, so that it would make it easy for us all to accept the results. But if it is not, you make it very difficult for me to come and accept the results. Some would say that strategic communication wise, that it's a bit worrying, because then you are sending a signal.
Right.
But some would also say that, well, but at the end of the day, if we know we are going to run an open and transparent election, then we shouldn't worry about that. Right. But what are the parameters of judging whether an election is free, fair, and transparent?
Right.
Is it subjective? Is it objective? Now, that objectivity is what we haven't been able to agree on, and that is why, unfortunately, the failure to use IPAC to achieve that objectivity. So that when you are going to judge me based on whether or not the election has been free, fair, and transparent, it shouldn't be based on your own subjective benchmarks.
Right.
It should be based on an objective benchmark that anybody else can look at and say, no, I don't think this election was fraud.
Yeah.
But if we don't have that, then we are really likely to have these challenges. But all said and done, ultimately, for me, what I would say is that, yes, it is everybody's right to challenge results that they feel has not been done according to due process, according to the law. But the same law that you're going to use to challenge also has given you the journey, the route to challenge those results. So let's not use any route that can lead to chaos and violence. Let's make sure, if we have any concerns about any elections, what happened during the elections, we should use the appropriate and the legitimate routes to seek forward resolution.
Right.
Thankfully, I hear the judiciary, it's also alert on that.
Yes.
Now people are being a bit skeptical and cynical and saying that, well, what have they heard? What do they know? Why are they trying to prepare for a petition?
Right.
But you don't expect them to sit down and wait for it to come on them before they start putting in place mechanisms. It is a responsibility of every institution to preempt.
Right.
Yeah, so what they're doing, I think it's good, although I'm glad they didn't publicize it that much, because the publication also sends a different signal. But so behind the scenes, they are also putting in place mechanisms so that when it happens, at least we make sure that we will deal with it in an effective and efficient way, so that the tensions would be brought down.
If you just join us, it's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo. I've been here with Zakaria Tanko Musa, who is a lecturer and a lawyer. He's been giving us some ideas of how we are going to, if you like, resolve election dispute that will arise after the 2020 general elections. I've been joined on the phone line by pollster Ben Efson. Good day, Mr. Ben Efson.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, and you and my fellow panelists?
Well, fine, thank you.
Big Ben.
Good.
Okay, so let's start with the polls that you have done. You have predicted that Nana Akufo-Addo is going to win by some 52% or so. Has anything changed in the last maybe 48 hours or so?
No, I don't think so. I think that rather they could do better than our projections if the past 3 weeks is anything to go by.
Do you appreciate those who doubt this prediction that you have made, considering that the 2016 one didn't go as you predicted?
Oh, I do appreciate it. You know, it depends on your age. If you are 30 years, I will appreciate it, because when I started polling 20 years ago, you were maybe about 10 years. Because if over a 20-year period, I've done 5 polls, and I missed one 2016, we learn from lessons. But I must note that I was very surprised at the reaction of people. The question, why did you get it wrong on your 5th attempt? That question, why, humbly speaking, I believe is reserved for God. He is the only one, when he says something and it doesn't come true, people need to be angry. But what I did was I went back, looked at the way the work we did, compared it with the US one, and I realized that one thing we lost out was taking into account apathy, weakening your stronghold. So, for example, in the US, if 2% more of black party turned up to vote, Hillary would have won. In Ghana, we underestimated the apathy of the background ethnic group of the NDC's anger from turning out. That is for the West. So for a voter region, for example, between 2012-2016, NDC lost 100,000 votes. Then we also found out in 2016 the 3 variables that made a lot of the swing voters vote for them. That was free institutes, nursing, teacher fees, and corruption.
Right, right. So let's focus on some of the shocks you are expecting in this election. What's the statistics saying after the polls?
How is going to turn out?
Yes, which constituencies are you expecting shocking result?
There are a few constituencies, like in Greater Accra. 2 of the constituencies I've tried and it's been too close to call. And those 2 constituencies have never had the same person come twice.
Which constituencies are these?
Lijokuku, Teshi, and Adenta.
Okay.
Either the party changes their candidate or the same person comes twice, the person loses. Now, you realize that in the last 2 weeks, both Nana and Mahama have been crisscrossing Ashanti, Eastern, and Greater Accra. Yes, I'm sure you'll be wondering, Ashanti and Eastern are strongholds of the NPP. But if the NDC gets 30-32% in Ashanti, they get 40-42 in Eastern. NPP's history. But for this year, Greater Accra is unbelievably the most dangerous region in terms of population of voters. It's unprecedented.
So you believe that will be the game changer? You believe the one who wins Greater Accra could win this election?
Greater Accra and the swing regions. You see, Greater Accra between 2016 and 2020 had 35% increase in the voter population. And to put it in perspective, with the second largest region, Ashanti, in 2016, Greater Accra had 191,000 votes more than Ashanti.
Okay.
In 2020, it had 495,000 votes more than Ashanti.
Wow.
So you see the huge disparities. Now, if there is a higher turnout, which I expect because elections that governments change, the turnouts tend to be low. And 2016, it was 69%.
Right.
If the turnout hits 85 plus, NPP will win. Because in Greater Accra, where seats are safe for NPP, they have more voters than NDC. Let me give you a typical example. In 2016, in Ada constituency, where NDC will always win, the total number of voters in 2016 was nearly 39,000. In places like Ablekuma South and Weja, which are NPP safe seats, where NDC candidates placed second, they had more votes than the whole of Ada. So there's a high turnout. NDC, MPP will get more votes in Greater Accra, and if they get 75% in Ashanti, NDC is history.
The electoral roll is up by some 2 million voters. Did you include that in the dynamics? And the regions are from 10 to 16. Would that play any part?
You know, one of the things that we picked up arriving at our data was that the three variables on corruption. MPP did very well in terms of politicking to paint Mahama and NDC, Mahama especially, very corrupt. Even though before 2016, a former minister and a financier of the party were on trial, and as we speak, they are serving time in Zawam. MDC has failed to give MPP the same treatment in terms of making allegations of corruption stick. Two, when we use one of the people said, oh, how many trainee teachers and trainee nurses? What people don't realize, you touch anything concerning benefits or allowances of teachers and nurses, whether trainees or not, the two professors take it as personal. 3 months to elections in 2016, Mahama was behaving like a second-term president. Because you are coming for your second term and you cancel the allowances and dare them to vote against you. And a month to elections, you change your mind and start paying cash. They didn't trust you. Because when you cry, you take it down, you be on like last term, and the mistrust is still there. And the last one is free SHS. So the interviews we did in street areas, you could sense the person's language that, oh, I will vote for my NDC MP, but I will vote for Nana because I fear John will touch the free SHS and I want my kids to benefit. So these are the three variables which cost NDC, and it seems it's going to cost them. Because, for example, the last minute attempt for John trying to own ownership, people are getting angry. Because if you know you bought it in 2016, you've been in opposition for 3.5 years, you know free SHS is a game changer, and you are waiting till 2 weeks to claim ownership. When there are 2016 videos of him attacking free SHS.
Right. Anyway, I'm sure after the elections we'll get back to you. But finally, before you go, how do you expect election disputes in the aftermath of this December 7 election to be handled? You don't want a repeat of 2012, do you?
Oh, I don't think so. Let me be honest. The current EC administration, they have exceeded my expectations. I've been closely involved in Ghana's elections from EC level since 1992. And I've just finished my 6th book. So when I say that the EC has exceeded my expectations, you should understand. I think that the best way to a party to lose elections, my friend, is to be reckless on election day. Now, EC says the maximum number of voters will be 700. So over 38,000, about 70 are below 500 and below. Now, if we're a political party and you don't get a committed person, you get somebody who doesn't work and you say, be my polling agent. You say you give him 100 CDs, so you give him 50 CDs, and you tell the person that at the end of the day, when you come and collect the result sheet, you will give him the remaining 50. What I'm telling you is what some of the people do. When the opposing party's agents, they start serving their agents food, they'll give it all the food. And in conversations with you, they will know how much we're expecting. Around 12 noon, 1 o'clock, they give you lunch and say, you can go and rest and double the amount you've been promised. they would ask you to sign the result sheets.
Wow.
If the polling station has 500 voters and 250 turn up, once you sign the result sheet, they will add 200 more. And once they don't exceed 500, they can't cancel the results. And if this is done for 10,000 of the 38,000 polling stations, that party will be giving its presidential candidate 200,000 free votes due to the negligence of the other main party.
Right. So you don't expect this election to go to a runoff, and you don't expect any disputes, do you?
No, for disputes, I don't think so. Runoff, I'd be very surprised. NDC would have done very well to push it to a runoff. And once it goes to a runoff, then come back into trouble.
Even if they have a lot of they have a majority in parliament, assuming it goes to a runoff.
Oh, I think that having a majority in parliament and then losing the presidency, the only occasion could have happened, it didn't happen, that was 2008. But I think that the NDC's, MPP's margin, the NDC was 34th seat in 2016. I think they will recoup some of the 34 they lost. But MPP will still have majority. I think that once there are 169 MPs, they could lose about 10 or 15, because most of the seats they won, if you analyze, you will see that there was this harmony between the NDC government and the MPP party. So quite a number of places, people went independent. A place like Antonica Bolora, he's lost it straight away.
Wow. Anyway, Uncle Ben, we'll return after December 7th. Hopefully, we'll have a more. Say again. You want to ask me a question? Mr. Tanko wants to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. Please, you should go ahead.
Senior, I just wanted to find out how this issue of backlash to democracy that we are seeing, especially these two main political parties, NDC, MPP. So you know there is a little bit of backlash to the way they are behaving, and how that is going to affect their turnout. And because based on what you're saying, that the turnout might really have serious implications for the two main political parties, and we know there is this backlash. How's that going to play out?
Well, you know, in the trend analysis, there have been three changes. That is 2000, when MPP won, 2008, when NDC won, and 2016, when MPP won. These three, this is the third one, but the first two change of government, the turnout has been unusually low. So this is 69% for 2016. I expect at least 85% minimum, because there's the test. If you look between 18 and 21, there are about 2.6 million voters. And that is those who haven't voted the last 4 years, apart from maybe referendum for new regions. But 18, 19-year-olds are the most dangerous, very young, and that's 1.3 million. So I think that there will be a higher turnout. But for COVID, I'm sure that would have hit 88 or so. But I believe we will definitely cross the 80% turnout by at least 10-12% more over 2016. And I don't think that people will shy away. I think that the reduction of the number of voters per polling station down to 700 instead of 1,000 in 2016, and there was 70% of the 38,000 having 500 voters and below. I believe we should have early results out. Counting will be smoother, and the manual nature, the issue will be taken from the regions. I'm sure early to by 7th midnight or by early 8, we should see where the heads are and where the tails are.
Okay, Mr. Tanko, are you okay?
I am most grateful, Senior. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Epson. What's the margin of error, by the way? Oh, he's gone. Mr. Van Epson is gone off the line, but he's predicting a win for Nana Akufo-Addo, the incumbent president, and the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. Mr. Tanko, let's wrap up with the election dispute. The EC's decision to announce the result within 24 hours is creating a lot of splitting heads. Many say, why are they trying to get ahead of themselves, and that they should allow the processes to, be conclusive before announcing the result. What do you make of the EC's first, their declaration that within 24 hours they will announce the result, all things being equal?
So it's a dilemma. It's a dilemma because whichever way you look at it, there is justification for it. The justification for trying to release the winner early is that it brings down the tempo, the anxiety and all those things, so that everybody knows who has won, and then we move on. But when you look at our antecedents and the way sometimes things happen, I mean, the remoteness of polling stations and all those things, it makes you think that, well, if we are able to do it in 24 hours, fantastic.
Yeah.
But why don't we give ourselves sufficient time so that we get it right? So there again, it comes to the issue of communication. When you communicate and what you communicate. So if the EC wants to do 24, that could be something that they have at the back of their mind. But in their mind, they are giving themselves sufficient time. So they would then, what is the real thing? That they would not overpromise, but they would deliver.
Right.
But now you have raised hopes. And if you go beyond the 24 hours, then people start panicking. People start thinking something is happening. But it may be just a genuine and legitimate challenges that they're having. Right. Now you have the Herculean task of coming back to explain to people A, B, C, D. They were not under any obligation to come out and say, we'll do it in 24 hours. If you want to do it, if it happens in 24 hours, nobody is going to say, why did you declare it in 24 hours?
Right.
But if you don't declare it in 24 hours, then now people will come and they'll be asking you questions. So for me, I think I can understand where they were coming from, but that announcement for me was needless.
Is it too late in the day to change that communication?
Then that would be, you'll be flip-flopping, and that has got its own problem. So once they've come out and announced it, they should stick to it and be consistent and make sure that now they are going to go way above themselves to make sure it happens. Because if it doesn't happen within the 24 hours, it has its own potential challenge.
When I know you are not. You are not affiliated to any political party, but in your experience, what would the political parties be doing, i.e., their legal wing or legal department, that is, if they have, preempting a potential dispute? You think the lawyers in the parties would now be brainstorming about how they will go about any dispute?
Well, I mean, as lawyers would always, if you have a client and your client is engaged in any enterprise, and that enterprise, you always have to do a risk assessment of that enterprise that your client is engaging in. And when you do the risk assessment, then you have to look at how do you mitigate that risk, how do you prevent it, and eventually, if you can't prevent it and it happens, how do you go and litigate? So definitely they will be putting in place mechanisms, but a lot of the, if you like, the oxygen would be dependent on what happens and the election day to add to whatever. But almost all the lawyers from MPP and DC would all be putting themselves in a situation where they would look at what happens if things don't go the way it's supposed to go, and it didn't go the way it's supposed to go because certain processes were not followed. But of course by now they will be looking at what are the electoral laws, what do they say, how do we get it right in terms of going to the right forum and following the right procedures and going to court and all those things. So yes, definitely it would be very unwise for any lawyer not to prepare to tell his client that, listen, let's prepare for the eventuality. But I would just wanted to say something just briefly on the bid about Ben Epson made very interesting analysis which informed the outcome. But you see, that is why this election is going to be very interesting, and the dynamics might really surprise all of us, because if you look at some of the things that led to people voting against the incumbent government, frankly some of them are repeating themselves. For instance, Ben Epson talks about the fact that you refuse to pay teachers training allowance and all those things. And it's a cumulative effect.
Right.
So you deny my mother her daily bread, and I see her struggling, and my sister, it's going to... But don't forget, we also have similar situation in terms of the banking and financial services crisis. A lot of people have gone home, and a lot of people are crying, pay us our money, you're not paying us our money. It's through no fault of the government, because they wanted to clear the mess. But all that they think about is that you were the ones who made me to come home. You were the one who made my uncle. So that dynamics is also very, very important there. Don't forget about the galamsey.
Yes.
Even though we all agree that it is wrong, it has to go away. The narrative is that you are denying people some their livelihood, and then you are, and you see the way the NDC is framing it, and you are taking it away from the ordinary people, but you are giving it to your own people. The MPP hasn't been able to counter that discourse very well, and that is something that would be really crucial in there. And then he mentioned the issue about the capacity and the caliber and the loyalty of the polling agents. It's crucial in these elections. It's crucial, because I mean, this is an open secret that almost all the political parties, they would try. See, 1998, I contested assembly elections.
You did?
And see, these things are things that you won't even know what your supporters are doing for you. This is the truth of the matter. Sometimes the presidential candidates, they won't even know what is going on. But somebody, out of their own enthusiasm and zeal and their willingness to see their party winning, they'll go to every extent to make sure. So sometimes somebody will go and see a polling agent of another party and try and see whether they could influence them. It is not sanctioned by the top, but they would do it. So that's why you make sure that whoever you are sending there to be a party agent is somebody who has the capacity to understand what is going on. He has the loyalty, you know. And I think both parties hasn't taken things for granted for that. You remember I hear the NDC even was saying that there was going to be every constituency there will be a lawyer and all those things. And I know the MPP had also done some training and all that. So it's going to be very interesting dynamics. And then finally, I don't think that these elections, corruption is not going to be a key issue. I don't think so. It is going to be an issue as to whether the weight that was attached to it in the 2016 elections will be the same weight as this time. It's something I haven't done an empirical study on that, so I want to give respect to those who have done empirical study on that. But for me, doing an informal discussions with people and talking to people, it's going to be very crucial. The only thing that I see is that the framing and the agenda setting, the NPP had succeeded very well in trying to set the agenda that is not going to be crucial. Because if they make it seem that corruption is going to be crucial, they are the ones who are going to suffer mainly for it.
Wow, it's been a very eye-opening conversation here on Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. I've been here with Zakaria Tanko Musa. He's a lawyer and a lecturer at the Ghana Institute of Journalism. We also had on the phone Mr. Ben Efson, who is one of Ghana's foremost posters, who had predicted that Nana Akufo-Addo, the incumbent president, and the MPP flag bearer will win the elections by some 52%, saying that the election will not go into a runoff. This is our build up to the election day proper. It's been an exciting conversation. I hope that you enjoyed it. We are back on Monday, the whole of the day. Stay tuned with us. We'll bring you up to the minute update from the polling grounds, and we'll be here with you until the election results are declared. Hopefully it's done within 24 hours. My name has been Daniel Odro. We're back on Monday. Stay with us and enjoy the rest of our programs. Bye for now. I've been in the studios with my colleagues Wanda Ami Hagan and Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and we have promised that we're going all the way until results are declared. So we'll be here for the next 24 hours, possibly 48 hours until results are officially declared by the Electoral Commission. You can get all the breaking news on our website. This is the first time a major news website is attempting to cover a major election in this country. And we have told you all the first that this election has thrown out. It's also the first time that 16 regions are voting for a president and some 275 members of parliament. We also promised you that we're following the major personalities in this election. So the president will be voting in his hometown of Chebi. Then the vice president is in Wale Wale, where he comes from. The former president and vice president, who is also the candidate for the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, is in Bole Bamboy, where he comes from. He will cast his ballot there. We also follow Jenana Opoku Ajeman, who is the running mate for the NDC. Then there are Madam Ikea Donko, Ivor Green Street. You've got 12 presidential aspirants. We'll follow all of them. In the meantime, though, we have footage of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia casting his ballot in Wale Wale.
Charlie, do and go back. Where do you go back? You keep moving.
Just exercise my constitutional duty in casting my vote here in Kiriga, my polling station, Kiriga DA Primary School. I want to encourage everybody to come out and exercise their vote. I think it is the biggest constitutional responsibility that we have. And as you can see, I came here, went through all the COVID protocols, and it has gone very smoothly. I have cast my vote, and everybody should be patient and carry out this most important constitutional duty. We want to vote very peacefully. This is the most peaceful country in West Africa. At the end of this election, we want to maintain that reputation as the most peaceful country in West Africa. We don't want to exercise this franchise in peace. So we want to wish the Electoral Commission well. We want to wish all Ghanaians well, and we should make our nation proud. And let's come out and vote, regardless of your party. Come out and vote, exercise, and do it peacefully. And then when you are done, you go home. At the end of the day, the votes will be counted, and the winners will be declared. And we will proceed with our democratic processes after that. So I want to thank all of you, members of the press, for being here. I want to thank everybody, the Electoral Commission in particular. This is a very, very tough job, but they seem to have done it very well. We want to congratulate them, but the day is not over, and they should continue working hard to make sure everybody has the opportunity of voting on time.
So you saw the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, voting in Wale Wale, where that is his constituency. 4 years ago, many had said that he was one of the game changers for the MPP. How would his influence come to bear in this 2020 general election? Don't forget that he was very critical of the John Dramani Mahama's administration, especially when it comes to the economy and at the time the depreciating cedi. He's been in government for the last 4 years and needs to account for his people. Would the Bawumia factor this year play out? How would it ensure that the MPP will retain power? That is, if they are going to retain power. We'll go to New Jabin North, which is a predominantly MPP seat, where our correspondent Mark Anthony has joined us from. Mark, good morning. What's happening in New Jabin North?
Yeah, good morning. I am specifically at the MCCU polling station in the New Jabin North. That's FDRC. And as I came here about 30 minutes ago, the queue is not so large, it's not so long. The process is going on smoothly. And I tell you, a lot of people have actually voted at the moment. So I have with me here one person who has just finished voting. and so I would wish we talk to him. Yeah, Honorable, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, we are on GhanaWeb TV. Yeah, so are you done voting? Are you done voting? Yeah, okay, so how do you see the process? How did the process go?
Process is, as of now, the process is going on. No fight, nothing is going on. Nothing bad.
Okay, did you experience any challenge when you're voting?
Oh, the challenge, at least today is my first time of voting and I did not face any challenge.
Oh, okay, okay. The machine verified you without any problem?
No, no problem.
Okay, okay, okay. What time did you come here?
I came here exactly 6:30.
Okay, okay, okay. 6:30?
6:30.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow. And you are in a queue, so you go vote? Okay.
They gave me a number and then I followed the number and then I followed the keys. Finished voting.
Okay, okay, all right. So, God be with you. Is your candidate winning?
You said?
Is your candidate
Yeah,
winning?
yeah, it's winning.
Are you sure?
By the God grace. Yeah, he's
so are you
winning.
continuing or you are changing?
You said?
Are you continuing or you are changing?
I'm not getting you.
Are you continuing or you are changing?
I'm continuing.
God bless you.
If only he's doing best in his party, I'm continuing voting for him.
Okay, all right. Okay, so have a nice time. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right. So I'm done with this electorate who are just finished voting, and the voting process is still ongoing here.
Okay, so Mark, if you can hear me, how many people are we expecting to vote today in New Jabin North?
Okay, okay. I wanted us to actually talk to the presiding officer.
Okay, you can speak to him.
He's actually busy now. Yes.
You can speak to him.
Yeah, he's actually busy now. He says he will attend to me very soon. But there are party agents here. Usually we know that they will have challenges with the electoral processes when there is. I want to find out from them if they are okay with the processes going on. Good morning. Yeah, this is GhanaWeb TV.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you have been here since the morning. Yes. What time did the process start?
We started exactly at 7 a.m.
Oh, okay, okay. And have there been any challenge so far?
For now, there's no challenge.
Yeah, okay. So you are representing which party?
NPP.
NPP. Okay, so you are happy.
I'm very
all right. So what is the NDC?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So one of the polling agents says everything is going on smoothly, and so I wanted to actually get in touch with one of the NDC polling agents. Are you one? Are you an NDC polling agent? Okay. Are you an NDC polling agent? NDC polling agent. Are you an NDC polling agent?
No,
NDC. So you have been here for how is the process so far? Everything is cool. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're satisfied. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So thank you very much.
Mark Anthony, if you can hear me, I was initially asking you about the number of people or voters on the electoral roll in New Jabin North.
In New Jabin, at the moment I don't have the figures with me now, but I don't have it off head. I need to verify from the document. So I'll get back over that.
Okay, but tell us the history of New Jabin North. Which party has been dominating in the presidential and parliamentary elections in New Jabin North?
From history, in New Jabin North and even South, I'm just coming from the South, it has always been for NPP, where we have Michael Otibrefi standing in for New Jabin South, and then the Deputy Local Government Minister, Nana J. Boateng, also standing in for NPP. And they have won it since history. It has never changed. We are hoping, in fact, we are looking at it. I mean, today we don't know if things will change, but then it has always been for NPP.
So which candidates are contesting in New Jabin North in this particular election?
Yeah, the candidates contesting for New Jabin North in this particular election, we have Nana J. Boateng for NPP, and then we have Asante Emmanuel Kweku for NDC. We have Eric Japon for CPP, and then we have Dorcas Brobe for LPG. So these are the four candidates contesting in New Jabin North.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark Anthony. We'll return to you when there are major news and updates that you need to give us. And like he said, the New Jobbing North and New Jobbing South are very predominantly MPP seats. Even though McAnthony is in New Jobbing North, the most interesting of the Jobbing seats is the New Jobbing South constituency. Why? It is because the incumbent, who is now the outgoing, was Mark Esibe-Yeboah, and Mark Esibe-Yeboah is currently the chairman of the Finance Committee in Parliament. Indeed, he is seen as one of the foremost finance people in the MPP. Unfortunately for him, he lost the primaries when the man from the Free Zones Board contested him, which is in 2020, and it created a bit of a dilemma for the MPP folks, because Mark Esibe-Yeboah is somebody they needed in government. However, since he was unable to unseat or beat his contestants, he is unable to go to Parliament next year. But the argument is that there's been a compromise of sort, and that he will be given a position in government if the MPP retains power. Mr. Berfi is now the new candidate for the MPP. He was the CEO for the Free Zones Board. It's a man many say has the financial wherewithal, and they say it is the reason why he was able to unseat Mark Esibe-Yeboah, who is a very strong finance person. So it's a seat that we keep an eye on, as well as the New Jobbing North, where McAnthony reported from. So we'll bring you updates when we have it. But let's now focus our attention to other things that are happening on the African continent. Ghana is not the only African country compiling or electing a new president. In fact, during the COVID era, some countries went ahead to conduct their polls. Even though there were challenges, they managed to scale through. I've got with me an international journalist who's monitored African elections the last couple of years, and he will share some perspectives with us here on Election Desk. Ismail Akwe is my resource person for the next few minutes. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
How so far? It's 9:15, which means we've done 2 hours 15 minutes of Ghana. What are you picking up? Has the process been smooth thus far?
Well, it looks very interesting because so many African countries don't get this kind of peace when elections come up. And this year, as you're saying, even with COVID, we've had over 5 elections across the continent, starting from Togo to Guinea, Malawi, Tanzania, and Cote d'Ivoire. So all these countries had issues. And the Financial Times described Ghana's election as boring in its headline, and others are saying it's inactive because Ghana's election doesn't come with a lot of the challenges faced in other African countries. And sincerely, people are being killed. In some countries, internet is shut down, and I think we all have access to our internet connection this morning, and which is a great feat for Ghana. So Ghana has always led the way when it comes to democratic dispensation, and it's something everybody is happy about and proud about.
Right. And you say it is boring. Is it boring because now we have grown in our democracy? This is the 8th successive election under the 4th Republic. Could it be that now we understand that elections are not do and die like other African countries?
So that's the best headline that a Western media could use, boring. And if they use boring, it's not about democracy anymore. You know, it's about the fight, it's about the controversies, it's about all the insults, all the attacks that come with African elections. And if they're saying boring, they are also practicing democracy. And we always say Ghana is following the West. So if they pick boring as their main title, then you should understand what it means. It means that it's not about democracy anymore. It's about getting it right. And getting it right is selecting a leader. And that's what we are into. So Ghana is getting it right. Ghana has done it. It's changed precedents over time. Since 1992, there's been no major issue. And all the issues that come up are just part of the politicking. And you find that everywhere, even in the United States. And you could see that Donald Trump gave a lot of Americans a run for their money. Because those things that he did, his questioning of their electoral system, his questioning of the process and everything, these are things we see in Africa. So it's not really about democracy anymore.
Okay. So Ismail will be with me for the next couple of minutes. We'll juxtapose Ghana's election against other African countries. And like he said, there have been 5 other countries that have gone to the polls, even in the midst of COVID. and the EC has put in place measures to ensure that the citizenry is safe when they go to the polls. But let's go onto the ground again, where George Nyavo is joining me from Okankwe South. Mr. Nyavo, good morning and welcome. What's happening in Okankwe South?
Good morning. Danny, the election process is quite smooth here. I have been to two other constituencies, which is the Okankwe North and Okankwe Central. And the situation is the same. The only thing that I see that is out of place, I may say, is the social distancing protocol. Even though everybody else is in mask, it looks like the queues are quite packed. They are very close to each other. But then there is, in all the constituencies too, or in all the police centers that I've been to, all the three constituencies, there are Veronica buckets, hand sanitizers, and there's soap. They make sure that in some constituencies I've seen thermometer guns being used. I haven't seen any here, but then basically it has been smooth. The process has been smooth here at Okankwe Central, precisely at the Accra Academy Police Center. There are 4 polling centers in this single place. And so far, I've been around all the place. I've spoken to some security persons and tell me that the process has been smooth. There have not been any issues at all, Danny.
We'll come back to you when there are more updates for us in Okankwe. You are roaming all the Okankwe constituencies. That's the south, the central, and the north, right?
Right.
Okay. So let us know if there are any major updates, and we'll get back to you. Historically, the Okankwe South has been a stronghold for the MPP. In 2016, Nana Akufo-Addo won that constituency by over 61% of the vote cast. He garnered 39,955 votes to beat John Dramani Mahama, who had 24,623, representing 37.81% of the vote cast. In the parliamentary election, it was Ahmed Atta of the MPP who won by 33,820, representing 58%. So again, you will see that Nana Akufo-Addo had more votes than the member of parliament. And that's one of the dynamics that we've been looking at in this election, where people vote, even if it's not skirt and blouse, the difference in the numbers show that it is not equal. So it's not everybody who votes for the president that goes on to vote for the parliamentary candidate. And we saw that in a few of the analysis that we did. If you can see on the screen, you see a breakdown of the analysis in 2016, how much President Nana Akufo-Addo got and how much John Dramani Mahama, who was then the president, got in that constituency. And then you see the member of parliament. He defeated, that's Ahmed Atta, defeated Alexander Akaku, who is the NDC candidate, or who was the NDC candidate in that year's election. So a lot of dynamics to look forward to. You can see the graph again for proper. So this is the parliamentary election, which is why we say it's a predominantly MPP seat. Are they able to retain it? That's the big question. Normally when the member of parliament is in power, it's there that the constituents will assess whether or not he has been a good representative for them in parliament, and they've got development. You know, the member of parliament is not technically the one who brings development, but it also speaks to your lobbying skills. If you are a member of parliament and you are not able to bring development to your constituency, what many interpret that to mean is that you are unable to lobby, especially when your party is in government. When your party is in opposition, then you can make a case that your lobbying is not reaching the high office that it needs to. So let's keep an eye on Ablekuma North and South, and we'll bring you updates from there. But we'll stay with Ismail on what is happening on the African continent. He said that the Western media has described Ghana's election as boring. We don't know why, but it's because there's been very few incidents, if at all, that has characterized this year's election. It's been generally peaceful, smooth, and sailing so far. And we'll see how it progressed in the days. If you go to our website, there's a story that yesterday the Fomena MP who is contesting now as an independent candidate had one of his men assaulted in the lead up to the election. It didn't happen today. It happened yesterday. It's a situation we're keeping an eye on. And it's one of the analysis that we will make, i.e. the number of MPs who have decided that because they lost the primaries, they will contest as independent candidates. The former MP is one of such persons. He lost the primaries, thought that the process was not free and fair, and so he's contesting as an independent candidate. The MPP has sent a strong message that any member of the party that decides to contest as an independent candidate is automatically disqualified or removed from the party. It's an interesting analysis that we'll do in the course of the day. Ismail, let's stay with the African contest a bit. So this issue of internet shutdown, the conspiracy came in Ghana. What do you think prompted that conversation?
So lately there's been some slowness of the internet, and a lot of times it comes up as a result of an overload, because everybody is looking for information, so they all go online. But if we've seen it in Togo and seen it in Cote d'Ivoire and other places closer to Ghana, why not Ghana? It can happen. And they wouldn't come out and say, yes, it's been shut down, or yes, this has happened, because it affects the international credibility of the country. So it does happen, but most of the time, people and activists put out this information and just as a form of caution to the government, so it wouldn't be shut down. Because if everybody feels and believes that it can be shut down, I'm sure those in power would also be cautious and make sure it doesn't happen. Even if it's a mistake, it shouldn't happen.
So in those countries, it is an established fact that there was a deliberate shutdown.
Yes, there's always a shutdown, especially in Francophone African countries. So what happens is they send a notice to all of the telecommunication companies, and they tell them, shut it down because we don't want fake news to spread. We don't want people to use the phone lines and the internet to spread a lot of falsehoods about the election. And this is the reason they give. But even with this reason, the same internet has helped other countries like Ghana, which has never shut down internet, to have information going across to also check the credibility of the electoral process. So they send official letters to these companies, and we've seen Cameroon do that. We've also seen the same even in Tanzania. In Tanzania had this election recently, and the president won by over 80% of the votes. And internet shutdown was key in that, because there was no internet shutdown. We had a correspondent in Tanzania, and our correspondent couldn't even reach out to us. They had to use VPNs, and with the VPNs, it's even still limited because you can't even send a lot of files because you're afraid of being monitored. So this is something that the government take it as a key part of their electoral process to shut down the internet.
Okay. One thing that is interesting is the time scale with which the winner is announced. In many African countries, we have realized that it takes quite a while. In Ghana, the EC says it intends to do it within 24 hours. Typically, in African countries where you followed, how long does it take for a winner to be declared?
So surprisingly, in most of these African countries that shut down the internet and do all these things, like Cameroon, like Tanzania, like Togo and other places, the results come out quickly because one person takes it all. And in Togo, for Nasimbe, who is our friend, he got 71% of the votes. Do you think that would be so hard to take a long time to declare? No. And if you go to even Cote d'Ivoire, the incumbent Alassane Ouattara, who had the constitution change for him to run a third term, got 94.27% of the votes. So it comes very early. But for Ghana, we have to go through all the constituencies. They have to be checked, rechecked, and the process is quite tedious. So mostly it takes us about between 24 and 72 hours or even more. If there's supposed to be a runoff, you won't know until the last constituency votes, and then they could decide. So it's earlier in those parts, and here it takes time because we need to check the process properly.
Okay. But what do you make of the fact that Ghana is seen as a beacon of hope for the African continent? Do you expect that Ghana will cement the gains that it has made in terms of our democratic processes the last 28 years?
I feel Ghana has already cemented that, and I think we've created a different kind of democracy that even the West and other parts of the world need to look out for. Because you won't find easily an opposition party making use of the media to put out their own policies and other things. You won't find easily the media freely operating without any problems. In 2017, I was in Congo Republic, and they had their elections. And that elections, I can tell you on authority that it was one of the most weirdest elections I've ever seen, especially coming from Ghana. So what happened was internet was shut down as usual, and everybody, I mean, public transport wasn't working. Everybody was in their homes, and it looks like there was nothing really happening. Unlike in Ghana, when I was on my way here, I can see a lot of people queuing, a lot of people moving around and, you know, eager to vote early. But in this part of the world, nobody was going out. Everybody was scared. Days before the election, people were in the market. All products were getting finished. Everything was taken off the shelf because everybody was afraid that there could be a civil war. And these countries have, in fact, faced some kind of strife in their countries. And Ghana, I mean, the last ones we faced were over 30 years ago. Since then, we've had a very clean sheet. And we've done it since 92. And I think at this time, we shouldn't be touted as maybe trying or attempting to be Africa's beacon of hope when it comes to democracy. We are there already.
But many say if we are signing peace pacts in the days leading to a major election, which is our 8th, then it presupposes that we are preempting or foreseeing chaos. And you say that we're a beacon of hope and you have cemented our democracy. So why are we signing peace pacts then?
You don't know tomorrow, and you don't know what will happen. And mostly when you are dealing with people, especially when politicians are putting out false information, politicians are trying to influence the electorates, and politicians are also, you know, they don't speak to truth. So when people are acting badly or illegally, they don't say anything because it favors them. So in that case, you can't tell when people are going to rise up and fight against anything. It could be results. It could be maybe against the security services. It could be against anything. So we need to keep preaching the peace. We don't have to say, no, we are already peaceful, so let's not say anything. There's no need for it. There's a need for it, and it should never stop.
This is Election Desk. We have promised you we'll bring you all the analysis and all the details that you know. If you are still home, we're encouraging you to go out there and cast your ballot. It is your civic responsibility to elect leaders for the next 4 years. It's important that you go out there and vote because it's a holiday, by the way. The president has ensured that people are not going to work and they must go out there and vote. The president yesterday addressed the country and he said the winner of this election must receive the unalloyed support of everybody. Even if your party loses, you need to give the president your unalloyed support. Election Desk is running from now until results are declared, and this is the first time any news website is attempting this, and we are the first, and we pride ourselves in that. We'll bring you all the details from all the 275 constituencies across the 16 regions of this country. The data analysis and all will come later. Ismail, before we wrap up, which countries are in the same league, i.e. the democratic processes, as Ghana, and who are also doing very well? People mention Ghana, but which other countries do well?
So in terms of the countries that did well, we saw Malawi having the incumbent president losing the election.
Which is rare.
Yes, it's very rare. And they went for 2 rounds. They have the Ghana system. So the first round he won, and then they went for the second round and he lost.
He won the first round?
He won the first round. The second round, he lost to Lazarus Chakwera, and Lazarus got 59%, and the president's incumbent got about 48% or so. And that was quite a remarkable feat because people didn't expect that. So some countries are slowly getting there, but it will take the people to bring the change because the people are the ones with the power. So if the people vote and also the incumbent allow the system to go on naturally, allow the system to flow as it's supposed to, then everything will be right on track, like in Ghana. So in other countries where we have the presidency, the government, manipulating figures and working with the EC to make sure things go in their favor, it doesn't speak well for Africa's democracy. So Ghana is leading the way, others are following, and we expect it to be better. Let's watch out for Nigeria.
We watch out for Nigeria. And Nigeria is interesting because of all the tension that has come up the last couple of weeks and months. You remember, if you like, the protests that came up recently where some protesters were allegedly shot at the Lekki bridge, and which is a matter which is still under investigation. And like we said yesterday, the president addressed the country and he called for everyone to go out there and vote. Before his address, though, there was a lot of controversy whether or not he was using that as an opportunity to campaign. But the history tells us that every incumbent president has tried to address the country on the eve of election day. Let's go and listen to the president when he spoke to Ghanaians. It was a very brief sermon.
Fellow Ghanaians, good evening, and once again, thank you for having me in your homes. Tomorrow, from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., we go to the polls to elect a president and 275 members of parliament, whom we shall entrust with managing our affairs for the next 4 years. This will be the 8th time we shall be going through this important activity in the Fourth Republic. And we can safely say that each one has been an improvement on the previous one. We have had 5 presidents in the history of this Fourth Republic, with peaceful transfers of power from a governing to an opposition party on 3 separate occasions. Redress of the Supreme Court was sought, rather than recourse to street protests and agitations when there was dispute over the outcome of an election. Tomorrow, we have yet another opportunity to deepen further these excellent credentials. I am fortified in my belief that we will, if indeed the successful holding of last Tuesday's special voting exercise is the measure. The Electoral Commission has already assured the country of its readiness to deliver another successful process. And it has, to this end, compiled the most credible voters' register in our history. So it is in our collective interest to help ensure that tomorrow passes off in an orderly, peaceful, and transparent manner. At the end of the day, there should be no lingering question about the legitimacy of the election, and the winning candidate at the end of the process should receive the unalloyed support of all. That is how we can strengthen our democracy and the peace and stability of our nation. Particularly in the wake of the pandemic, let us all adhere strictly to the COVID-19 protocols put in place at all the 38,622 polling stations, so we can cast our ballots in safety. We should therefore not panic or be afraid. Many countries around the world have conducted elections within this period, and I have no doubt that Ghana will join those nations in organizing a successful general election, even in the midst of the virus. We should all remember the words of an ancient philosopher who said, and I quote, "The punishment suffered by the wise who refuse to take part in the government is to live under the government of worse men," unquote. Using your God-given and constitutional rights costs nothing, but staying home can come at a very steep price. So I entreat all eligible voters to turn out in your numbers, cast your vote, and thereby exercise your sovereign right to the making of government in the country. As President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, it is my responsibility to guarantee the peace of the nation. It is thus crucial that tomorrow's vote be conducted in an atmosphere of peace and security, devoid of intimidation and violence. The Ghanaian people are entitled to go about the exercise of their civic duties in peace and in freedom. The security services have assured me that they have made adequate preparations to protect the sanctity of the process. They have assured me of their determination to carry out their duties without fear or favor. Improper behavior by any citizen, no matter their political color, will not be tolerated. And I'm encouraged by the assurance by the Inspector General of Police, as well as by the heads of the other security services, that they will be even-handed in their response to issues. That is the only way the rule of law can be upheld. In view of the happenings on the continent, and indeed in West Africa, the entire world is looking up to us to maintain our status as a beacon of democracy, peace, and stability on the African continent. In this Fourth Republic, we've had the longest uninterrupted period of stable constitutional governance in our history, banishing the specter of instability that disfigured the early years of our nation's existence. And the benefits are showing. Together, let us continue to lay the platform for the evolution of a new Ghanaian civilization, which will give true meaning to the foundational values of freedom and justice on which our nation was conceived by its far-sighted visionary founders. Fellow Ghanaians, we can do it. So let us be up and doing, for our destiny beckons. May God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. And thank you for your attention. Have a good evening and vote safely.
The President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, addressing the country on the eve of the elections. That was last night, and even though many had criticized him that he was going to use it as a campaign platform, what he did was a rallying call, calling on Ghanaians to go out there and vote for their preferred candidate. Like we mentioned, he said whoever becomes president must receive the unalloyed support of the citizenry. Will this be Nana Addo Dankwa's last address as president because he's seeking a second term? Would he get that, or would he be a one-term president? Don't forget, John Mahama is the only president in history under the Fourth Republic to be a one-term president. He's trying to come back, but would Nana Addo face the same ignominy or not? And that is up to the electorate to decide. And we'll find out in the next 48 hours or so. Would the election be pushed into a runoff? That's a question that we would have answers to in the next couple of hours. Don't forget, we mentioned that there are some flashpoints in this country as far as the elections are concerned. We're receiving reports that there was a bit of a misunderstanding at the Ododo constituency, which is one of the constituencies we're keeping an eye on. Nilante Vanderpoel, who is the incumbent, is being challenged by Nilante Bannerman. And we mentioned earlier that the president erroneously endorsed, quote unquote, Nilante Vanderpoel during their last rally at Manchagbona a couple of days ago. He quickly corrected the mistake, but it's an interesting seed and we're going to keep a close eye on it. If you want details of that misunderstanding or chaos, you can go to our website, www.GhanaWeb.com, and all our social media channels and receive a report of that. Ismail, let's continue our conversation. So you heard a lot of chatter about why the president was addressing the country on the eve of the election. Is this common knowledge, and does it happen in other African countries?
Yes, so it does happen, and I think it's something that's done everywhere because the people have to listen to their leader. The president is still the leader of the country, and it's not politics, because I didn't hear anything political from his statement. It was just a call for peace and also encouraging people to vote, and also saying that they should support whoever comes out victorious. It means we've accepted that power could change hands anytime, any day. So we just have to hold on to the fact that we have leadership, we have a hierarchy, and respect authority.
Okay. Generally, in your experience, what are the things that tend to shape the electoral outcomes in many African countries? People have said unemployment, security. What are some of the key areas that people look at and say, this is the reason why I'm voting?
So unemployment is an issue that has bedeviled the entire world. Even if you go to the UK, they have unemployment issues. You go to the US, they even have unemployment issues, and other places. In Africa, it's more than double that degree of unemployment. And besides unemployment, there is security, there is mismanagement and corruption, which is key also when it comes to the reasons why people decide who to vote for. So unemployment is an issue, and all these things are there, but it's up to the leadership or those contesting to prove that they could change the fate of the people in terms of those issues. So in terms of unemployment, how are you going to solve unemployment? Everybody comes up with their own strategies and policies, but it's not the talking. You have to walk the talk.
Exactly.
So now to walk the talk, you need to be given the mandate to be able to do this. But how can we then know if Nana Kunedu, Ajima Rawlings could change the state of unemployment in the country? How can we know if Ivor Greenstreet can change the fate of Ghanaians when it comes to unemployment? We can't until or unless we vote for them. And right now, our hands are tied just to vote for two people. That's the only options that Ghanaians know and trust. But the others, because they've not tested them, so that's a problem. So I'm sure that will take us a long time for us to see a different leader showing us something different.
Okay. I'm here with Ismail Akwe. Ismail Akwe is an international journalist, traveled in many African countries, observed elections in African countries. He's bringing his experience to bear on the Ghanaian election. We'll do a contextualization of the issues, and then we'll just oppose that as against other African countries and see how it pans out in Ghana. Ernestina Sewa Asante is one of our correspondents on the ground. She's joining us from Krowa constituency, another interesting constituency. We hear there was a bit of misunderstanding earlier in the day. She'll bring us up to speed on that. Good morning, Ernestina. I hear you are on the move, but you were in Krowa earlier in the day. Bring us updates from Krowa when you went there.
Okay, so the MCE, Joshua Bote, was at the center, then Nongwa Anglican Center, and he parked his car by the roadside, but residents got angry because they said he's parked wrongfully. And from what the MCE said, the people are NDC members, and because he is on the ticket of the NPP, they just disagree with him. So in as much as he's coming there to, hello?
I can hear you, Ernestina. You can go on.
Yes. So in as much as he's there to observe the electoral process, though it's smooth, the people still disagree. So he had to just sit in his car and move.
Okay.
From the scene. Yes.
But did the voting start on time? We had reports from elsewhere that after 7, the process had not begun. What happened in Krowa?
Yes, Krowa, it started at exactly 7 a.m. There's police personnel at the scene. They are observing all the social, the safety protocols. Yes, and so far, everything has been smooth, aside the confusion that hit the center when the MCE arrived.
Okay. So was the security able to, if you like, douse the tension that was rising because of the MCE and where he had parked his car?
Yeah, the security were trying their very best, but you know, the people were headstrong and they kept shouting and fighting amongst themselves. But she was able to calm them down a bit just after the MCE left.
Okay. What's the history in terms of the voting pattern of Krowa? I'm sure you picked up some information when you went there.
Yes. Krowa, Lajakuku, and Ladade Kotopon are swing areas. So if the voters think you didn't perform while you were in office, they just vote you out and try another party. So the past 4 years, the NPP took over from the NDC. So we are waiting to see who wins what in the constituency.
Okay, so where are you moving to next?
I'm moving to Mahami in the Ladade Kotopon constituency.
Okay. Stay safe and we'll get back to you. Ladade Kotopon is one of the seats that we're keenly monitoring because this is a seat that the MPP won only 4 years ago when Vincent Sowa Odote, who, if you follow football, would know him as Obama. He was a former CEO of Accra Heart of Oak and then went on the ticket of the MPP and then won for the NPP. Unfortunately, when he was given a position in government, he lost the position and then also lost in the primaries. So he's become a one-term member of parliament and there's a new member of parliament there going into this election. Will the MPP manage to win that seat again? It's a swing constituency, like Ernestina mentioned. They never vote for one candidate for more than 2 terms. At most is 1 term. So we'll monitor and see how that goes. So that's the parliamentary result. Vincent Sowa Odote 4 years ago won it against all odds. Nobody gave him a dog's chance, but won that seat for the MPP. It used to be an NDC seat before Vincent Sowa Odote. But the manner in which he was removed from government without any explanation, and then the subsequent losing of the primaries is quite interesting. If he lost the primaries, does it presuppose that he failed as a member of parliament? If he failed as a member of parliament, would the constituents believe that the MPP is the best party for them in terms of their development? Which is why it's an interesting constituency that we will keep an eye on. So you see why we're bringing you the breakdown of the analysis here on Election Desk. We are going right now until the results are declared. Stay with us as we bring you live reports from all 275 constituencies. We brought you the vice president voting in his constituency. That's Wale Wale. We're hoping to receive footage from the president's hometown in Chebi and then to Bole Bamboy, where the NDC flag bearer John Dramani Mahama, the ex-president, is trying or is going to vote at. Then we have Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman. I know we are being a bit biased when we mention only these 2 parties. There are 12 aspirants in the presidential elections. There are more than 800 members of parliament aspirants who are seeking to get a slot in the 275 constituencies available in parliament. We've got footage of the confusion that happened in Krowa a few minutes ago. So that's the footage, and that's what we promised to bring you. Up to the minute, when it happens, we'll break it here on GhanaWeb TV on Election Desk. I'm in the studio with Ismail Akwe, an international journalist with a wealth of experience in African elections. It's 9:52, which means we are almost 3 hours into the election process. The polls will close at 5 p.m. If you are in queue before 5 p.m., you'll be allowed to vote. Some 17 million Ghanaians are expected to cast their ballot. But of course, traditionally, you've never had 100% voter turnout. In the last election, it was actually less than 70%. It was 69.5 or 7% voter turnout, and which is the reason why the analysis said there was a lot of voter apathy. We've got Rashid on the line. Rashid is joining us from one of the constituencies. Rashid, good morning and welcome to Election Desk. Where are you joining us from?
South, and then
Rashid, your line is breaking, but if you can hear me, where are you joining us from?
Okay, from the northern region. So I was actually making my way to Tamale South, one of the polling stations in the Tamale South constituency. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Rashid. Yes, Tamale South.
Yes, Tamale South.
Right.
Not all that far from the place.
But where you have been moving around throughout the day. You are now moving to Tamale South. Where did you go earlier in the day?
I went to Tamale Central in the morning.
Okay.
And then that was when the polling the process was just about to start. And then I was able to also go to Sanargu. Hello.
So, in all the places that you visited, what was the processes like? Were there long queues? Did people come with chairs and stones and all manner of objects as a form of their queue before they broke?
There was no form of stones being used in forming queue. What I found out was that people told me they actually went there. They actually went to their various polling stations very early. Some said they went there around 4 in the morning, just to be able to vote early and then return home.
Okay, Rashid, we'll get back to you if you have any updates. Then you brief us on it. But we're getting breaking news from Sunyane. The Ghana Police Service, the official Twitter handle, is reporting that they've arrested one Daniel Tebiri Buahin, a civilian sighted during a police Nizam pickup vehicle with registration number GP3329 on the 9th of December by the youth of Sunyani, who handed him over to the police. Police say they have impounded the vehicle, which was auctioned earlier this year by the appointed auctioneers as unserviceable after going through. So this maybe has nothing to do with the election, but the police says while they are observing the elections, they are not neglecting their duties as far as protecting lives and property is concerned. So if you think that a lot of people have left home and are at the polling stations, and so it's going to be a free day for you as a criminal, you've got it wrong, and which is why the police is giving us updates on what they are doing. And this is an update coming from Sunyane. Ismail, 3 hours in, which other African countries would have elections this year or next year, early next year?
Yes, so this year we are at the end of
the
elections.
In December.
Yes, so in January, one big election that we are expecting is Uganda.
Okay.
So Uganda is already having a whole lot of issues in terms of security. And also the opposition is being hounded by the security forces. We have the popular musician, Bobby Wine. He's called Robert Kyagulanyi. He is standing for a party which he formed, and he formed a party for the ghetto youth. We call it that. So you find
he has a lot of followers.
He has a lot of followers, and shockingly, dozens of his followers have been killed in attacks and protests. He himself has been arrested so many times, more than 5 times. He's been arrested, and his people are being, they are just being arrested.
Is it because the government feels that he's a threat to their governance?
He's indeed a threat, but he's also very vocal, and he looks more of a populist, and he has a big chance, even though the government in power is, Museveni, that's the president of Uganda. He's been in power for over 30 years, and he still wants to remain in power. And
one of the few despots left.
A few of them, and they don't like hearing the word despots, but they are looking like it. So he is one of his major threats because he has a lot of the youth on the streets following him, you know, and he's doing a lot more than the other opposition leaders have done. Other opposition leaders have been arrested also. They've also gathered people, but they didn't use this kind of strategic campaigning that Bobby Wine is using to get the people to support him. So in January 2021, we are going to see either a change in government, or we are going to see more people dying and losing their lives out of attacks by security forces, and then election fraud, which we know a lot of these things happen in countries where we have leaders who have been in power for too long and have some influence on the electoral system. So that's what's happening in Uganda. We are expecting that one.
So that's in January 2021?
In January,
okay.
Yes.
What does the international community say when, like you said, you paint a very graphic picture of what's happening in Uganda? What does this international bodies, what do they say to these presidents who have been in power for so long?
So most of these international bodies, yes, they report the truth and they also report it as it is. But in these instances, like Tanzania, for instance, the international media, they were all denied visas. So they couldn't get to the country to report. So what happened was we had a lot of their correspondents reporting, but their correspondents should be foreigners, because if you're a local, you could be arrested, because there are so many laws on reporting and all these things. The media isn't free like it is in Ghana. And then for Uganda, it's the same issue, because in Uganda, there were times when some foreign media were even attacked, some lost property and other things like that. So foreign media, they are trying their best, but at the end of the day, the reporting is a bit skewed. A lot of journalists and even, Africans in general are not happy with the reportage they see. Sometimes they paint a very grim picture, you know, and people are not really happy about that, because they feel there's always two sides to a story. So if you have this side, bring the other side. And that's why you can find a lot of Africans being so happy about the United States issue and problems during their election, because they saw a similarity and they wanted to see how the American media is going to cover that particular electoral process.
Okay, but then again, you have, if you like, observer missions, sometimes AU, sometimes other EU. Don't they observe these elections where there are voter fraud, there are suppression of votes, etc., etc.?
They do observe these elections. They bring out reports, but a lot of the time the reports are diplomatic, and Africans don't like diplomacy. If you remember when there was a protest in Nigeria, and a lot of people were calling on the AU and the UN and all the others to react to the protests and what the security forces were doing, it took a longer time for us to see a reaction. And then people were even calling out Akufo-Addo because he was in charge of ECOWAS. So they react anyway, but the reactions don't bring out any change. So people are disappointed. But of course, what are they there for? For diplomacy, because they can't throw out troops to go and kick someone out of their countries. The only time that this happened was in Gambia when, Yes, I think in the Gambia, when the ECOWAS troops were mobilized to go kick out Yahya Jammeh, because with his case, the people were all out in the streets against the government. The people wanted a change, and the people clearly showed that the results were not in his favor. And he came out to declare results and say there should be a rerun, when indeed he's not the one supposed to do that. So they mobilized the ECOWAS force to go in there to kick him out, and that happened. Even that had diplomacy in there, because at the end of the day, we had Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and some other leaders, of African leaders, going there to speak to him before he agreed to leave to Equatorial Guinea.
Okay, so Ismail Akwe is giving us perspective on what happens in other African countries, which is why Ghana receives a lot of commendation. We never get some of these things. The closest we have come was in 2012, but what happened was that the MPP took the legal means to challenge the results in a competent court of jurisdiction. They ended up losing that case in court, which ensured that John Dramani Mahama will stay in power until 2016 when he later lost. We told you that we'll bring you updates. The Ghana Police Service, like I mentioned, is speaking about an incident that they have recorded, which is on your screen right now. If you want to see more of it, you have to visit the official Twitter page of the Ghana Police Service, where they've confirmed the arrest of one Daniel Tedu Ibuahen, who was cited driving a police Nissan pickup. So this is a civilian who, for some reason, has in his possession a police vehicle, and we're told the car was auctioned, and there are a lot of controversy surrounding it, and we'll bring you up to the minute update as and when we get it. We're also receiving reports that there was some skirmishes in Krowo constituency. Titus Glover, I'm told, just cast his vote, and we've got footage of that. Titus Glover is one of the key personalities. We've told you we'll bring you key personalities as and when they cast their ballot in whichever constituency that they are in. So Titus Glover is our next big personality who is cast his vote this morning.
I just came and I had opportunity to cast my ballots. So I'm not.
We'll have a challenge with the footage, but we are going to correct that and get back to you. There are 16 regions for the first time. 6 regions where there is no data, and so we cannot project and predict who is going to win. As the day goes by, if we have any analysis that projects who wins, we would attempt that. But be warned that it is only the Electoral Commission that has the sole mandate to declare election results. Let's return to Titus Glover, who is voted this morning.
I just came and I had opportunity to cast my ballots. So I'm not going to do monitoring. I'm going to move from one polling station to another in all the 10 electoral areas. This is my polling station. This is my alma mater, my primary school. I was in that corner there in 1972.
I see.
That was when I came to class 1. And this has been my polling station since 1992.
Right.
This is where I get my victory all along in the 2 elections. So far so good in the few hours that I've witnessed. I believe that it's going to continue in other areas as well.
What are your expectations
I'm
after
winning
today?
big. I'm winning big. I'm winning big. I'm winning big.
Yeah.
Together with the president.
Right. We wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Right, so you saw Titus Glover in your shot. He just voted, and he's one of the key personalities. We brought you the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and we've told you as the day progresses, we are going to do an analysis of the Bawumia effect, and then do an analysis of the Nana Opoku Ajiman effect, and how that will play out and shape out the result of this election. 4 years ago, many of those who have written extensively about the election say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was very crucial in ensuring victory for the New Patriotic Party. Indeed, even his wife, Semira Bawumia, is said to have been very crucial in the outcome of the result. 4 years in power, how would that pan out and shape out? Have they convinced people that all the things that they mentioned when they were in opposition, they've been able to correct? For the first time, though, the NDC has nominated a woman as the running mate. How would that shape out? When the Electoral Commission brought out the, if you like, the demography of the voter registration poll or the voters register, there were a lot more women than there were men on the electoral roll. If a lot more women vote for the NDC because of their running mate, how would that shape out in the election? And this is something I want to pick your thoughts on, Ismail. The woman factor. I mean, this is not the first time a woman is standing. We've had women vie for the highest office in the past, but this is a major political party, the NDC, picking a woman. How would that shape out in the result of this election?
So picking a woman indeed takes the interest of a lot of women, but if you look at the way the campaigning is going, it seems the woman factor has been put aside, because we are seeing women supporting the other party. It means that in Ghana, largely, people follow the issues, people follow the personalities, and they don't follow race and don't follow the gender of a candidate. You know, in the past, we had issues of who was most handsome. I remember in the elections in '96, I was a kid back then, but my grandmother was telling me about how J.J. Rawlings was more handsome than Kufuor, and you know, in terms of selection of which candidate they want. And then we had the same with just Mahama and Akufo-Addo, Atta Mills and Kufuor. Yes, so these things have been happening, and surprisingly, that one did something. You know, it changed people's minds. You saw a lot of women chasing the handsome men, but when it comes to now women chasing women, you are not seeing a lot of women coming out to say, I'm going for this party because of the woman. But maybe there might be a change when a woman is on the ballot for a major political party. Currently, we have, I think, three women, PPP, NDP, and also Ekwadonko's party, but nobody is making noise about the women being on the ballot. The women are not making noise about women being on the ballot. And it's really surprising because the country was slowly getting into the whole feminist or feminism debate, where you saw a lot of women calling out men for, you know, they call it manscaping, or
manscaping
and all those things,
and all of that.
Patriarchy and stuff. But we are not seeing that same passion in terms of who to vote for when it comes to these particular elections, and also the woman factor.
Right. Okay, so there are three women contesting or vying for the highest seat of the land. You've got Madam Ekwadonko, you've got Bridget Jogbanuku, and then you've got Nana Kunedu Agyeman-Rawlings, who sadly lost her husband, the former President Jerry John Rawlings, a few weeks ago. There are 12 aspirants as far as the presidential elections are concerned. Nana Akufo-Addo is number 1. John Dramani Mahama is number 2. We've got Christian Kobna Andrews as number 3. He's popularly known as Osofo Chire Abosom. He's number 3. Ivor Greenstreet of the CPP, the man who has been recently referred to as Electric Shock, he's number 4. Ekwadonko is number 5. Henry Lati is number 6. We've got Hassan Ayariga, who is not a first-time contestant, in number 7. Then you've got Percival Kofi Akpalu in number 8. Then we've got David Apasera in number 9. Bridget Jogbanuku is number 10. Nana Kunedu Agyeman-Rawlings is number 11. And the last is Alfred Esiodu Walker, who is the only independent candidate contesting in this year's election. We'll go to the ground again, where we've been joined by Portia Etonam Konu. She's reporting from the Ayawaso Wogon constituency, another interesting constituency because of the John Dumelo Lydia Al-Hassan fight, quote unquote. So Lydia Al-Hassan has been in parliament for only 2 years. She took over following the demise of her husband, and now she has to fight to retain that seat, but she's got a strong challenger in John Dumelo, who's a popular entrepreneur, philanthropist, and also a movie actor. Portia, good morning. What's happening in Ayawaso West Wugon?
Hello, Daniel. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's happening in Ayawaso West Wugon?
Okay, so far, Ayawaso West Wugon has been, you know, quite unexpected, what people were not expecting. A lot of people were expecting, you know, a lot of tension and energy and everything like that here, but it hasn't been the case so far. Voter obedience is top notch. People vote and just turn around and go back to their various homes and whatever they are doing. So most of we met a lot of people in the morning when we came, but our second round, the number of people around have actually reduced, and the polling officer telling us that the people vote and just go back and their various homes. Currently, we are at Pentecost Church, Bauleshi, and the number of people have drastically reduced. This is one of the polling stations that we came here early in the morning, and there were lots of people, but now the people have, you know, the number has reduced drastically.
Has it reduced because they finished voting and gone home, or people are going to turn up later in the day where they think that the numbers would have reduced?
Daniel, please come again.
I'm saying that you say the numbers have reduced. Have they reduced because people have finished casting their vote and have left, or people are going to come back or of the day to cast their vote?
Oh, actually, most of the people are telling us that the number of people we've spoken to, they have told us that the queue or the officials are quite fast with what they are doing, and the lines are moving, and they are really being cautious and all of that. So it's just a matter of fact that the people are just voting and going back.
So where you have visited so far, the polling stations, how many averagely do we have? How many number of voters do we have on the electoral roll?
Hello.
Can you hear me, Portia? I'm asking how many people are on the electoral roll in the polling stations that you have visited.
Hello, can you come again, please?
Okay, I was asking you how many people are on the voters' roll in the polling stations that you have visited.
Okay, so far, the areas we visited, presiding officers have refused to disclose that to us, and they are not really willing to even speak to us. They say that they've not been given the permission to speak to us. But for confirmation and emphasis sake, we have visited Pentecost Church polling station A and B, restaurant A and B at Oponglo. We visited La Bauleshi polling station A and B, and Legon, Jubilee Hall, Nelson, Kwapon, Saba, Legon Main Hall. We've gone to UPSA, and now we are at the Pentecost Church, and they have actually, presiding officers do not want to disclose to us the number of people who have voted, those who are yet to vote, and they just don't want to tell us anything about the register and the voter roll and all of that.
But I'm told that you had a bit of a scene in Legon when you visited that place earlier in the day. What happened in Legon?
Yes. When we went to Legon Hall, Legon Main Hall, polling station A and B, people were, there was a little bit of confusion, and it was mainly because the presiding officers and the other electoral officers on the field were refusing to tell them which part, whether A or B, which exact position or place they were supposed to cast their votes. And they explained to us that it was supposed to be according to names. So from A to B are voting at polling station A, and then from C to the other alphabet are voting at polling station B. But the electoral officers did not tell them anything like that. And so they just came to join all the queues that they wanted to join. And when it got their time to vote, they were told to move to the next queue. And they had to start the queue like all the way from the back. And that started a little bit of confusion. But the commander who was on the field there, Commander Asante from Legon Police Station, he just came right to the scene to help them settle the issue. So they had to fix some of the people in the middle of the queue somewhere to just calm them. Okay.
Tell us a bit about the history of the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. Which party has historically been winning it?
Okay, for the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, we all know that it's an MPP stronghold, and they just have a notoriety for the MPP and a leaning for the MPP. And but there's a very dramatic, move here, which is causing a lot of eyes at this area, which is particularly with regards to the parliamentary elections. With the dramatic switch of actor turned politician into the political scene, John Dumelo is hoping to unseat the incumbent member of parliament, who has only been into parliament for just about 2 years after succeeding her husband, Lydia Al-Hassan. So people are expecting that there's an overhaul or something like that. Well, as far as we are concerned, or per our conversations, a lot of people are just geared up for an overhaul here in the Ayawaso West. But the presidential, everyone is just, not, should I say, nonchalant, or people don't really care about the presidential. It's just the parliamentary that they are really keen on. But for the history, Ayawaso is an MPP seat.
Okay, but you haven't recorded any incident of the breakdown of any of the machines being used for the voting process, have you?
Please come again.
I'm saying, have you encountered a situation where the machines used for the voting has broken down or not?
Oh no, as for the electoral laws and all. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, the electoral laws and everything everything is actually going on very smoothly. One important thing that we noted in the morning when we came here at the Pentecost polling station was that there were a number of motorbikes parked just close to the polling station, but we got assurances from the polling officers and the presiding officer in particular that they are going to move those people, ask them to move once the process starts. And indeed, they actually did that. And as it stands now, there are no motorbikes or anything like that here. One of the motorbikes was parked just right in front of the car, and one was just around the black car over there, but they have actually moved right now.
Okay, so which places are you moving to next?
Oh, we are going to Gempa next. We understand that the aspiring member of parliament on the ticket of the NDC, John Dumelo, called for a halt because there were no indelible ink available, and he expressed his disappointment in the process. So we are going there. We haven't actually gotten him to speak to, but we have had the incumbent member of parliament, Lydia Al-Hassan.
Okay. Keep safe, Portia. We'll get back to you because your constituency is one of the constituencies that many will keep an eye on. So you have an important assignment today for all of us. This is Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. I started off earlier in the day with my colleagues, Wanda Mihegan and Benefo Boabe Abrantepa. Later on, they will take over from me because we have to be switching and swapping at some point. It's going to be a long day, and you'll see me later in the day. But for now, I'm here with you, and Ismail is my guest. He's my resource person the next couple of minutes. He's bringing his experience to bear. He's covered extensively some African elections, followed it, read about it, and we'll do an analysis with what happens in Ghana and what happens elsewhere. He also focused on the Ghana elections and what he thinks could pan out as the day progresses. We are also hearing news that in Fomena, it is getting heated. We told you earlier that yesterday, the incumbent MP, who is now an independent candidate, had one of his men assaulted. That's on our website on www.ghanaweb.com. We're also hearing now that somebody actually rained curses on macho men at the center. We're unable to verify that, but we'll bring you pictures as and when we get it. This is your election plug. My name is Daniel Ojo, and it's Election Desk. Ismail, we're talking about the women issue and how you say it doesn't look like it's shaping out as a major theme because there are women who are contesting and you have a running mate in the NDC as a woman, but people are more focused on the issues, they are more focused on the personalities than the gender and all of that. Let's look at the fact that there are 6 new regions. I don't know if in other African countries you've had a situation where you go into an election and all of a sudden the constituencies change or increase or the regions increase, etc., etc. If there have been, what usually is the pattern?
So there haven't been
okay.
in that aspect.
Okay.
But there's not a major difference because it's the same number of constituencies. It's just that the regional, the geographic layout has been changed.
Okay.
So I don't think it changes much. You could still do your analysis from the previous figures by picking on each constituency. And then later probably they'll move to the regions. It's only when you want to do a regional analysis, that's when maybe you have to shed some numbers from some regions to the new regions that have been created. So that shouldn't really be an issue in terms of the results I'll be expecting. But what should be an issue is voter turnout. It looks like a lot of people are interested in this election, and so many people have come out to vote. And we've seen so many people in the morning joining queues and being there so early. I also saw a lot of people on my way to this studio, and you could see that a lot of people are charged and they really want to vote. And you could see a lot of sensitization going on social media where people are calling on others to join them to vote. And when people vote, they show evidence that they've voted for others to also vote.
But why do they do that though? The AC says it's not proper for people to show evidence that they voted.
No, I mean, so what I mean by evidence is just taking a picture of your finger and posting it on social media to say, oh, I voted and all that. You are seeing MPs do that. You are seeing even, candidates are also doing the same.
Right.
So this is just getting people to also go out and vote.
Okay.
So the turnout, I have a feeling, is going to be higher than we've always been seeing. And the higher it is, well, the more trouble for some of the aspirants who want to be president.
Okay, so the pollster, Ben Epson, says is predicting 85% turnout in terms of the voters. Last 4 years, we had only 69% thereabout voter turnout. Let's go to Dodo, which is one of our interesting constituencies. Joseph Adamafio is our roving reporter there. I'm told he's got a big personality to interview. Joseph, good morning and welcome to Election Desk.
Good morning.
So who do you have? Who do you have in your...
Yeah, I have Mr. Okovandapoy, the
Okovandapoy,
incumbent MP,
okay.
currently right now. Yes, he voted at the Girls School Park in Mamprobi, and is currently at some of the various voting centers, and is currently at the Chemwena polling station, and I'm currently about to speak to him. But before then, we are expecting about 70,000 people to vote in this constituency, and Mr. Okovandapoy, who's the former mayor, is vying for his second term. Formerly, the MP over here, Mr. Fritz Bafwa, who had 2 terms. Prior to his coming, there was Amele Tigu, who had 3 terms. Okay, currently I have Mr. Okovandapoy with me. Good morning, sir. Yes, sir. Please, you voted very shortly. How has the process been?
Well, I've gone through the process. For me, it's very smooth, and it will be safe for everybody. So that every Ghanaian who's in the queue would without the challenge.
According to the EC, 70,000 people are expected to vote. Last 4 years, he won. Yes.
This community.
Yes.
Yeah, in Abdul Fattah, I think we have 78,000 on the voters register.
According to the statistics, last 4 years, you won by 31,000 votes. Your opponent also came close with 26,000. This time, you are going against a different opponent. What is the challenge right now?
Well, I think by the end of the day, the NDC carried the day, and I think carried the day with everything. You know, we've worked hard, we've communicated with the people. People know. So I know that the margin will be extremely great.
So far, are you content with the electoral processes?
It appears we have a challenge with the internet connection, but Joseph Adamafio is our reporter in Ablekuma South, and you just saw him speaking with Okovandapoy. Let's reconnect with him again.
On the voting.
In total, how many votes are you expecting to accumulate this time? Should it be more than what you gained last 4 years?
Definitely, I'm sure it will be more than what we gained last 4 years, and the difference will also be greater than what we did last 4 years.
And lastly, before we go, John Mahama had one of his final rallies in this community. Would you say that will catapult you?
Okay, we still have a challenge with the internet connection, but as you can hear him, Okovandapoy, who is the former mayor of Accra, hoping for re-election. He won that seat in 2016 from the MPP, and so he's hoping that he will cement his place and go for another term in Parliament. Ablekuma South is one of the swing constituencies, and we'll keep an eye on it. Okovo-Napoi has been a bit off the radar since he left the AMA, but if his government wins, he probably will get another position in government. So we'll keep an eye on that constituency.
Well, my message to the electorate is that if you haven't voted, you need to come out. You need to be part of the decision making, so that your choice will reflect. But at the end of the day, I think NDC will come again.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yes. So Daniel.
Okay. So yeah, Joseph, what else can you report apart from Okovo-Napoi, who's come to vote? What else can you report from Ablekuma South, where you are?
So from where I am, I've been able to visit other polling stations, and the situation is very calm here. You know, Choco is known to be a very rowdy community, but from what I've gathered, when the voting process started at 7 a.m., some of the official folks couldn't understand how it's going to be done. So the confusion that has been solved. Elsewhere, police, there was also a few controversies. When I visited that place later on, result, and at that particular stage, we are going to have about 1,000 voters over.
Okay, Joseph. So, Joseph, finally, before you go, if your internet permits, which other constituencies are you visiting from Ablekuma South?
Yeah, so I'll be going to Ablekuma Central. That is where Mr. Ebenezer Nina Nate is the MP on the ticket of the NPP, and he's vying for second term. Not coming, the Mr. Tekai 210, and right now, the incumbent is Mr. Ebenezer Nina. He's going against one Latif Dan of the NPP. So I'll be visiting that and bringing you reports shortly.
Okay. Stay safe and let us know if there are any breaking news that you want us to report on. Joseph Adamafio is one of our many reporters scattered across the 275 constituencies dotted across the 16 regions of this country. And we have told you, we've invested a lot in this coverage because we want to feed you accurate information and news as far as this election is concerned. It's a big deal for us here, and we'll keep you updated. We are yet to go to the Ashanti region. The Ashanti region is interesting because the NDC has vowed to increase its 3 seats in that region. So as time goes on, we'll do a regional breakdown of of this election, a regional breakdown of the previous election. The Greater Accra, Western, and then the Central region, they are key swing regions, and the experts say if you have to win as a presidential candidate or a party, you need to win at least 2 of these swing regions. Let's go back to the grounds where Tina Sewa Asante is joining us, and she's in the company of Vincent Sowa Odote, the outgoing member of parliament. Tina, welcome again. I hear you have in your company Vincent Sowa Odote.
Yes, I have with me Vincent Sowa Odote.
Okay. What's he saying? He's the outgoing member of parliament.
Yes, he said he's all poised and would want to speak on air. So, Honorable. Yeah. We are live on GhanaWeb.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Honorable, this didn't turn out to be a second term for you, but are you expecting that your party will win, or you, like you say, you are bitter and wish that they learn their lessons by not picking you?
No, that's okay. First of all, I think thanks for giving me the opportunity. I'm very hopeful that what we did in 2016 in this constituency, we are going to repeat it. 2016, no one expected us to carry the seat, but we were able to attend 17,000. So retaining it, I think, is much more easier than that, especially considering the good works of His Excellency the President, the free SHS, the one district, one factory, the way we have turned around the economy, the way NAPCO, what we have created in this, and the whole transformation. Ghana is now being respected among the international community. And then when the interventions made for the youth. So I'm very, very hopeful that at the end of the day, we are going to carry the day. In the constituency, yes, I didn't get the chance, but under my tenure, the transformation we've made in this constituency, people realize that as for the MPP, when we make promises, we fulfill them. And so I'm sure that my colleague Gerald will come and continue with all the work that I've done. And people are actually very, very, very happy that that the MPP, the work that we've done here. So I'm pretty confident that we are going to carry the day. We're going to make history in La.
Okay.
It will be the first time an MPP will retain the seat in La Dade Kotopon.
Honorable, it was interesting that you won in 2016. Many people didn't give you a chance, but what is more intriguing is the fact that you were not retained. Beyond that, did you help Gerald after he won in the strategies with which he could win this seat again?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the effort to win 2016 was a collective effort, was a very deep strategic plan, and so the blueprint is there. So we share the blueprint, and I'm pretty confident that the blueprint will deliver the victory as it did for us in 2016.
Are you hoping to return to government if and when Nana Akufo-Addo wins?
Oh, as for government, it's the prerogative of Excellency the President. So you just have to pray. And a lot of people make the mistake. You can support the government in many ways. You can support the government in many ways. And to me, the most gratifying thing is that under the leadership of Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, the proper enabling environment that can lead to growth, that can lead to prosperity is created. That alone is that alone. I'm happy with that. That alone. That's why I'm urging everybody who's listening to me, who's not voted yet, to make sure that you vote for number one wherever you are. Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, and if you're in La, Gerald. If you're in Teshi, don't forget my good friend Dr. Okuboy. If you're in Dungwa, vote for Honorable Afole. If you are in Accra Central, vote for Neil Lante Bannerman. Vote for Neil Lante Bannerman. Also, people, if you are here, Shian Sade. Vote for Shian Sade, number one. He's a fantastic guy. He will come and help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you for spending time with us. Tina, if you can hear me, what else have you picked up from... okay, so Tina is gone, I'm told.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, Tina is back.
Yes, so I'm at La Tresby School, and there's no security personnel here at the moment. And I hear they've explained to the presiding officers that not all electoral areas will get police officers, so they are okay. But so far, the process has been smooth.
Okay. Where else are you moving to? You've been a very busy woman today.
Yes. From here, I'll be going to Mami.
Mami is in which constituency?
It's also in La Dade Kotopon.
La Dade Kotopon. Okay.
Yeah.
Bring us up to speed if and when you get anybody so that we speak to them in your journey as you crisscross the Greater Accra region. The Greater Accra region, like we have told you, is a swing region. Since data has been collected, the MPP has won 3 elections in Greater Accra, and the NDC has also won 3. We don't have data for 1992, which is why we decided to stick with the 6 elections, which is from 1996 up until now. La Dade Kotopon, you had Vincent Odote, who surprisingly won, but was not retained by his party in the primaries, which means he's a one-term president, or a one-term member of parliament. Ismail Akwe is still here. We are having a good conversation about the election, and so far it appears no major chaos, even though we've had pockets of misunderstanding, but no major chaos. You think at 10:36 is a good indication of how the election will go?
I think it's a great indication because looking at elections in the past, everything, if there's supposed to be a major incident, is going to be in the beginning.
Okay.
When maybe ballot boxes delay. And already the EC, I understand, has put out some, some information about the Ayawaso West Wagon delay in the starting of the voting process because
yeah.
of their officials. And with delayed voting, you'll find issues coming up in the morning. In the afternoon, it's a bit relaxed where journalists also get a time to go and eat and do other things, and nothing really happens. But later in the evening, that's where you find those who haven't voted rushing to the polling centers and polling stations to queue and then vote so that they will be counted in there, even if it's after 6 p.m.
Okay.
So I'm sure that's what we're going to see now. So for now, I think everything is good, and it's a good indication that nothing untoward will happen until the counting of the results and also the declaration gets in place.
Okay, so that's what we are hoping for, that we have a violence-free elections. But like Ismail has mentioned, when you get through the processes, that's not done. Sometimes the real chaos happens during the counting, and people have a right to call for recounting if they feel that something has not been done properly. Stick and stay with us here on Election Desk. We'll bring you up-to-the-minute updates. We'll go to Volta region, which is a region considered as the World Bank of the new National Democratic Congress. We'll go there and see how they will perform. Pollster Ben Efson told us that while the Volta region is a very, very important region, it's also important to see how the NDC will perform in the Ashanti region in percentage terms, because the numbers, the shared numbers alone in the Ashanti region is more when you compare it to the Volta region. In fact, the analysis tend to show that in the Greater Accra region, the NDC had more votes in numbers than the Volta region. But when you bring it down to percentages, then you say that in percentage terms, the Volta region is giving the NDC more as against the MPP than the Greater Accra region. But in terms of real numbers alone, the Greater Accra region, the Ashanti region, it's important. So if the NDC will win, it's important to gauge how much percentage they will get in the Greater Accra region, in the Volta region, and in the Ashanti region. Mind you, the MPP has only one seat in the Volta region. They are hoping to increase that seat. And John Peter Mewu, who is the energy minister, is said to be doing some good work. He is the energy minister. We'll go there and see how the processes are going. And then when you go to Ashanti region, the NDC has 3 seats, with Asawasi being one of them. Muntaka Mubarak, who is the member of parliament, is hoping to go for another term in office. Would he be lucky? Chairman Wuntumi, who is the MPP chairman in the Ashanti region, says they want to take every seat in the Ashanti region for the MPP. In another case, you have the NDC saying that they will increase their 3 seats to 7 seats, which is a very, very Herculean task for any party, especially the NDC, because the Ashanti region is known as a very stronghold, a big stronghold for the MPP. How would the free SHS shape the conversation and the outcome of this result? How would the Okada conversation shape the result of this election? The MDC says they are going to go on an infrastructure drive if and when they win the elections. That's if John Mahama is returned as president. They've got the big push. They've got the free primary health care, which is one of their major promises. They've also told us they are going to improve the free SHS, abolish the double track system, which they say is a failure on the part of the MPP. In fact, John Dramani Mahama says that he is the originator of the free senior high school policy. The MPP says that is a big lie. We'll go to the central region where Jane Nana Opukwa-Jiman is the running mate for the NDC. She comes from that region. How would that shape the conversation and the outcome of this result, being an indigene of the central region? In 2016, the central region fell for the MPP. The western region fell for the MPP. The Greater Accra region fell for the MPP. And then the MPP won their traditional Eastern region and Ashanti region, making it 5, which is why they won the election of 2016 by over 1 million votes, or almost 1 million votes. They have 169 members of parliament, and they're hoping to increase that number to over 175. NDC has 106 members in parliament. To be able to win the election, they need to overturn the over 50 deficits that they have. Don't forget also that there are over 50 MPs who are not returning to Parliament, either voluntarily or because they lost primaries. A lot of data to pour over. But Abrantepa has joined me again. I told you we'll be switching and swapping at some point. But he's joined me with some updates, major updates coming in. Abrantepa.
Presidential candidate for the opposition, NDC, John Mahama, has voted in the Bolibamboy constituency.
Right.
But there is a bit of misunderstanding or confusion because the polling center that he voted, he says he registered with his bodyguard there during the exhibition too. They went there, but the bodyguard's name is missing in the voters register.
Okay.
So he's unable to vote.
Okay.
And he finds it difficult to understand what the problem is. He doesn't know whether it's a general problem or it's something.
It's a one-off thing.
Yes. So, but he will not draw any conclusions yet. He will make sure that they get the right authorities to confirm what actually happened. So that's one thing that has been happening. We also received reports of another misunderstanding in the Ododudio constituency, one of the polling stations, where we were told that it was due to the queues that they had formed.
Okay.
So the city engineers polling station, that was it, that we heard that there was a bit of misunderstanding. We were told that some voters barged into the center despite the presence of the security, and it was a bit difficult for the security to bring the situation under control. But as it stands now, we are told that the situation has been brought to a control and people are actually voting peacefully. So that's a bit of an update for our viewers out there.
Okay, this is Election Desk. We promised that we're going to bring you updates as and when we get it. So Bolibamboy is the updates coming in. The flag bearer of the NDC, former President John Dramani Mahama, that's where he votes. And we're told that he voted, but even though he registered with his bodyguard during the registration exercise, the bodyguard is unable to find his name in the register, and that has created a bit of confusion there. The EC, we're hopeful, would respond to this, whether it's a one-off event or it's a problem pervasive across the 16 regions of the country. What's social media saying, Abrantepa, so far? We are, 10:45? We've done a little over 3 hours of voting now.
Yes, exactly. So some people are showing pictures of they casting their ballot, not who they voted for. But I can go to the center, and then when I'm voting, I give you my phone for you to take a picture and then show. There is also
which is unlawful, though.
Exactly.
It's illegal.
But well, so it's still ongoing. Some are still campaigning. Others are showing pictures of themselves at the polling station. Some there are also memes. There are people who are ridiculing. So a whole lot. The conversation has kept social media very busy. There's the talk of doom. So I don't know how it has also popped up. I don't know, but it's not like some centers are experiencing power outages. So these are some of the conversations ongoing on social media. You follow the hashtag. There are so many hashtags. There is a Ghana election today. There is an election 2020, and lots of comments going out there. We've also seen pictures of the Vice President Baumia casting his ballot. Pictures from other constituencies and polling centers where we were told that there were a bit of delays with respect to the voting materials, but it's currently the issue or the confusion and all that have been doused a bit. So that's it for social media. I don't know if I should run.
You can run through some of the comments.
Okay, so as expected, my Eagle Prophet must be bleeding by now. The rain no fall. The voting day too. The rain no follow. The voting too they go on. And I must say he beg God on our behalf. I don't know if you remember this. The Eagle he sees 3 on the voting day. There's going to be heavy rain.
Yeah.
The elections won't come off. He was seeing some things that are not actually fortunate for our elections, and some people are taking it for social media, if you like, or for want of a better word, tease him, because they think that as that his prophecy has failed. Because it's not
could open.
Exactly. You know how the rules are. So let's just wait and see how it goes. The rest I'm saying in the campaign. But there are others that are also these fact check websites that are asking the public to make sure that they are very careful about the things that they share, because you know there are so many fake news going on. So you need to fact check before you share.
Okay, Abantipa, hold on to your thought, because we've got breaking news coming in. We've got updates from Tema East, I guess. Tema East, Buama is our correspondent in Tema. She's joined us and will bring us updates on this alleged confusion in Tema. Good morning, Elsie. What's happening where you are?
Okay, Daniel, I'm currently at the Padlos Primary School at the Tema East Constituency. It turns out that some members of the MPP are luring people to vote for the party against their will.
How are they doing that?
They are giving them money, so they'll approach you in the queue, they'll give you money, then they'll take your voter's ID card and lead you to where the voting process is, and then they'll force you to vote. So that's what is happening. And the NDC members are not agreeing to whatever it is that is happening, and it has resulted in chaos. The police officers had to intervene, and the situation is still persistent as I speak to you.
So let me understand this. The MPP, you allege that they approach people in the queue, give them money, and lead them to the ballot.
The people are not in the queue, okay? They are outside. They are outside where the voting is taking place. They are outside the premises.
Okay.
So they'll approach you, they'll take your voter's ID card, and then they'll give you money and direct you to where they are voting, and then you go and vote for the NPP instead of NDC.
So this is an allegation that is coming from the NDC, or this is something you have seen with your eyes yourself?
Some people I spoke to, including from both sides, NPP and NDC, have confirmed that this is what is going on. Especially the NDC members, they are very, very agitated about what is happening now. And then there are some people that they have caught, and then they've asked to go home as a result of that.
So, have they reported this incident to the polling officer or the returning officer, which is the EC officials there?
The EC speakers still undertaking their voting process. The voting is still going on. They are not involved, but as I speak to you now, the security officers have intervened, and I think the situation is getting better now.
Okay. So why do they take the voters registered, the voters ID card from the people though? I'm saying you are alleging that when they give them the money, they take the voters ID card from them. Why do they take it from them? Because you need the voters ID to vote.
They'll take it from them because they are the ones who will go and speak to whoever it is over there so they could vote. So I think it's a matter of protocol. It has to do with protocol. Because they cannot go there on their own. Because it's not their turn. You know, you have to follow the queue. So since they went to pick them from somewhere, they have to go with them to where the votes are being casted, and then they would lead them to go and vote. That's how it's done.
Okay. So Tema East, who are the candidates in that constituency, and what's their history like? Which party usually would win that seat?
So Tema East is Titus Glover for NPP and Isaac Adamson for NDC. And since 1996, it has been dominated by the New Patriotic Party till date. So we would have to wait and see what today holds for us, whether it will continue in that suit or whether it will be broken.
Okay, but what else can you report from Tema East? What did you see apart from this confrontation or chaos that happened? What else did you witness?
So far, Titus Glover has casted his vote at the Tridiase polling station. The Greater Accra Regional Minister was also here some few minutes ago. He came here to monitor the events, and yeah, we spoke to them. So we are hoping that everything goes on smoothly. Okay. Apart from this very chaos at the St. Patmos Street School, we haven't recorded any other so far.
Okay. So how many people are you expecting to vote today? Do you have an idea? How many people are on the voters' roll in Tema East, where you are?
Hello?
I'm asking how many people are on the voters' roll in Tema East. How many people are expected to vote today? Oh, I think we lost Elsie Bubuama, who is our correspondent in Tema East, where Titus Glover, the incumbent, is hoping to win another term to represent his people in Parliament for another 4 years. Benefo Boabin Abrantepa is still here with me. He was running me through some of the social media reactions. He brought us updates from Boli Bamboy, where the former president and the flag bearer, John Dramani Mahama, is casting his vote. He, after casting his vote, realized that his bodyguard, who he registered in the same constituency with and polling station with, couldn't find his name. And that has brought a bit of an issue there. We brought you footage of Mr. Mahama casting his vote. And then there was the issue in Odododio. And then we're picking intelligence that there's an issue in Fomena. We'll also keep an eye on Infanteman. Don't forget, a few weeks ago, and then the MPP decided to replace him with the wife. How would that shape up? Would the wife gain sympathy votes in today's election? Abante, you were telling me about the social media reactions.
Yes. So this one is from Prince Tego. I'm not sure it's the Prince Tego that we know.
Not the footballer.
Make sure you vote for the person who best represents your vision, hope, and dream for the country. Now you might be mistaken, but trust you did what's best. Do what's best, not just for you, but for Ghana. This one also says, vote and return home quietly. Don't go and fall in love.
Okay.
We know some of you. I met her at the
Hold on to your thoughts there. I'm told your microphone is a bit thin. We'll go for a break shortly, and then when we return, we'll engage you. We are doing this show with you, so be our citizen reporter. If you have any updates from wherever you are voting, kindly let us know. Our phone lines are on our website. If you go beneath every story, there are numbers there you can reach us on. This show is with you. Join us on Election Desk. We are back after the break.
We've done it before, and we can do it again. Let us on Monday exorcise the ghost of Ayawaso West Logan. My name is John Dramani Mahama, and I stand for peace. Let there be peace in Ghana. Let there be peace in Ghana before, during, and after the elections. God bless our dear nation, Ghana, and God bless us all. Thank you. We've done it before, and we can do it again.
This is the third time I've participated in this ceremony. The first two as leader of the opposition, and the third as President of the Republic. On both previous occasions, I've held to my part of the peace pact. And on this third occasion, as President of the Republic, I will do the same.
As Christians, we will continue in our God-given mandate in praying for the leaders of this nation, from the president to the opposition, the legislature, judiciary, security services, and the entire nation. More importantly, we expect our politicians and their supporters to aim for peace. Make the peace of this nation your topmost priority, as is mentioned in Hebrews 2 verse 14. follow peace with all men, and holiness without which no man shall see the Lord. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make us great and strong.
We lift up prayer right now as we put our hand. We pray for the lady. We pray for all that are on the field, our security agents, the police, the army, our doctors, the nurses. In the name of Jesus, the Electoral Commission, the staffs. Father, we intercede. We pray for mercy, 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 divine protection, 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 protection for all. In the name of Jesus, that there will be no strange happenings doing, and after the election. Amen.
It's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV, and we're going all the way until elections. The results are declared by the Electoral Commission of Ghana. The EC says it will declare the results in 24 hours, which is why I'll be here throughout the day. I'll be your host with my colleagues, Benefo Boabia Brantipa, Ismail Akwe, and Wanda Ami Hagan. When our reporters return, they also bring us on their field reports and what they saw when they visited all the polling stations. Don't forget, polling will end at 5 p.m. If you are in the queue before 5, though, you are going to be allowed to cast your ballot. We've visited a number of constituencies, and there are many, many more we're going to be bringing you in the course of the day. We're here to go to the Ashanti region. We're here to go to the Central region. We're here to go to the Volta region, and these are very interesting regions. And then the Western region, where our reporter Daniel Kaku will be on standby. In the meantime, though, the conversation the last few weeks has been about a slowdown of internet on election day. These are only conspiracy theories, which is why over the weekend we brought in an IT specialist, or if you like, internet security analyst. That's the proper portfolio. Internet security analyst, to brief us on how to circumvent a possible shutdown of the internet. We're not saying that the government will shut down the internet, but we're saying that due to the large volumes, it is possible and feasible that the internet will slow down or would shut down on election day, especially when the voting begins. So we're going to give you tips on how to improve your internet connectivity, on how to improve your data and cyber activities in the course of the day and the days after the election. I sat down with Emmanuel Vitus, who is an IT specialist and an internet security analyst, to have a conversation about this and how to circumvent the internet on election day. Enjoy the interview. We're back on Election Desk. Hi, good day and welcome to Election Desk. My name is Daniel Ojo, and as you may have witnessed, we have increased and intensified our build-up to the coverage of this year's 2020 general elections by providing you with crucial tips and information for the all-important assignment. One of the things that have come up for discussion is internet security. Indeed, there are conspiracy theories that the government intends to shut down the internet on election day. And while we are unable to ascertain the truth or otherwise of that, it's important to give you some information on how to stay safe as far as your cyber activities are concerned, which is why today I've been joined by an IT expert who will share all the information with us. My guest today is Emmanuel Vitus, who is an IT specialist. Emmanuel, thank you for your time and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
First of all, what do we mean when we say a government has shut down the internet of a country?
Okay, thank you very much. Internet shutdown are usually extension of, traditional censorship that we observe with traditional media, where the government try to actually muzzle the people and the citizens during crucial period, either protests, either examinations, or either, election like the one we are going to witness in Ghana. And in your introduction, you were talking about conspiracy theory, but in the reality, I think Ghanaians have enjoyed that peace so far, not been actually observing that internet shutdown. But in this year alone, we actually recorded 53 internet shutdowns across the world, and especially in Africa. So we observe shutdowns in even neighboring countries like Togo. You go to Southern Africa like Burundi, Sudan, Zimbabwe. So those are actually facts, in this year alone. And since 2016, those countries have been trying to actually muzzle their people, as I said, during election period, during protests, and sometimes during even rallies. So it's no more a conspiracy theory, but governments are actually very attempted to do that, especially when we have tense period like, the election we are going to witness in Ghana in this 2020.
For those who do not know, the question is, how is government able to tell all the telcos who provide different forms of data to all agree to shut down the internet? Is that even possible?
Yes, it's possible because we have actually documented a number of cases, across the continent where we see government actually ordering telcos, either by sending them letters or putting pressure on them to shut down the internet. And we must recall that usually when telcos come to the country, before even getting the license, to operate and get the spectrums in the country, the government always have an agreement. In the agreement, they always specify that in case the national security is actually involved or is in danger, or the people's peace, is in danger, the telcos must abide by the government instruction by actually shutting down or throttling the internet. So there are two different terms. Right. Throttling meaning that the government will try to slow down, the network, or try to disrupt the network. So in those cases, what usually happens is people are not able to share certain file, let's say images, videos, from their rally, protests, or even, election polls that they are actually getting on their phone. That is throttling. But when it comes to shutdown, we also have a various type of shutdowns where the government either try to do a partial shutdown where he can target a group, let's say journalists, for example, or target activists, or target a region, like, let's say, for example, the Accra region will not be able to, get access to the internet. But we also have cases where we have a total shutdown, which is like a total blackout, and we have observed that a lot in Africa, especially this year. We observe it in Zimbabwe, we observe it in Sudan, we observe it in Cameroon, which is like the longest, 93 days, where the population of a particular region go in a total blackout, for 3 months. So yeah, those are the type of shutdown governments are always, tempted to actually do on the continent and beyond.
Okay. If you just tune in, it's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odo. We're having a conversation about internet security on election day and the days after the elections when we are expecting results to trickle in. My guest today is Emmanuel Vitus, who is an internet security expert. He's joined us for the conversation. Vitus, so why is it important for a government to keep the internet on election day?
Yeah, it's very important for the government to keep the internet on, during the election day, because, the internet has become a tool of communication today. If we were having this conversation 20 years ago, I think we'll be actually speaking about traditional media. Right. But as you know, today the internet has actually taken over the traditional media in terms of communication. So government usually must keep the internet, flowing as normal, because at every level of the election process, we actually need the internet. For the electoral, officers, they need the internet to be able to communicate, the data. The journalists need the internet to actually, communicate with their various editors and, newsroom. We also have the people, like the economy must keep growing, keep going despite the election. And, if government try, for example, to shut down the internet, it means technically a lot of, vital sectors of the country will be affected that are not even related to the election. We have the health sector, for example, where, health practitioners are across the the country. They need the internet, election or without election, they need it, to continue giving that health care to people.
Okay.
And we also have, banks. We have other vital, institutions in the country. Even the security services that are shutting down the internet, they need it to be able to actually, communicate during, the election. So government had the duty to keep the internet on, before, during, and after the election.
Is it possible that because of the volume of, if you like, people trying to access the internet automatically slows down without anybody deliberately doing that to slow the internet?
I must say that if you take a country like Ghana, I think Ghana is very well prepared, we have witnesses other events that are not election related where people do use the internet. Let's say the New Year Eve, for example. Everybody wants to exchange, the
text
wishes
messages,
and text messages, but it flows. So I don't think there's a reason.
There's a jam too, especially on Christmas Day or New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
Or on the night of the New Year, people sending text messages, and you see that there's a jam of sort without anybody intentionally doing this.
Yes, so this is where the government has the duty to actually make sure that the telcos are actually well prepared ahead of such events. Because if in Ghana, for example, we have, let's say, 40% of internet penetration, it means that the telcos are ready, equipped with the telecommunication equipment to actually provide such services to the people, because it's their right. If you take the UN resolution, the resolution said that the same right the citizens enjoy offline, they should be able to enjoy it online. So if the traditional media, there will not be a jam on traditional media during election day, I think it's the same process when it comes to the internet. So the government and the telcos, they have their duty to provide quality of service during the election, and I think the election should be even, the day where people really enjoy the internet.
Okay, so in the event that there is a slowdown of the internet or there's an internet shutdown, how do people circumvent the situation?
So we have observed, and during the last 4 years, most of my research have focused on such situation, especially the internet shutdown across the continent. And I can tell you for sure that anytime the activists or the right defenders try to actually bring up those circumvention tools, the government is also studying, is also working. And in the past, we used to advise people to use VPNs, which are, private networks. And those VPN can easily, bypass a certain level of shutdown. But we have observed cases in Benin, for example, where the government is even able to block VPNs. It's to tell you that African governments, especially in Africa, most governments are investing a lot, into those tools. But still, I think we still have some basic tools. So in recent years, we have advised people to use certain tools, which are mostly open source, tools to circumvent the internet. So some of the tools are, secure chatting apps. And today, during election, we advise activists, especially, and journalists, to use some of the tools like WhatsApp. They are encrypted, communication platform. If you take Signal, if you take Telegram, if you take Silence, or even iMessages, those are platform or applications that are very secure, highly secured and encrypted. So the government will not be able, to actually tempted to actually block such communication. We also advise people to use, web proxy tools, which are actually tools that actually help the people to circumvent the censorship. And in some cases, those tools are actually online free. As I said, they are usually open source. We also have some browsers that help people to circumvent, like the Tor browser. The Tor browser help people, for example, to circumvent the government, shutdowns. And we also have other tools like VPNs, as I was mentioning. We have like Siphon, we have Lantern, we have Tunnel Bear, we have other, free VPNs that people can download from their phone. In Africa, we have proverbs, and we usually say that you don't wait for the war to buy your gun or your weapon. So it's very important that today is the eve of the election. This period, people have to actually download those VPNs from their phone. Just go on your App Store or, I don't know, Windows Store, or whatever store, whatever phone you are using. Download the app so that you are able to get ready in case of a shutdown. Just activate the VPN. So the VPN allow you to actually, circumvent a government targeted, shutdown.
So does this work for only individuals or media organizations like websites who run websites, etc.?
Yeah.
What are some of the tools they can use?
So for websites, for example, they can also use those proxy tools where, for example, their IPs can be changed easily, so that the visitors can easily visit the website. We have cases, for example, in Cameroon where the government not just tried to shut down the internet, but also target websites, because some of the websites, for example, don't do moderation of content. They actually allow people to express themselves freely, so the government is not always happy with that. So what they try to do is they wait until the election to actually block such websites. We observe cases for even recently in Nigeria during the NSAS protests, where government has targeted a number of websites who are actually pro protest. So it's very important for the website to also get those tools ready before the election, so that they are actually well equipped to send their content out for their readers. But also, there's one thing I want to mention which is very important. It's very important to actually probe those shutdowns. It's very important because after the election, it's important for civil society organizations to do what we call a strategic litigation, because they must hold all the people who were involved in such blockage or such shutdown accountable. So in those cases, we have tools that we use, and the most important ones, or the most common ones that we use that are open source, are UNI. UNI is also an app that allows the citizens to do that vigilante, around the internet shutdown. So they can easily download the UNI. The UNI is OONI. They can download the app, and the app allows them to see the number of websites that the government of Ghana, for example, has blocked during the election period, so that they can keep those data for the strategic litigations after the election. It's also important to use the NetBlock scan, which is just a link. Just click on it, and a team based in London will receive the feed from Ghana to know which network, for example, is being blocked, which website is being blocked, which chatting app or web-based app is being blocked in the country. So those tools are very important, I must say, because it helps the strategic litigation. And I will give a case, like in our neighboring country, Togo, when the government of Togo shut down the internet in 2017 during the mass protest, the civil society organization, especially Amnesty International, they were able to actually probe the shutdown, and they sued the government at the ECOWAS courts. And the regional courts actually, condemned the government of Togo. And for the first time in the history of internet shutdown, a court of law actually state that the internet is a right to the people. And this is in our region. So I encourage civil society organizations to probe any kind of shutdown, any kind of blockage, to actually be able to serve a lesson to other governments in the region to not be tempted to actually,
but this
shut down the
case that you mentioned of, aside the pronouncement by the court that it's the right of citizens, what other sanctions would a country, for instance, get if it blocks citizens from accessing the internet?
First of all, I think it's a victory. A victory for the people, a victory for civil society, and a victory for the country. Because as I said, the internet was shut down for 3 years. The government has, find any way to justify it. But for the first time, even the bad press around the condemnation from the ECOWAS court, it doesn't help the government. So it's very important for citizens to know that no government in Africa or in the world like bad press. So that is one first victory for civil society. But aside that, it's also, it is actually very important, because when you look at the partners, from the partners, I mean the Bretton Woods institutions like the World Bank or the IMF, etc. Those institutions, and include the US government, they will not invest in your country or actually keep supporting, despotic government who are actually violating their citizens' rights. So it's a victory in a short and long term. So it's very important, even if it's a small victory, it's very important for civil society to keep, the problem going, so that the government should know that aside the monetary and condemnation, because they were condemned to even pay money, to the people who actually sued them. There were 7 organizations who sued the government of Togo. And as I said, right now, civil society organizations across the world are having other strategic litigations ongoing. In Sudan, in Zimbabwe, even across, the world. We have Bangladesh, India, and other countries that are actually getting that temptation of, shutting down anytime there is a small problem in the country.
Right. We're still here on Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. And here, we don't just feed you with the news, we also educate you on how to stay safe and how to go about your duties. So we're having a conversation about internet security on the day of the election and the days after, because you expect the results to come in. In the last couple of days, there have been a lot of conversations about how slow the internet is, and people are conspiring and saying the government intends to shut down the internet on election day. We cannot ascertain the truth or otherwise of that, but better be prepared than to be sorry, which is why we have the internet security expert here to educate us on how to go about it in the event that there is a slowness or there's a shutdown of the internet. Let's wrap up our conversation. Have you seen any signs in the last few days with your expertise that the internet is a bit slower than usual? Have you seen anything like that?
Yes, I've actually observed it, but we use tools, and I personally use tools to actually check various networks to see if indeed government try to block such networks. But I haven't really actually recorded any single yet, so it may be technical.
Okay.
But yes, we still hope that the technical is not, another expertise that the government actually got to circumvent our tools that we use. And I would say that there's no absolute reason, or justification for any government in the world to shut down the internet for its people, because there's no gain either for the economy, for the government, or the people. So it's very important for the government to keep it on. It's counterproductive. It's very counterproductive, to shut down the internet, and there's no beneficial, as I said, to the economy. It's anti-constitutional, it's illegal, and it's like the last weapon for the despot. And I don't think any leader in Ghana here want to actually join that small circle of despots that we have across the continent.
Shutting down the internet costs the economy a lot of money. Do you have an estimate of how much it costs?
Yeah, so over the years, since 2018, we have actually worked with other organizations such as the NetBlock and the CIPESA, which is Collaboration for International ICT and Policy in East Africa, CIPESA. We have worked with them, and today we have a tool that allows every citizen across the continent to measure the cost of a shutdown on his economy or the country's economy. And for Ghana, for example, 1 day of internet shutdown will cost the government about $22 million, which is like about 126 million if I keep the rate of 2019, and right now it will be more than that because the rate of the dollar has changed. So it's very important. If 1 day of internet shutdown can cost the government of Ghana $22 million, dollars, is very important for the government to make sure that, our gains over the years for our democracy, we should be able to keep, winning instead of, joining that small circle of, countries that are shutting down the internet for their people.
Right. So that's it for Election Desk. We're going to be here on Election Day throughout the day. We're going to be here until the results are declared, so you don't have to move your you don't have to switch between websites. We're going to be live from across the 275 constituencies. We've got boots on the ground, we've got people who are going to bring in live reports, and you don't want to miss that. We're going to be here for 48 hours if need be. We're going to be here for 72 hours if need be, but that's the duty that we have assigned to ourselves, that we're going to feed you with every information that you need on election day. It's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV, and throughout our website and our social media handles, we'll feed you every information that you need. I've been here with Emmanuel Vitus, who's an internet security expert, and he's been telling us some of the things that we can do to circumvent a situation where the internet is slow or is shut down. We don't envisage that will happen. I don't think that has happened in the history of this country. This is the 8th successive election under the Fourth Republic, and nothing of that sort has happened. We don't envisage that will happen. We are hopeful that there will be a very smooth election on December 7th, and hopefully the EC has promised that it's going to declare the result 24 hours after, and hopefully they stick to their words. Emmanuel, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
Very educative, and we hope that after the elections we can sit down and have a conversation once again. That's it from us here at GhanaWeb TV. We're back on election day throughout the day. My name is Daniel Odro. I hope you had a wonderful time. I'll see you soon. Bye for now.
I'm currently at the Christian Divine Church, located closer to the Ganeshi Market, and already voters are currently lined up in queue waiting for their turn to vote. But I currently have the presiding over with me. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please, what's your name?
Daniel Ahemfo.
Okay, and please, what time is voting expected to start?
7 o'clock a.m.
Okay, and how many voters are you expecting?
We have 2 centers, but at my center I'm expecting 476 to vote this morning.
And what are the regulations that people are supposed to cooperate with?
Yes, per the COVID protocols, any voter who comes in is supposed to first of all wash their hands, sanitize, then move to the very first desk where the voter shows the ID card to the name reference officer. The name reference officer checks, then goes to the second table, that is the BVO. The officer also checks, verifies, then moves to the third desk for the presidential ballot, casts the presidential, then moves to the last, which is the parliamentary. Then finally, that ends the process for the voter. Currently, because we haven't started, most of them are outside now, and before they enter, we would enforce that they are in their nose masks. Even before they wash their hands, we ensure that they are in their nose masks before they go through the process.
Patrol me do was roughly 4:35 in the morning. My person me to na me coffee na me ko home kakra. Ne ehun hiam so se me to aba. Eno nti na me do one time sir.
I came here yesterday evening, 8 o'clock. Wow, so you are the first in line?
Yes. I'll be going to work.
Okay.
So we are 2. I have to come and do it early so that the other man to get a chance to also go and then vote.
I was here by 11 o'clock yesterday. Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, 11 o'clock.
Since then, have you been satisfied with what you are seeing?
Yes. I'm satisfied.
So we're currently at the Ganeshi West JHS, where the first person has just completed casting her ballot on both the presidential and parliamentary. Mommy, good morning. Please, what time did you arrive here to cast your first vote?
Oh, 5:30.
5:30.
Yes.
And as the process, are you satisfied with the process so far?
Very well.
Oh, okay. So, what are you looking forward to in this elections?
Oh, look for a successful election, peaceful election.
Good morning.
Please, what time did you arrive here?
Around 5:30 a.m.
And are you the first person to cast the ballot or your second?
Second person.
Wow. And has the process been hectic or anything?
Oh no, it's been smooth. It's been comfortable. So.
You've heard from some of the voters here at the Christian Divine Church, where there are 2 polling stations here, and in the next couple of minutes or hour, people will be casting their votes. Reporting for GhanaWeb, my name is Joseph Adamafio.
Sir.
This is my first station of, because I came to vote here and also to see what is happening. So far I'm impressed with the participation. You can see that the sun is rising, the queue is quite long, but people are patiently standing in it. I haven't seen any disturbance anywhere. Again, I've questioned, asked the EC officials, and they're telling me that the process is smooth. They are not encountering any challenges, technical or whatever. So I'm happy with what I've seen here. So far also, I've been monitoring the other centers on our common platform, and it's going well. But for me, I'm going to go round as many polling stations, centers as possible to see what is happening. But I'm impressed so far.
You've cast your vote yourself as a citizen of Ghana. How do you feel?
I feel excited.
For after casting your vote for 2020?
I feel excited. I didn't just cast my vote. I cast my vote for His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa and Tanguba Abaya, the number one on the ballot. And I'm excited about it. I'm already excited about the results after 5 o'clock. Because I don't know if you are asking me, but let me just tell you that I know that after 5 o'clock I'll be declared the winner. And for the first time in the history of Nabongo Central Constituency, an MPP presidential candidate will be declared the winner.
What makes you so sure?
What makes me so sure? Because I've worked. I've worked very hard. You know, the end result of hard work is not just today. It's what we have done throughout the campaign period. I and my team, and when I say my team, I mean the New Patriotic Party in the Constituency, we have worked very, very hard to ensure a resounding victory for another Dankwa.
Onya sure say waika.
Oh, there be na photo no na na.
Anya wa photo.
Anya me photo na ma jam chi ma.
Am ka say ja o keka na o mini pa za boto ba.
Oh. Je la nye mini sa ba sa fe.
O ba ha che.
Oh, ba sa 1 hour.
1 hour. Oh, okay. Na ka kana druso.
Yeah.
Okay. Then se dia ko si o ba ha. Bien to tima. Yang kata
we are at Central Police Station. That's the police station name. The number of voters we are expecting to come and vote is 667.
But at the moment, how many people have voted?
So far, about 45 people have cast their votes for now. We are hoping the rest will come later in the afternoon. And you can see people are in the queue also waiting patiently to vote.
Okay.
So we know definitely before 5 o'clock, all the voters will come around, come and vote so that everything will be peaceful.
Oh, okay. All right. So Is there any challenge, especially with the verification machines?
For now, we have not gotten any challenge yet.
Okay.
And we hope it will remain same till the time is due.
Okay, your name?
My name is Makama Watinegi, yes, presiding officer for Central Police Station.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Oh, maybe. So we will be never in Quadi, we will be mine. And the password your system.
Into to a
oh, about it, says me in the streets in India. I can't hear you, sir. My fair.
Okay, and then I was expecting the next 4 years, you're out of it.
Yes, 4 years. We expect. You're penny for a say, but you might be Mumbes Council, who did one. My messenger is a woman, I'm a sumo, Macum Kakra. Now for my Duduana, you manum, not to be my desire. Scania 10% crowd, which was only 70 something, 70%, 7% of 3% of the age man. And someone in me with your Biamatona, Cromede, Sacron, when you might cost myself say that. So go with your ya. You decided that I'm a little book.
Into what to say that I'm okay, a best son.
I'm not sure and say put on black, put to them Lamboni, put on you. And I pay back for Butu. I say, like, back we buy you book free, you'll be a book. Sana Canadian, who are used from 50 kilo, and put me enjoy. At the Bassana, yeah, change so back for Kabaja Bosso. I go for Jibosso. Would you be a cross, Miss Abby? Naka Kutabu one, I can be a bit Naka. You're so good to be a coming in. Say, who will be Pakudi to be the dear President New York Cross, Miss Abby.
Okay, we are at Pampaman Henry Street polling station. It is A and B. Voters are busily casting their votes, except that, yes, you wouldn't see queue here as we used to see at other places. There are some people who are finished voting, and we want to get them to express their view on how they've seen the process and what they actually view the whole thing. Hey, Martin, what about you?
Oh, we are possible.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but Miss Machine. 4 o'clock, I'm bedroom.
Okay.
The bedroom, first panel to about near to the back of it.
Okay.
A banum can say, been answer line of a banner. I'm on 40 as any judgment to me. I'm from my say, Metro, no message, Serrano Messino. I'm going to have already got orders from A and B in 1 year, polling station A, not from C to Y, police station B. It's Metro, no messino. Metro 1 Metro A, Metro 1 Metro B. All right. To buy the bill, I'm sure we'll send we will catch some people sending that.
Oh, yeah, agent.
Any agent, I'm a family.
No, it's for my concert.
Oh, my
God.
I say, one of my Chimabana.
Okay. What about you?
I told you, I'm tossing me.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, and we more have you. And what about you? We had more. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Look at the more you see, try it.
Sir?
I can't say, man, and cost papa.
Sir?
And to Mum and when you're black, a cranny in your bin.
In front of Gum.
I said, my one more machine, how much you go, my in your bin.
Sir?
Sing 5 some buy a crumber the camera. Will be any budget.
Sir?
Maybe we're boy 1190, maybe we're boy a crumber. 550. Every moon, you be
Sir?
You my mom with the money a little on much.
Oh, now what in him, sir?
Oh, what me figure boy about for you. And the chroma figure about for you.
Sir. Okay. Where's the so about a bit who be ever?
Oh, we be. So we will be never in Quadi, we will be mine. And the password your system.
Into to a
oh, about it, says me in the streets in India. We can't hear you, sir. My fair.
Okay, and then I was expecting the next 4 years you're out of it.
Yes, 4 years. We expect. You're penny for a say, but you might be Mumbes Council, who did one. Now, Messenger is a woman, I'm a sumo, Macum Kakra. Now, for my Duduana, you manum, not to be my desire. Scania 10% crowd, which was only 70 something, 70%, 7% of 3% of the age man. And someone in me with your Biamatona, Cromede, Sacron, when you might cost myself say that. So book will be all year. You decide that I'm going to go book.
Into what to say, that some okay, a best son.
I'm going to say, put to him like, put to them Lambo, you put to me. And I go back for Butu. I say, like, bye, you back.
Yankasano with the Smiler. I will be a friend Babo soldier, an NDC party agent. And a German Kosovo area. Everything is very perfect. We are fine. And should guess what the bonfire say I agree for your baby. I should guess about it. And see what. Was a higher national chief and also they be our cover the peace. So we also obey the peace for the national chief this year. And once I have started without any violence, I wish say we are going to end it without any violence.
From Farouk Usman Mensa, the deputy organizer of Constituency. And so far voting is progress. Be correct. Be here. Sana is national in Yamano say Sana say both parties we are trying to maintain peace and order. Our polling stations, we have polling stations that I see flashy points. But this time around, we are not making it flashy because we understand ourselves and the politics may have been and young talk. So we are trying to handle things in a nice way. I am at the end of the day, we are not expecting that. We are expecting whoever wins has won the elections.
My name is Godbo, Godbo, living love. And I'm residing at the polling station 1 at Okanpe North. And this is the polling station is St. Anthony Coaches. And I think everything has been the party agents have checked everything they have to check. And I think we're almost ready to start the process. Everything is in place. We have about 331 people who are supposed to register, who are supposed to vote. So we are expecting 331 people with I think 2 absences. So we are just hoping that we have a nice vote.
My name is Suleiman Seydou Abrefo. This morning, by 4 a.m., they brought the presidential and the parliamentary box. So now we are setting the center for the voting to start. You can't enter here without face mask. If somebody comes without face mask, and we have some, I'll give them. If I don't have, then they have to find one.
I just arrived at the Abeka 1 and 2 polling center at the Okaikwe Central Constituency. Some observers that I spoke to when I arrived here said that the election started exactly at 7 o'clock without any incidents. There were just a few minor issues of someone not being able to get his details verified by the biometric machine, but the EC officials tell me they are working on it. They are currently very busy. They wouldn't even want to go on camera to speak.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
You happen to be the first person to cast your ballot this morning.
Yes, please.
How's the feeling like?
Oh, very relaxed. I'm not under any pressure, under any tension. I have done the work. I have worked very, very hard. And I think that all I'm expecting this evening, by the grace of God, is a resounding and emphatic victory.
In 2016, you tried for the first time and you won the seat.
Yes, please.
In 2020, is the work too difficult compared to 2016?
Well, I would say that the stakes are higher this time round, and as an incumbent, you have done a lot of projects, you have done a lot of things, you've done a lot of human resource development, you've done quite a lot of things, and you are going to be judged by that. And in addition to that, you need to touch base with the people, and I've done just exactly that. Safe to say that, well, if you want to put me strictly to give you a direct answer to that question, I'll tell you that I feel more relaxed now than in 2016.
You have better relaxed now than 2016.
That is obviously.
How have people received your campaign, your messages you are giving them going into this election and possibly the prospects of they retaining you?
Well, wherever I've been, the people come out to give testimonies. In fact, it's very interesting. The rallies are normally very interesting. You go to the place and the people themselves come out in their numbers to give testimonies upon testimonies. They say they don't want to allow you to speak. You just get up and 3 minutes you are done, because they have the physical things that they have seen as far as the 4 years is concerned. So it is our record that is speaking for us. His Excellency the President's record and my record in the constituency is speaking for us big time.
What do you make of your contender from the other side?
Well, I will say that she's campaigned vigorously. She's put up her best, but that will not be enough to overturn the overwhelming support I have.
What is the margin of expectation?
I am thinking of defeating her by a minimum difference of 7,000.
7,000?
Yes, please.
What of the president? Because oftentimes we have the presidential candidate either having a higher mark than the parliamentary candidate or vice versa. Looking at the campaign you have done.
From the education I have done and from the campaign I have made, I expect to have the same votes with the presidential candidate. And we are hoping that I will win by a 7,000 margin and the president will win by a 7,000 margin.
Will you be shocked if you lose this election?
That has not come to my mind at all.
You have never thought about it?
I've never thought about it because it can't happen and it will not happen.
Should it happen?
By the grace of God, it will be an emphatic victory.
Should it happen?
Anything that happens is to the glory of God.
All right, well, thank you.
done it before, and we can do it again. Let us on Monday exorcise the ghost of Ayawaso West Logan. My name is John Dramani Mahama, and I stand for peace. Let there be peace in Ghana. Let there be peace in Ghana before, during, and after the elections. God bless our dear nation, Ghana, and God bless us all. Thank you. We've done it before.
This is the third time I've participated in this ceremony. The first two as leader of the opposition, and the third as President of the Republic. On both previous occasions, I've held to my part of the Peace Pact. And on this third occasion, as President of the Republic, I will do the same.
As Christians, we will continue in our God-given mandate in praying for the leaders of this nation, from the president to the opposition, the legislature, judiciary, security services, and the entire nation. More importantly, we expect our politicians and their supporters to aim for peace. Make the peace of this nation your topmost priority, as is mentioned in Hebrews 2 verse 14. Follow peace with all men, and holiness without which no man shall see the Lord. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make us great and strong.
We lift up prayer right now as we put our hand. We pray for the lady. We pray for all that are on the field, our security agents, the police, the army, our doctors, the nurses, in the name of Jesus, the electoral commission, the staffs. Father, we intercede. We pray for mercy, 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 divine protection, 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 protection for all, in the name of Jesus, that there will be no strange happenings doing, and after the election. Amen.
As Ghana heads to the polls, there is one message everyone is propagating, and that is peace. But have we done enough to protect the peace we are enjoying, or our actions and inactions are rather jeopardizing the trait? This is what we are seated to discuss on GhanaWeb's election desk. My name is Benefo Boabin. I'll return to introduce my guest. Welcome back. It's the GhanaWeb election desk, and we have a conversation with Reverend Dr. Kwabena Opuni Frimpong. He's the Executive Director for Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa and the former General Secretary of the Christian Council. Osofo Akwaba.
Thank you.
So we witnessed the Peace Pact program on Friday, where we had the flag bearers of the two major political parties, i.e. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo of the NPP and former President John Mahama of the NDC, commit to peace. Is this enough?
Yeah, Abrantipa, let me say this, that there's at the moment a national cry for peace, and this national cry is coming from faith-based organization leaders. I have seen Church of Pentecost, the chairman and his team calling for peace. I've seen the Presbyterian Church of Ghana moderator. I've seen the Catholic Church. I have seen the Methodists, and Muslim leaders. So faith-based organization leaders are calling for peace. I've seen traditional leaders also, including Santehene and many more, calling for peace. I have seen media houses like yours, your desk, Election Desk, GhanaWeb, so many people within and outside are calling for peace. And we should not take that national cry for granted. And that is why what happened yesterday, the signing of the Peace Pact, to me, is timely and helpful. That the two leading presidential candidates will go public that we commit to peace. So it is very good. But we are not there yet, because now, yes, we have His Excellency Nana Addo and former President, His Excellency President Mahama, publicly committing to peace. But beyond the two, how do we also get the various members of parliament, the aspiring members of parliament, and their followers, and their foot soldiers also to commit to peace? And if anything at all, I think as we continue with this conversation, that is where we have reached. How do we get the other members, the aspiring members, and their followers, the young people who are there for the honorables, how do we also get them to commit to peace? Because for them, they may not publicly go to Kempinski Hotel to sign any document.
Maybe I should throw the question back to you. How do we get them to commit to peace?
And that can be done as a flow from what happened yesterday. These two leading, I know we have other presidential candidates, but let us stay on NDC and MPP. They are ordinary, but they are not ordinary. In fact, in the political history of this country, this is the first time that we are having two presidents, one former president and one sitting president, contesting for the same office that they have occupied before. Whether you call it Flagstaff House, whether you call it Jubilee House, is the same, the seat of leadership in this country. And now we pray and hope that beyond signing a peace document, that they will let their followers know that I don't want to come to power on the back of bloodshed. You see, leadership is service. So if I'm coming to serve Ghana, why should a young person, 28-year-old man, die at Banda Ahinkro? Why should some young people die at Nkrankwanta? Why should we have what happened recently at Odododiodio? Why should we experience another Abuabo and that kind of thing? So we need them to, beyond just appending a signature, to go public and privately, that I will not want to go into leadership, into service on the back of bloodshed. I will want to go to church after the election or mosque wearing white, that God has called me to serve the people of this country. And when I raise my hand to God in thanksgiving, that I have been called to serve Ghanaians, I have won the election, my hands must be clean, whether you are in the mosque or in church. We don't want leaders, our leaders, to go to church or to go to mosques after the election, knowing that they have won the election as a result of the death of an innocent young man or young lady. So these are the things that we will hope, they will let this time their followers to commit to. And I believe if they want to get us there, we will get there.
Looking at the campaign that we've seen so far and the messages that have been put across, do you see our politicians propagating the peace even before this pact was signed?
Interestingly, sometimes we wish that close to election, while we've been talking about peace, 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 our elections must be issue-based. Sometimes, Abrantepa, we finish election before talking about the real needs, the bread and butter needs. We finish the election, then you hear people, but they are not doing our roads. They are not doing this. They are not doing that. Now, that must be the conversation before the election, so that informs who I'm voting for, or why I'm voting for. But because we are aware of the stories from Ivory Coast, we are aware of the story coming from Mali, we know what is happening in DR Congo, we know other African countries having post-election challenges, and we don't want to have that experience in this country. Instead of paying greater attention to issues, bread and butter issues, our attention, especially our media friends, now is on peace. Let's get our country together. Let us hold Ghana together. But so far, like we said earlier on, the national cry for peace and what we have achieved even just yesterday, it seems to me, especially Ghanaian media and your media platform, have done very well. Now, ordinary Ghanaian can follow the issues. You realize people understand. So we should not just stay at the peace campaign. But what are the issues that we are voting for? Because if sometimes the politicians are smart, they keep us just there. Talk about peace. Don't talk about the issues. So they give us political soundbite. When I win, I'll do this. When they win and you go back to them, so you didn't hear me well, I didn't say that. What do you do? So now, yes, they are committed to the peace. But I think they must be more committed to the bread and butter issues, the developmental issues. We must hold them accountable. There must be a social contract. In fact, here I would say that our traditional leaders, our pastors, must rather demand accountability from our political leaders so they don't take us for granted. Now you find them giving bags of cement, iron sheet, some mobile phone to people to vote for them. In fact, some collect t-shirts. You vote for somebody because the person has that you t-shirt. But beyond t-shirt, every election is about the future. My future, my children's future. So to me, yes, they are committed to peace. And you see that from the media landscape. But beyond peace, we must also push for the development that will serve us today and tomorrow.
How significant and how binding is this peace pact? Because some, for instance, the parties have been advised that they shouldn't be just a mere public show. How significant is this?
We've done it before, and because it has worked before, we can console ourselves that it will work this year. I witnessed the 2012, I witnessed the
is GhanaWeb's election desk. We've been bringing you the full coverage of the 2020 elections and for my reporters, as well as updates on our site. We are sorry for cutting into that interview with my colleague, Benefo Boabeng Abrantepa. We'll bring you the rest of the interview after this update, but information we are gathering from the Central Region is that there have been some gunshots incidents in the Owutu Senya East constituency of the Central Region. And Samuel Addo, who is Class FM's correspondent, is there to give us some updates. Samuel, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello, my sister. I can hear you.
Okay, so this is a hotspot that was identified by the police, the Ghana Police Service, and we are hearing of some unfortunate incidents in the area. What exactly can you report from the ground?
Yeah, I'm currently at the Step to Christ Registration Center at the Owutu Senya constituency. As I speak with you, there had been a serious incident over here. This registration center is a center where the NDC MP, PC, that's the NDC PC, that's Phyllis Nakoyo, where she has been casting her vote. This morning, she came to cast a vote in which journalists interviewed her. After the interview, she moved with her entourage. Quickly, all of a sudden, we just saw a V8. The V8 just passed by, went straight to her house. Unknowingly, this V8 nearly hit the vehicle of the NDC PC, but the driver was quick enough to swerve the V8. So an order came from the PC and entourage that they should follow the V8 to know who the person or who those people are. So when they were following some few meters to the registration center, the V8 stopped. And then quickly a guy from the vehicle stepped out and then pulled a that's AK-47 gun, pointed it at the vehicle. And then a command from the V8 came that I should fire. And then he started firing the vehicle. And those in the vehicle, some were able to escape. Some also sustained a very serious injury in which they've been rushed to the hospital for treatment. So as the security agencies are here to make a survey to know what happened or what caused this incident. So they've come for the live bullets which were the remains which were found over here.
Do we know how many people were in the car, in the vehicle at the time of the incident?
Yeah, there were 3 of them. 2 sustained serious injury. 1 has been rushed to the hospital, and then the other 2 have been given some first aid over here. I mean, he was affected by 2 fingers. The 2 fingers were affected, seriously injured.
So the suspects involved in this criminal activity, have they been taken by the police?
No, they've not been taken, or they've not been arrested by the police. They've been at large as I speak with you.
All right. And is the parliamentary candidate for the NDC safe as we speak? Hello, Samuel, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, Samuel, I'm asking if the NDC parliamentary candidate for the area is currently safe after the whole incident.
Please, the line is very faint. I can't hear properly. So if you can come back again, but loudly.
Hello, Samuel. I'm asking if Nakole, who is the parliamentary candidate for Owutu Senya East constituency, she's safe as we speak.
If I can hear you, if I was able to hear you clearly, are you asking of her whereabouts?
Yes, I'm asking where she is and if she's safe after the incident.
All right. As I speak with you, for now we don't know where she is now because we are currently at the scene. So we don't know where she is now. But information gathered is that she is very okay. She is okay because they were able to save her. They were able to save her, so she is in a safe hand right now as I speak with you.
Thank you for that update. That was Samuel Addo, who is the Class FM our sister channel, our sister station. Their correspondent, he has been giving us updates from the Ewutu Senya East constituency, which is Member of Parliament Hawa Kumsin's constituency. We know there were some incidents of violence during the voter registration, and it's unfortunate we have recorded another incident of violence which involves gunshots and unfortunately the injury of some people. But we want to we'll move away from there and have an interview with our pollster who has been working on the Ghana election poll, a poll which has featured on our channel from June to November. It started on June 1 and ended on November 30th. We will be speaking to Albert Kofi. He is a lecturer at GIMPA, and he's also the pollster who has been in charge of the Ghana election poll, which featured on GhanaWeb. Good morning, good afternoon, sorry, and welcome to GhanaWeb Selection Desk. Okay, how is the whole atmosphere for you so far since morning?
Well, it's been very calm. I was expecting to see a lot of traffic in town, but it looks like people at polling centers to go and cast their vote. So it's been, I mean, it took me less than 30 minutes to get here. You know, so it's been very calm.
It's been calm from your end.
Calm from my end,
yeah. Let's get into the conversation. Polls. You've been working on polls. We've had 4 waves of the Ghana election polls. How important are polls?
Well, polls are very important
in an election, yeah.
In an election, polls are very important to gauge the sentiments or the views of the larger population. You know, it tells you within a certain level of confidence that certain sentiments of the people, you know, are viewed or are expressed. You know, so polls are very, very important in an election. It helps you to know what is important for the masses in the lead up to elections.
Do they really represent the views of people, and are there biases in polls?
Well, like we just saw in the just ended US elections, you know, people are beginning to think that polls really do not cut it very well. And I will say that, well, people are not wrong to say that polls give you views of people within a certain you know, margin of error. It may not be 100% exact. You know, scientifically, that's why we always state the margin of error, that this poll is true within a certain level of interval, confidence interval. You know, so polls are good. You know, it helps you to at least know what is important to people, what people are thinking about, you know, in our elections especially. You know, but I would say that they might not be represent 100% what is actually on the ground.
So it's not 100%, but about which percentage are we looking at if we are talking about representation of the views of the people?
Well, yeah, so that is how come in the sampling or the methodology, you make sure that it reflects the general dynamics of the population. You know, so for example, Ghana's population, we have 51% female, we have 49% male, you know, and so on. And the age brackets are, we also have specific numbers for the age bracket. So you make sure that your sampling reflects the population characteristics, and then we can have some level of confidence in your polls.
Okay.
Yes.
The Ghana election polls, I mean, we've had a number of polls in Ghana, but is this a new one? Is this something that has been going on before now?
Well, I will say that, well, this is not a new one. We have a lot of other pollsters. We know the good old Ben Epson, you know, who runs polls. I mean, he's well known for polls. We have other media houses that also do polls.
I mean, for the Ghana election polls specifically, is this the first time you're holding?
Yeah, this is the first time.
This is the
this is the first time.
Okay.
And we started running from June to November. you know, and it's been monthly. It's been monthly. Every month we come out with the findings from starting from June. Yes.
So we know pollster Benefson, who is quite popular. Which other popular polls do we have in Ghana?
Well, I think the University of Ghana also does polls. I think one of the departments, I think the sociology department or the psychologist department, philosophy, sorry, they also do run polls, election polls, you know. But the difference with ours is that ours has been monthly. Of poll, ours has been monthly. We have been running monthly, taking the views of people every month, and then looking at the trends, looking at what dynamics or what variables are changing. You know, so ours is different in the sense that it's not a one-off poll like the others.
It was consistent.
Yes, exactly.
In 4 ways.
Yes.
So what went into your research? How did you conduct these polls? What is the methodology? How did you get your information?
Okay, so GhanaWeb has a collaboration with MSI ACI, which is a research company in Netherlands. So it's not done locally. We use their platform, which is a data collection platform, and they have a panel of respondents, which is also interfaced with the GhanaWeb platform, where respondents can go there online and then answer the questions. And then the questions are such that they are what is called screening questions. So before you answer the polls, you have to qualify by answering a series of questions. First of all, you have to be a Ghanaian. You know, you have to be at the voting. You have to have the voting age of 18 and over before you can take part. So once you answer the series of questions, if you don't qualify, the system disqualifies you and you are not able to continue. But once you go through the series of questions, if you qualify, then you're allowed to answer the polls. Yes.
You talk about qualification. How do you know if someone is faking? Because if I should try the poll and I put in my details and I say I'm a Ghanaian and I'm not a Ghanaian, is there a way the system can identify that?
Well, unfortunately not, but we have your IP locations. We can tell whether you are living in Ghana or you are outside of Ghana. Well, one of the questions they ask is whether you are living in Ghana or you are living outside Ghana. You know, but as to whether we can tell whether you are Ghanaian or not, we cannot. The system is not able to tell whether the person answering is a Ghanaian or not a Ghanaian. You know, but it is open to Ghanaians. Once you go through the series of questions, then the system qualifies you to proceed to go and answer. Yes.
People will always have their issues with polls. They would always make conclusions and suggestions that they may be biased. Let's talk about biases. How authentic or how credible are these polls?
Okay, so let me start by saying that when we started, the first wave that we won, we had a sample of 792 responses. And then we moved on to, I think, 2024, and so on. So the sample sizes have been increasing for every wave. The last wave, we had over 3,000 responses. And there has been a lot of interest in the Ghana election poll. Remember, within the campaign period, former President Mahama put it on his social media handles. So, some of the findings, he put some of the findings on his social media handles, you know, and we've seen other references to the polls. And I think that has really, you know, caused a lot of people to be interested in the polls. So over time, we see a lot more people getting interested in the polls. But I suspect that some parties, you know, some of the parties also do mobilize their people to, you know, to take part in the polls. You know, knowing that GhanaWeb is a very vast platform which has a very wide reach, carries a lot of weight, you know, so I suspect that a lot of people do mobilize their members to vote on the polls.
So could there be an instance where a particular party, like you're saying, mobilizes its people to vote, and so that particular polls or results from that particular polls are skewed towards them, like it's skewed in their favor. The responses they put the responses they want in their favor. Is that a possibility?
Okay, well, it is possible, but what we then introduced was that now we changed the questions a bit. We made sure that now we had questions identifying who you are. So we introduced the question of political affiliation. What is your political affiliation? We give options as to whether you are NDC or you lean NDC, whether you are NPP or you lean NPP, or whether you are apolitical, you don't belong to any of them, any of the political parties. So the analysis is based on some of these segments. So it's based on age group, it's based on gender, it's based on political affiliation, and so on. So then we can tell within the demographics how it plays out, how the affiliations play out in the analysis.
Okay, so let's we have 4 waves of the polls. Let's take it one by one. What were some of the things you discovered? What were some of the results you got in the first wave, which was from June 1 to June 30?
Yes. Well, so the findings do not tell you that this party is going to win or this party is going to lose. No. So we have questions as, like, if elections were to be held today, who do you think will win? Which candidate do you think will win? You know, we've had candidate Mahama winning a few times, you know, and then if elections are to be held today, which party do you think will win? You know, so we've had questions like that. We've had questions like, how will you feel if your candidate loses? Whether you be angry, whether you be disappointed, whether you know, all kinds of reactions come in. And we also do have an open-ended response, you know, that we allow the respondents to tell us what they think about the poll. And if you look at the analysis of the open-ended response, it's been generally positive. I mean, as at the time of filling in the polls, people are very, the comments coming in are very, very positive. And a lot of people give thumbs up for the work that we are doing with the Ghana web election polls. But the only thing is that when the results come out and it doesn't favor a certain side, then you have a lot of all kinds of reactions coming in.
Which is pretty normal.
Yeah, which is pretty normal. I mean,
it was the same trend throughout the 4 waves.
No, it's not been the same trend. For example, in the very last wave that we did, we had the finding that President Akufo-Addo is going to win Greater Accra. You know, he's going to win it by a slender margin. You know, and we've also had from wave 1 to wave 4, we've had a trend analysis of some of the key questions, as like, if elections are to be held today, who's going to win? We've had former President Mahama's electoral chances moving up and then tapering off after wave 4, you know, during the wave 4 findings. And then that of President Akufo-Addo, it's from wave 1, it's been coming down gradually, and then wave 4, it started moving up. Okay. So he has an uptick in his electoral chances. So a lot more people are saying that if elections were to be held today, by the polls, they will vote for Nana Akufo-Addo. And that of former President Mahama keeps dropping.
So then it means that 4 waves.
Exactly, in all 4 waves. Okay. And then we did a trend projection to see how it's looking like. Yes.
Okay. You've already spoken about the importance of polls, but I want to know, what is the ultimate purpose of this specific polls in this election period? What purpose was it supposed to serve?
Well, so it was supposed to serve as a guide to all political parties to look at what really is important to Ghanaians, what people. In one of the questions, we asked a question as to what are the most important issues that you consider when you are casting your ballots. So we had economy, we had employment, we had security, we had the coronavirus pandemic, you know, and a lot more people were more interested in economy, bread and butter issues, I mean, let me say, you know. So we hope that the political parties, and obviously the parties did take notice. Like I said, we had references to the polls from the candidates, you know, in the lead up to the elections, pointing to the fact that, especially when it favors them, and you know, they refer to it and say that, this is what Ghanaians are saying, which means that, well, Ghanaians really trust that when we come, we can do.
And it could actually help them with their ground.
Exactly. Yes. You know. So it also serves as an education for all. How do you call it? The electorate, for people to, you know, look at it and then see what it's important in the lead up to the elections. Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
This one has ended already.
Yes.
Because the elections are here now.
Yes.
What should we expect next?
Yeah. So we now have an exit poll.
Okay.
We have an exit poll. I'm sure it's to be put up very shortly, asking what or which candidates Ghanaians voted for and why.
Okay.
You know, and for those who have voted already, we ask you, have you voted yet? If yes, which candidate did you vote for? And why did you vote for the candidate? And there are options you select. And then for those who are yet to vote, we ask them, who would you be voting for? And why would you be voting for such a candidate? And then we hope that by the end of the day, we'll find a lot more responses to be able to put out the findings. Beyond
2020,
yeah,
what should Ghanaians look forward to? Is this going to happen again the next election?
Oh yeah, it's something that we will be pushing very strongly. We see that there's been a lot more interest, and various stakeholders have expressed interest in the polls, and we think that it's really moved the needle, and we will continue to put it out there.
And is this going to only focus on general elections or any other election?
No, already we do have polls on GhanaWeb.
Okay.
We do have polls running from time to time, and during the polls we have tried as much as possible to include things that are trending. If you look at the just ended poll, we included issues of the special prosecutor's resignation and the subsequent spats with the government. We included the Ijapa royalties deal and what people's perceptions are on them. So if you look at the polls from wave one, we have always included, aside of the politics, we have also included trending issues, things that are trending. I mean, coronavirus has always been part of the questions on coronavirus have always been part of. And looking at the final wave that we did, the findings suggest that a lot more Ghanaians want schools to reopen with social distancing and nose mask on.
Okay.
You know, others want schools to open normally, but you know, a lot more are saying that they prefer that schools open with social distancing and mask on, you know, so that the kids are safe to study. Yes.
Thank you for your time here. And the education, I think it was really important for people to know what this whole Ghana election polls are about, and to clear doubts as far as authenticity and credibility is concerned. So thank you. We've been speaking to Albert Kofi. He is a lecturer with GIMPA and the pollster who is in charge of the Ghana election poll, which featured on GhanaWeb from June to November 30. This is still GhanaWeb Election Desk, where we are bringing you continuous coverage of everything happening on the ground, and we are getting information from our field reporters, our correspondents. We are also bringing you updates as far as figures are concerned. We are bringing you a balanced report and facts as events unfold. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. 2020 elections here on GhanaWeb Election Desk. A few incidents have happened to mar the morning's peaceful process, but we are hopeful that this wouldn't continue and wouldn't be a trend throughout the day. We are hoping for a peaceful, free and fair elections. And if you haven't voted yet, we are encouraging you to go and cast your votes because it is your civic responsibility. We are still getting updates from the ground, and we have on the line our correspondent, Echo, who has been monitoring events. Echo, if you can hear me, where have you been monitoring events from, and what is happening on the ground?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Echo.
Hello, I can hear you.
Hello, Echo. I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you now. Where are you coming to us from, and what have you been monitoring since morning?
I'm currently at Steps to Christ polling station at Kaswa, Senya East Constituency. There was some incident. Hello.
Continue.
Sorry, guys. There was some incidents this morning during the voting. According to the assemblyman here, Daniel, he's saying that some people came with their car, with a pickup car, and entered the aspirant Nakoyo's house. And when they went to the house, they didn't find the woman there. So they came out and they found out that there's a vehicle, Kia Soul vehicle coming to the polling station.
Okay, it appears we have lost Echo on the line, but he is at the Senya East constituency in the central region, and he will be updating us on the violence incidents that have happened over there. But so far, we know that the two candidates of the two major parties and their running mates have all cast their votes. We have NDC flag bearer John Dramani Mahama and casting his vote at his constituency, which is Bole. And then we have the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, also casting his vote at the Wale constituency. So we'll continue with those updates, but now let's take Echo. We have Echo back on the line. Echo, what you were giving me updates regarding the incident at the Senya East constituency.
No, currently we have the police presence here. The police are here to see to it that the incident is brought under control, and they will be addressing the media shortly. So I'm hanging around to know whatever they want to say.
You are saying the police will be addressing the media shortly. But what is the situation as far as other electorates are concerned?
So far, those who are standing here are some people who have gone to vote, and others who live around, who have come to the situation ground to see what is happening. So there's nothing major happening here aside people watching over and the police taking their forensic on the vehicle that was crashed by some hoodlums.
Has this in any way affected the voting process?
No. It's far from the voting center. It's about 100 meters away from the voting center. So the voting center is in a school, and the incident happened on the road leading to the school. So it's far from there.
Okay, and
people are still voting at the moment.
Sure. And have we heard anything from the incumbent member of parliament for the constituency? Hawa Kumsin?
No, at the moment she is not here, and the aspiring parliamentary candidate too is not around. So we are just waiting for them. Unless they will be addressing the media shortly. So we are just hanging around waiting for any official statement from either the police or the NDC parliamentary candidate or the MPP parliamentary candidate.
All right, Eko, many thanks for that update from the Ewutu Senya East constituency, where some violent incidents have been recorded. Some gunshots were, I mean, some people fired gunshots and they are yet to be identified. The police will address the media on that issue shortly. But like I was saying, all candidates, I beg your pardon, of the two major political parties, the NDC and the MPP, have cast their votes together with their running mates. So I mentioned John Dramani Mahama and Vice President Dr. Baumia, who also cast his vote at the Wale Wale constituency. We also have running mate for the NDC, who is Jane Nana Opoku, casting her vote at Cape Coast, and then the president, Nana Akufo-Addo, who cast his vote earlier at Chebi. So we've been getting updates from the field, and for now we know that some polling stations have recorded no violent incidents, but we also know that there have been a few inconsistencies at some hotspots. The Ododo-Dio constituency recorded a few clashes or some chaos earlier in the day. We also got updates from the Ewutu Senya East constituency, where 3 persons have been injured. And then we also know that there have been some delays from some polling stations during the voting process. The EC has been updating Ghanaians as and when they get updates from their observers on the ground. So we'll be bringing you that. But for now, we just want to go over, before we take a short break, what you have to do when you get to the polling grounds. And so you join the queue. When it's your turn, you go through the biometric identification process by placing your finger on a biometric verification device, which is the BVD. And then the next step, you have a permanent ink, or the indelible ink will be used on your little finger to mark and show that you have been verified, after which you can take your presidential ballot. And this is what you should note. You should ensure that the ballot is stamped and has a serial number. This will make sure that your vote doesn't end up wasted. You should make sure that your ballot paper is stamped and has a serial number. Then you go to the booth where you can finally use your thumb to endorse whichever candidate, your preferred candidate you want in the presidential election. Then you from that step, you fold your ballot paper vertically from left to right, and then you fold it horizontally again, top to bottom. And then you cast your vote, you put it in the ballot box, and then you go back to the ballot issuer for the parliamentary ballot paper. So you go through the whole process again, but make sure that your paper is stamped to ensure that your vote is safe. So before this whole interruption, we saw my colleague, Benefo Boabeng Abrantepa, interacting with Executive Director for Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa, and that was Reverend Opuni Frimpong. We'll get back to that interview and we'll return with more updates. This is Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV.
What is happening in DR Congo? We know other African countries having post-election challenges, and we don't want to have that experience in this country. Instead of paying greater attention to issues, bread and butter issues, our attention, especially our media friends, now is on peace. Let's get our country together. Let us hold Ghana together. But so far, like we said earlier on, the national cry for peace and what we have achieved even just yesterday, it seems to me, especially Ghanaian media and your media platform, have done very well. Now, ordinary Ghanaian can follow the issues. You realize people understand. So we should not just stay at the peace campaign. But what are the issues that we are voting for? Because if sometimes the politicians are smart, they keep us just there. Talk about peace. Don't talk about the issues. So they give us political soundbite. When I win, I'll do this. When they win and you go back to them, so you didn't hear me well, I didn't say that. What do? You know. So now, yes, they are committed to the peace. But I think they must be more committed to the bread and butter issues, the developmental issues. We must hold them accountable. There must be a social contract. In fact, here I will say that our traditional leaders, our pastors, must rather demand accountability from our political leaders so they don't take us for granted. Now you find them giving bags of cement, iron sheet, some mobile phone to people to vote for them. In fact, some collect t-shirts. You know, you vote for somebody because the person has that shoe t-shirt. But beyond t-shirt, every election is about the future. You know, my future, my children's future. So to me, yes, they are committed to peace. And you see that from the media landscape. But beyond peace, we must also push for the development that will serve us today and tomorrow.
How significant and how binding is this peace pact? Because, I mean, for instance, the parties have been advised that they shouldn't be just a mere public show. How significant is this?
We've done it before. And because it has worked before, we can console ourselves that it will work this year. I witnessed the 2012, I witnessed the 2016, one at GhanaWeb Great Hall. Santehene was there, all of them, former president, may he rest in peace, Rawlings and others were there. And because what we have done in the past have worked for us, we pray and hope that what they did yesterday will also work. But sometimes people will raise that concern you have just raised because we've seen such things in other countries. I've seen 2018, I was DR Congo for a similar thing, their election. We were there, we were tasked to do this peace campaign, United Nations and all that. But they finished the election, the story is different. You see this in Angola, you see this in Ivory Coast. You know, how many times have people been there, ECOWAS and African Union, but they are burning themselves up. But at least in this country, to a large extent, we can say that the peace pact we have signed over the years have worked for us. And so we pray and hope it will work, that we don't disappoint ourselves. That's what I'm trying to say, that Ghanaians should not disappoint ourselves. Even if these two leading political parties will not want to commit, ordinary Ghanaian young people in this country must commit themselves to peace, because there's a correlation between sustainable peace and sustainable development. You know, so I want peace for us to be here to work. I want peace for our farmers to go to their farms. I want peace for market people to go to market. That's what I need. I don't expect that I wake up in the morning and a politician will come home and serve me breakfast, lunch, supper. If I don't work very hard, you know, somebody becomes member of parliament, and so what? You see, so we can't joke with the peace for the sake of our young people. And maybe let me use your platform to plead with our leaders. Yes, we need free, fair, credible election. The Electoral Commission must commit to that. But above all, Ghanaians will want to have peace, national cohesion, and nobody must deny us that.
Some have said we are just preaching peace. We are not looking at the other side of the coin. I mean, peace, love, and harmony, that's okay. But there also has to be justice. We need to do things fairly. What's your position on that?
You are right. You are right. You know, you can't just cheat me again and again, and then you come and squeeze me and say, don't shout, don't talk, just be okay, you'll be fine. I will be fine, you know. But for once, I've been following the electoral processes for some time, not only this year, but the way this current electoral commissions working, the level of transparency. Now, in fact, they did that during the exhibition. On your mobile phone, the details are all over. Now, what will happen on December 7th on your mobile phone, they've given a code that you can have all your details. In fact, earlier on, they put even the whole register out there. But I think they've made some changes. And how the declaration of results, in fact, the collation and declaration will be done this year is new, completely new. You know, previously, you get the polling station to constituency, then from constituency straight to the strong room of the electoral commission. So the 275 will be with them. Now, from constituency, all the results will go to the regions. And everybody will be there. They'll do the collation there. So only 16 results will come to Accra, to the EC office. So in terms of participation, there are so many people involved. And if we all do our homework well, we should get justice, what we are looking for, you know. But back to justice, the issue you have raised is collective responsibility. It's a shared responsibility. If we all go to sleep and expect that EC will do everything and the security agencies don't do what they are supposed to do, the political parties send agents to the polling station to monitor. Abrantepa, you can get some parties who send agents and they go there in the morning and then they rush out to do whatever, I don't know. Then close to the evening when we are about to do the counting, then they show up. And somebody whispers to them, they have cheated you, they've cheated you. And they start their choboy, they have cheated us. It was your responsibility to stay throughout. Why didn't you stay? Then some of the people they send, even, I'm sorry to say, the quality, academic background, the pink sheet story we had the other day, you find somebody who will write figures 3 to 4. Words 3 THRE 3 TWO2 4. Now 324 is not the same as 324. So if you send somebody as your polling station for a leading parties like MPP, NDC, who doesn't know that 324 in figure is not the same as 324 in words, and you finish and you come and tell me that you are not getting justice. The people you send there must understand basic law. They must understand, the CI 127, basic, what does it mean? They finish, and if they say they have, won, then they join the celebration. You must stay there and append your signature. Or they say you've lost. Still, you must sign because, you see, some people are smart. 3, they can put another 3 at the opposite, and it becomes 8. So instead of 324, now it becomes 824. They say they have, but where were you? Why didn't you sign? Why didn't you stay? Ordinary people can just join the celebration, but you as an agent of the party must, justice. But we must open our eyes. It's a shared responsibility. So you also don't fail to do what you ought to do and come and be on the rooftop shouting for justice. So people must be responsible, but we are in together.
It's the 8th election in the 4th Republic. Do you feel there is tension in the air?
Yes and no. Yes, especially before the registration, voter register. You remember the demonstrations, law court, and some even raise their voice that there will be bloodshed. You remember, some people talk, unfortunately do. So, looking from that angle, it wasn't the best. To the extent that even during the registration, like I said earlier on, we lost some innocent young people, unfortunately though. So from that angle, but I think moving forward and the transparency, let the citizen know approach that the Electoral Commission took, and the role the media, Ghanaian media, you have also played that consistently. People are raising questions, you are educating all of us. I think the tension, the level of public confidence in the electoral system keep going up. And it seems to me that is why the tension is gradually being dissolved. So now you look at the atmosphere. We are not, out of the woods yet, but it is better than before the registration of voters. That is my impression.
All right, so we will take a break here. We're having a conversation with Reverend Dr. Kwabena Opuni Frimpong, who is the Executive Director of Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa and the former General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana. When we return, we'll continue with the conversation. I'll be asking him, in instances where there are misunderstandings, there are confusions, disagreement, what do we need to do in order not to compromise the peace that we are enjoying? It's GhanaWeb's election desk. We are back after this break. Welcome back. It's the GhanaWeb election desk. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, and we are having a conversation with Reverend Dr. Opuni Frimpong. Rev, before we went on the break, I was asking, in case there are disagreements, in case we have issues, there is violence whatsoever, how do we handle it? How do we address it?
Yeah, Abrantipa, you see, you can't have democracy without Democrats. You need Democrats to practice democracy. And therefore, I want to believe that all the contestants are Democrats, good Democrats. Now, in democracy, you play according to the rule. You don't just play according to your whims and caprices, this is me. It's not a macho thing. You see, hooliganism in democracy is a contradiction. And in democracy, when you lose honorably. When you win honorably. What it means is, in football, you can have a draw. But in a political election like this, we don't have a draw. It's either a win or you've lost. Unfortunately, and to me, this is the mindset of some of our political leaders. They go into election with one-sided approach that we are going to win. And that's how they psych their followers. This Agbena stuff, we finish. But it doesn't work like that. You see, fine, it can go that way for you, but it is also possible it may not. So these few hours ahead of us, I pray and hope that our political leaders will psych their members that we may win, who doesn't want to. But if it happens, it doesn't go our way, we will accept it. That maybe, and especially those who are people of faith, in election, God declares his will. So maybe this is not God's will for us today, but who knows tomorrow. So we need to get their members, their followers ready, that if we win, praise God. If we happen to lose, still praise God. And it should not be difficult for any of them, still either Nanado or President Mahama, any of them to pick a phone call, and whether if it happens Nanado is still going to be our next president, it should not be difficult for former President Mahama to call him, congratulate him. Or if it happens the tables turn and it's former President Mahama, it should not be difficult for Nanado as a Democrat to call him that, brother, you are the man God and Ghanaians have given the sovereign will to. Congratulations. They should not wait and struggle and mobilize people on the street, innocent young people, and use any state institution to do that, And again, we'll pray and hope also that I'm a pastor. Sometimes how we do celebration, you see, this kind of election, the level of investment, the investment they make, it doesn't start from even the national one. It starts from the primaries, when the various political parties, and some are giving bicycles, some are giving motorbikes, some may even give cars. You see,
there are some that have been accused of giving money.
Money, you remember that? There's so much. For some of them is business. So if they don't win, counting their costs is a very painful thing to do. And so after the election, how we do our celebration, the choice of words, including even pastors, those who come to church. So now I find some pastors, they go to church. Now, you must know that in the same assembly, in the same congregation, others are grieving. You know, and they are your members too. So we must do our celebration very responsibly. That you need those who have lost. You need them in governance, and including those who have been successful. So in governance, we need all. So you don't do it in such a way that people are hurting and they are angry and they feel you don't need them, so they distance themselves. Even in our celebration, we must celebrate in the atmosphere that even though you have lost, you are needed. We need you. You know, you are loved, you are accepted. So I pray and hope even churches, the way we celebrate post-election successes must be very inclusive. That even those who may not be successful still feel that belong to this church or mosque, you know. And what we do in the community must be welcoming, else people will remain in pain and in health, and they keep it the next 4 years. We don't need that for good governance.
Look, we've seen a number of your colleagues, I'm talking about pastors and prophets, give prophecies about the election. Some say MPP is winning, some say NDC is winning. A recipe for chaos?
Let me go straight and say this. That some pastors have been irresponsible in this country. I have in mind all these political prophecies. We don't need them. You see, in election, we have accepted that God will lead us. Election is another way that God leads God's people. So when we do election, it doesn't mean we have drifted from Scripture. And so when the people of God, if you want to understand what I'm trying to say, for instance, I'm a Presbyterian. If we say we are going to have election, even church people, this church will never allow anybody to rise up and say, I'm the prophet or prophetess, and God has revealed to me that Reverend so-and-so should be the leader, moderator, and so he is the leader. The Presbyterians will stop you and say, come on, get out of the room, we don't need it. We are church people, but they will say that they don't need your prophecy for anything. In fact, Church of Pentecost, prophecy in Church of Pentecost is one of the church that you want to see prophecy. When they are ready to elect a leader, chairman for Church of Pentecost, they will never allow anybody to come and say, I'm prophet, and God says, and God says. Now, if we church people will not even allow prophet to tell us who the church leader must be, when we have a whole nation, some are not even Christians, Muslims, why do people, take that role upon themselves that I know what God wants to do? And what are you doing? Especially when we finish the election and that your prophecy doesn't come to pass. Do you want us to believe that therefore somebody has stolen the election? And that's the implication. That's what I call irresponsible. Because when you give me impression that God says, Abrantepa, you are going to win, who am I to say that now we finish, you didn't win, and therefore God has lied to us? So the other side is, then the EC has not been fair. And church people, instead of, keeping the national cohesion, you end up pushing the nation to a corner that EC has stolen or rigged the election for some. So please, we will still plead with our pastors. In fact, I've heard Archbishop Kwesi Sapon also adding his voice that stop this. Many people have said, the more you call that, let's stop this for the sake of peace. The next morning you come and then they also will come and say all kind of things. But our pastors, our imams, our traditional leaders have done very well. In terms of, having active citizens. They've raised their voices. They have journeyed with us in church. Some are on media platforms like this. And moving into the future, I want to see more. But this idea of pastors aligning themselves with particular political parties and therefore giving prophecies in favor of them. Some of them, all their prophecies will go into a particular political party. If you are a servant of God, a prophet, your prophet, if today God says it's not this man, as the other person. You should be able to say, you know, have prophets who always prophesy for MPP, prophets who always prophesy for NDC. And in prophecy, don't just come and tell me who will die, who will not die. Prophets must tell what God wants us to do. Read scripture. Prophets must tell me God wants you to do this or not to do that. So moving into the future, colleague ministers, let us give prophecy. I believe in prophecy. I respect prophetic ministry. But let's do it in such a way that we become a unifying factor. Pastors must be welcoming. When I go to church, I should not be afraid of my pastor that he or she is MPP or NDC, so I must be extra careful. No, I must know that, fine, my pastor, but I can go to him. He's whether NDC, MPP, we are all welcome. That is the impression, including our traditional leaders. We must be unifying factors, people that can welcome all and stabilize the atmosphere.
How have we been able to manage the peace throughout all these elections? We know that some countries are not, have not been lucky. There's Somalia, there's Rwanda, and all those countries. Is it that we've been able to guide the peace that we have, or like children of God, we seem to enjoy what Joe Metty would say, unlimited favor?
You see, when you talk about favor, God does not only favor Ghanaians. It's like if the two of us, Kotoko and Has, we are going to play football. Never think that God will favor Has only or Kotoko. God gives us, in fact, equal, the same. But you need divine favor and human action. Now is the combination. So if we are going to play football, God will give you favor, give me favor. But the difference will be my preparation, my performance. Do you understand? So if you stay at divine favor, that level, and if you are supposed to wake up early to study, to prepare, we are going to write exams, we are going to do, say, this maths and science quiz, Presec is preparing, others are preparing, and maybe if you need to go extra mile, and you stop somewhere and say, I have prayed. I believe in prayer. But we can't stop at the prayer meeting. You pray for divine favor and performance, divine action and human action. Now it's a combination. So if Ivory Coast is in trouble, it does not mean Christians are not there. It does not mean God doesn't show them favor. If Mali is having a problem, if Sudan is having a challenge, if DR Congo is having a challenge, Angola is having a challenge, it doesn't mean they are not divine favor upon that country, but beyond favor, human action. And it seems to me that's what we have been able to manage well. So divine favor, yes, but human performance, human action.
Let's stay on the human performance and the action. We have institutions that are, mandated or that have taken it upon themselves to help educate the people in the essence for peace. How would you assess the NCC and the Peace Council performance?
So, we are sorry for that interruption again. We'll bring the last part of that conversation with Reverend Opuni Frimpong. But for now, we are going back to the Wutu Senya East constituency, where the Member of Parliament for the NDC, parliamentary candidate for the NDC, Na Koyo Okuno, is addressing the press about violent incidents that have happened in the constituency. A call.
Journalists after the briefing.
Okay, so one of them we'll take the live feed.
Right now, his arms were shot at, and he's currently being rushed to the 37 military the hospital for treatment. That tells you how critical the injury is. We have gone to the Kasua police station to lodge a complaint officially. But to be honest and frank with you, we don't trust the Kasua Divisional Police Command. We don't trust them. This is not the first time Honorable Mimisawa Commission have demonstrated her penchant and her obsession when it comes to violence. This is not the first time that she has demonstrated that indeed the only way she intends to win the 2020 election in the Wutu Senyo's constituency is through violence. And countless of numbers we have lodged a complaint at the Kasua Divisional Police Command. And for as far as we are concerned, so long as President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo remain as the President of the Republic of Ghana and the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, Honorable Mebisawa Kumsin is above the laws of this country. And we have come to a point that we have no option than to defend ourselves. Because this is not going to be the first time it's going to happen, especially today. We know that there's a well-coordinated plan that they intend to unleash mayhem on members of the National Democratic Congress. They want to ensure that they stoke violence in this constituency so that it will instill fears into members of the NDC and the good people of the Wutu Senyo's constituency so that they will not be able to go out there and cast their vote. What we are just telling them is this: enough is enough. The NDC as a political party is a party that is born out of revolution. It's a political party that is made up of men and women who are strong. It's a political party that are made up of people who are resolute and who are very strong and committed to ensure that after the last ballot paper is counted, Honorable Felix Nakoyo will be declared as the next MP of the Wutu Senyo's constituency. We are sending a signal to the divisional police commander and the police service of the Wutu Senyo's constituency. The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana gives us the right to protect ourselves. When the police service are unable to protect us, we are tired and sick of the empty rhetoric. Enough of the assurance. We want something to be done about these hoodlums who stormed the premises of our next MP to attack her unprovoked, to the extent that members of her convoy have been attacked. Cars have been attacked. Our car tires were fired at. So what we have gotten to, we think that the police are not willing and are not ready to protect us. The chairman of my constituency, Chairman Simone Fuso-Ajabe, is assuring every single member of the NDC, every polling station agent of the NDC, every committed member of the NDC that remain resolute, remain firm, remain unshaken, remain unwavering, focus on the bigger prize, the price of ensuring that after the last ballot paper is counted in his constituency, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will be elected as the next president of the Republic of Ghana. And our own sister, Honorable Felix Nakoyo Okuno, will be elected as the next member of parliament for the Senior constituency. To make it short, they have sent us a clear signal, and we are aware the planned coordinated activities that they are putting in place, especially when it comes to the time of counting. But we want to send a clear signal to them. We, the NDC, will not allow what happened this morning to happen again. Not at all. The supporters of the NDC will protect ourselves. Our supporters will mass up at every single polling station to ensure that every single ballot paper is counted, to ensure that nobody will be able to change the will of the people of the Wutu Senyo's constituency. We thank each and every one of you for coming, in spite of this short notice, and want to let you know that we, the NDC, the chairman of the constituency, my next incoming member of parliament, we are for peace, but we are not cowards. We are for peace, but we ensure that the 1992 constitution will be protected to the latter. The spirit and the letter of the 1996 constitution will be protected. We will ensure that no person, no individual, not even the president of the Republic of Ghana, will be able to subvert the will of the people of the Wutu Senyo's constituency. And we are sure, when we are certain, we are so much confident, by the time the last ballot paper is counted, Honorable Felix Nakoyo will win no less than 70% of the vote and should become the next member of parliament for the Wutu Senyo's constituency. Thank you so much. My name is Delali Sawapo. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, this is one of the culprits. In fact, he's been trailing our PC for more than 2 weeks now. Yeah, this is the one who fired the warning shot. He is the one who fired the direct bullet
which was ostensibly meant to kill or to assassinate our next member of parliament for Owutu Senya's constituency. There are 4 of them. They are using a V8, which is part of the convoy of the member of parliament for the Owutu Senya's constituency, Honorable Mavis Hawakumsen. We don't need any incontrovertible evidence more than what we are holding. Madam Mavis Hawakumsen is not above the laws of the Republic of Ghana. She is not above reproach. The mere fact that she's a cabinet minister, the mere fact that she's an appointee of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo does not make her immune from prosecution. Enough is enough. And we have given a clear signal. We will protect ourselves, we will defend ourselves, because that
We've done it before, and we can do it again. Let us on Monday exorcise the ghost of Ayawaso West Logan. My name is John Dramani Mahama, and I stand for peace. Let there be peace in Ghana. Let there be peace in Ghana before, during, and after the elections. God bless our dear nation, Ghana, and God bless us all. Thank you. We've done it before, and we can do it again. Let us on Monday exorcise the ghost of Ayawaso West Logan. My name is John Dramani Mahama, and I stand for peace. Let there be peace in Ghana. Let there be peace in Ghana before, during, and after the elections. God bless our dear nation, Ghana, and God bless us.
This is the 3rd time I've participated in this ceremony. The first 2 as leader of the opposition, and the 3rd as President of the Republic. Both previous occasions, I've held to my
can welcome all and stabilize the atmosphere.
How have we been able to manage the peace throughout all these elections? We know that some countries are not have been lucky. There's Somalia, there's Rwanda, and all those countries. Is it that we've been able to guide the peace that we have, or like children of God, we seem to enjoy what Joe Metty would say, unlimited favor?
You see, when you talk about favor, God does not only favor Ghanaians. It's like if the two of us, Kotoko and Has, we are going to play football. Never think that God will favor Has only or Kotoko. God gives us, in fact, equal, the same. But you need divine favor and human action. Now is the combination. So if we are going to play football, God will give you favor, give me favor. But the difference will be my preparation, my performance. Do you understand? So if you stay at divine favor, that level, and if you are supposed to wake up early to study, to prepare, we are going to write exams, we are going to do, say, this maths and science quiz, Presec is preparing, others are preparing, and maybe if you need to go extra mile, and you stop somewhere and say, I have prayed. I believe in prayer. But we can't stop at the prayer meeting. You pray for divine favor and performance, divine action and human action. Now it's a combination. So if Ivory Coast is in trouble, it does not mean Christians are not there. It does not mean God doesn't show them favor. If Mali is having a problem, if Sudan is having a challenge, if DR Congo is having a challenge, Angola is having a challenge, it doesn't mean there are not divine favor upon that country, but beyond favor, human action. And it seems to me that's what we have been able to manage well. So divine favor, yes, but human performance, human action.
Let's stay on the human performance and the action. We have institutions that are, mandated or that have taken it upon themselves to help educate the people in the essence for peace. How would you assess the NCC and the Peace Council performance in this electoral process?
You see, Arantepa, now, in democracy, you need strong institutions. But we as a country, we are running a constitution that has come to be known that as winner takes all. It's not the making of any, say NDC or MPP. It's the constitution we are running, you see. We have a constitution, you win election, you appoint almost everybody, all CEOs, the year that you are mentioning. In fact, IGP, Chief of Defense Staff, Electoral Commission, regional ministers who are supposed to be heads, the RISEC, heads of regional security, they are all the president's, people, district chief executives, you see. And that is not helping. In fact, a decade ago, under the late president, may he rest in peace, Atta Mills, he set up a constitution review committee to review our constitution, which they send a report. Some people send it to court, but we have gone beyond the legal action. We've reached a point of implementation, and certain institutions and individuals have called for the implementation of that constitutional review. But now, some few days, hours to election, we pray and hope whoever becomes our next president will pay attention to the constitutional review report. Now, just because of the winner takes all impression, some state institutions that must be strong enough for development, for peace, for national cohesion, sometimes you get impression, the impression may be false, that have become politicized, And even if they are doing well, now the current EC, for instance, you realize has suffered that. She's doing her best, but you don't expect NDC to accept her easily. And the same thing Mrs. J. Mensah is going to. Mrs. Charlotte also had it because NDC appointed her, So I would say that so far so good, but it doesn't mean that we have the best that we ought to. And the challenge is not so much because the NCCE boss or IGP or the others don't want to do their work well. It has something to do with the Constitution, because the moment the sitting government picks you as the leader, as the chairperson, director general, the assumption is the words that have come to play, you are in bed with the government. So some of them are doing their best, but there are others who think that, oh, they are doing the bidding of the sitting or the party. I pray and hope we'll get to a point that we'll be able to depoliticize some of our state institutions, and then we'll be able to assess them fairly. But now, even when they are doing their best, the impression is because the president picked them or appointed them, they are doing the bidding of. And so many are suffering that, from the security agencies to some of the institutions you mentioned, including even the Electoral Commission and many more.
Right. So before we go, you've seen the Peace Council, of course. Beyond the release of statements, what really can the institution do?
You see, we are into nation building, and the actors come in. It's like we're having a drama with different roles and functions. There are those who have the mandate, the power, the legal, power to implement laws. And then there are those who are supposed to facilitate a process, who must educate, be, if you like, the moral conscience. But they don't have the backing of the law to enforce anything. Yeah. And the Peace Council is like that, you see. So they are social force, yes, but they must know where to end. So bodies like Christian Council, Cali Bishop Conference, and many more, that is, Office of National Chief Imam, yes, they have a social force, but they don't enforce laws. So you can have Peace Council, like you mentioned, that can bring people together to append their signatures and all that. But they must know where to stop for the law enforcers, the police, and the law courts to continue. So when there are those who think the Peace Council, they have the mandate, they can do everything. They can, but they can conscientize, they can educate us, they can inform us, to strengthen that side of us. But we must accept that the National Peace Council doesn't have legal mandate to enforce laws in this country.
Rev, your peace message before we end.
Yes. Abrantipa, this is the only country we have. And it will take Ghanaians to build the nation called Ghana. Leadership is service. But in service, we must be legacy-minded. Legacy-minded means that we will not always be here. We will play our part, but we will leave the scene and others will take over. I pray and hope that our generation will not create problems for our children to come and solve. If anything at all, we must build Ghana that gives opportunity for the people who will come after us. We must build Ghana that gives hope to young people. That Ghanaian youth know that they don't need to travel through the Libya desert to Europe to find survivor, but that Ghana will give them space to develop and grow and be successful. And so as we go to the election, knowing that every election is about the future, I pray that we'll play our part in such a way that we don't disappoint ourselves and the generation that will come after us. And that is why peace must be protected. It's not just a slogan. It's not just a soundbite. It's an integral part for us today and tomorrow. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make this dear nation of ours great and strong.
And that's Reverend Dr. Kwabena Opuni Frimpong. He's the Executive Director of Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa and the General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana. Peace, indeed, is not just a soundbite. It's something that we need to propagate and protect very well. This is how we draw down the curtain on GhanaWeb Election Desk. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thanks for watching.
And that was a conversation my colleague Benefo Boabing Abrantipa had with the executive director for Alliance for Christian Advocacy Ghana, Reverend Dr. Opuni Frempong. And he has been talking about the essence of peace in maintaining a free and fair elections. Unfortunately, we have recorded some accounts or instances of violence in the Owutu Senya East constituency. Before we continued with the last bit of that conversation, we saw a live feed from the field. Our correspondent Echo brought us that feed, and essentially the spokesperson for the NDC parliamentary candidate Nakoyo was talking about the fact that this hasn't been the first of such incidents. They are alleging that this is from the camp of the New Patriotic Party, which we can't confirm until the police speaks. But they brought up a picture of someone they say is a suspect whom they believe is one of the 4 people behind this incident. We'll be getting more updates, and we hope that the police speaks to this issue as soon as possible. But Akol says that the voting process is still continuing and is ongoing. Aside that incident that that caused a bit of chaos in the area, everything else is moving on smoothly. I know there are other things happening in other constituencies, and our data man, Benefo Boabing, is here in the studios to help us with what's happening. What else is happening aside this incident?
So there was also a bit of controversy at the Asanwase constituency in the Ashanti region, Abuabo, where the member of parliament for the area, Honorable Mubarak Muntaka Mohammed, went to vote. Interestingly, he went there with his 6-year-old daughter, and they were all clad in white. When he went through the process and had his ballot paper, he went to the box designated for thumbprinting, and then he used the thumbprint of the daughter to do the voting for both papers, the parliamentary and then the presidential. And that actually...
He used the thumbprint of his daughter?
Yes, okay, to do the balloting. And he sees nothing wrong with it. He says, if you see her, she's only 6 years old. She doesn't even understand what she's doing. I raised her thumb and did the thumb printing. It was virtually me doing it. If I had given it to her, she would not have even known what to do. She's my princess, and I came with her during the last elections. I'm just taking her through the process.
We don't know if that is even allowed, but let's hold on to that. Let's speak to Echo. He's still... Okay, I understand Echo is not ready. So, yes, I was asking if that is allowed. Is this the first time something like that is happening?
As far as I know, this is the first time something like that has happened. As to whether or not it is lawful, I can't tell. But we're trying as much as possible to reach the authorities to find out whether this is indeed within the remits of the law. But that's what is happening, and then it has actually got people talking, asking why he did that. You know, there is also there's 86-year-old University of Ghana Vice Chancellor, former University of Ghana Vice Chancellor, is also he has become a talk on social media for going to vote. He actually voted in a wheelchair, and so people are actually talking about it. Nana Kunedu Rawlings has also hailed the EC for a good job done, but unfortunately, Sam George is unhappy. The Honourable Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram is unhappy about the verification process. He thinks that all is not well with that.
Let's hold on to that. Let's speak to Echo. Echo, what else is happening on the ground aside the press address from the camp of the NDC parliamentary?
We will also defend ourselves.
exactly Ms. Na Koyo was saying to our correspondents in that constituency. But Abrantepa, you were saying something about the Ningo Prampram MP.
Yes. So he's unhappy about some of the challenges that he has identified so far. He says there seems to be attempts to frustrate the electorate of his constituency with respect to the verification machines. He says it's not working, and so it's not happy about that. There have been, you were talking about initially there were reports from Ewutu Senya, and the EC have released a statement on that. It says information reaching the commission indicates that there have been isolated cases of presidential ballot papers being tampered with in some polling stations in the Ewutu Senya West and Boko Central constituencies. The commission, working with the Ghana Police Service, has identified the suspected officials and removed them from post pending further investigations. The general public is informed that the presidential ballot paper for the 2020 general election has 12 candidates. For a correctly thumb-printed ballot to be considered valid and counted, all the presidential candidates must be on the ballot paper. The commission entreats all its staff and field officials to let the truth guide them and integrity preserve them as they continue with the important exercise. We also urge political parties and candidates, agents, and the general public to be vigilant to ensure free, fair, credible, and transparent election. And that is a press release from the Electoral Commission. So these and many other issues happening, like reported, there's been a gunshot in the Kaswa area. We are told that 2 persons have been shot. We can't tell where the gunshots came from or who masterminded it, but the opposition is accusing the parliamentary candidate for the area, Honorable Hawa Kumsin, to have instigated that. The Asantehene Otumfo Setutu and the wife have also voted.
Okay, let's hold on. We'll still come back to you for more updates. But Echo is still on the line. We missed what the NDC parliamentary candidates for Ewutu Senya East was saying to you earlier. What was she telling you?
Actually, she was alleging that the MP for the area, Madam Hawa Kumsin, has hired some guys from Kokomba Market to come to the Kaswa area to snatch the ballot boxes when the polls are over. So she's urging the police that they should be alert, and also called on the NDC agents at the various polling stations to be alert for when the polls are closed at 5 p.m. They should not allow anybody to come closer to the ballot boxes.
She made those are allegations, but on what basis is she making that allegation?
Because of what happened early this morning, where there was some gunshot fired at.
I understand that, but it could be anyone. Why? What makes her think it's from the camp of the NPP?
Okay, so they showed a picture of an NPP agent who they say has been threatening the parliamentary candidate, the NDC parliamentary.
Hello, Echo. Okay, it appears we lost Echo, but he was giving us updates on the incidents that have been happening as far as the Ewutu Senya East constituency is concerned. He says that the member of the parliamentary candidate for the area is alleging that the incident is from the camp of the NPP. She believes that there are attempts on her life to frustrate the process so that, it goes in their favor. But we can't independently verify those claims until the police speaks to the issues. But we know that before today, in November 19, okay, we have Echo back on the line. Echo, you were saying something before we lost you.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. You were saying something before we lost you about the basis for the candidates' claims.
they are saying that one of the MPP agents were threatening the parliamentary candidates. So they showed the picture during the press conference.
And these threats came prior to the elections. They came prior to today.
Yes, during the campaign season.
Mm.
During the campaign team. And then also I think the NDC party agents at the various polling stations in Kaswa to elect, because she alleged that there are some guys coming from Kokomba to snatch ballot boxes. But we can't verify the claims though. So
Okay, but so what's happening? What's happening as far as her security is concerned? Is she getting anything in place?
Yes, there's some heavy police presence at her residence at the moment. And now she says she's going around to monitor the voting process, and the police are going with her.
Okay, all right, thank you for that update. We'll get back to you if anything else comes up from that area. But we've been speaking to Eko. He's our correspondent in the Central Region. He's been covering events at the Ewutu Senya East constituency, where there have been some violent incidents. And we know that before this, like I was saying, in November this year, there was a similar incident where the NDC parliamentary candidate was accusing the MPP of attempts to assault her. And before this, we also know that something happened during the voters registration process, where the member of parliament for the area fired open gunshots at the area, and she says that she did that for her protection. We are still waiting for reactions from the police, but that is it for now. So, Benefo, you were saying?
Yes. So there is actually a post from the Ghana Police, its verified Twitter account, and it says voting is progressing steadily and peacefully across the country at Kaswa in the Ewutu Senya East constituency. However, police is on chase for occupants of black 4X4 SUV who reportedly shot occupants of a silver-colored Kia private saloon car with registration number GW2375-20. GW2375-20. So that's actually coming from the
Electoral Commission,
Ghana Police Service verified Twitter account. That tweet was made at 1:29 today. And of course, Kaswa is trending. Some people have been commenting on the misfortune that has been recorded. This one says, Kaswa go fit 10 bloody if care is not taken. But why would you put your life on the line for another just to shoot at unarmed people? Is the money worth your jail term when you are arrested and later sentenced? That's the question there. This one says, Kaswa Rambo at it again. Okay, so this is asking a question. It says, I'm hearing on radio 2 people have been shot at Kaswa and they are receiving treatment. Well, there's a confirmation already. I move on to read other posts. Twitter posts, So, okay. This one says, why Kaswa, this is so bad. You get yourself shot just because you want someone's father to have a job and be always picketing boys. Okay, that cannot be read.
But before you continue with any more of the post, I think this is a swift response from the police, and which is commendable. But we want to look at the post. The press statements from the Electoral Commission you read before. We got updates from ECHO. You were talking about them talking about an Electoral Commission officer at the Ewutu Senya constituency, and issues regarding that. Does that raise So in the morning, we realized things were calm from reports from our reporters on the field. But as the day is unfolding, we are hearing bits and pieces of information that suggest that there are some violent incidents recorded in some of the constituencies. Is this an issue of concern?
Very, it's an issue of concern, especially when there are gunshots involved. You know, if it's mere misunderstanding, like it's happened in the morning somewhere in Odododio, where the electorate barged into the center. It was just a misunderstanding, you know, of how the queues were formed and all of that. That is expected. Where people are turned away because they are at the wrong polling station or joining the wrong queue, that is accepted and is understandable. But when it gets to instances where guns are fired, it goes to the extreme. So Kaswa was identified as one of the hotspots. Yes. So we're expecting, I don't know how intense the security was, but we're expecting that it would be, the security would be very tight. Of course, sometimes you also give room that no matter how tight the security is, there would be a misfortune. But
it was said that this didn't happen at the polling station. It happened meters away from the polling station. Perhaps it's a situation that the police didn't anticipate. Maybe they were looking at the incident happening at the polling station.
So they deal with
these people followed them out of the polling station and then perpetrated whatever they had to do.
Yes, so maybe with that we can give them the benefit of the doubt. But it's good that action has been taken to ensure that those who were shot do not lose their lives. As it stands, we've not heard any report of fatality. They've been taken to the hospital to get medical attention, and the police is on a hunt for all the people that they are suspected to have masterminded the action. So for me, even though it is an unfortunate incident, the mere fact that there has been an action taken to prevent further misfortune or to prevent the case from escalating, it's a good thing that we need to commend the authorities for.
All right, let's hold on to that thought. We have our correspondent from the Upper East region, Castro Senyala, on the line. Castro, are you still at the Navrongo Central Constituency where you reported from earlier in the morning?
Good afternoon, Wanda. Yes, I've just returned from the Chana Paga constituency. I'm currently at a location trying to recharge batteries.
Okay, and what can you report from that area? How has the process been so far?
Yes, I've just returned from the Chana Paga constituency, like I said earlier on, and voting is going on well. The voting process is smooth. There is also the strict adherence to COVID-19 protocols in the Chana Paga constituency. However, there are some few issues that have come up in some polling stations within the Chana Paga constituency. At the Cairo, for instance, at the Kadania police station, there have been some disturbances involving the ambulance officer who has been deployed there to keep peace in that police station, or to maintain the security in that station, and then youth of the area. Reports we are getting is that the ambulance officer, in discharging his duties, hit the leg of
Okay, it appears we lost Castro on the line, but he was giving us some updates from the Chana Paga constituency. We have Castro back. Castro, you were saying?
Yes. So I was saying, voting has been very smooth in most of the polling stations that I've visited in the Chana Paga constituency, but there have been this particular polling station still in that same polling station where there have been some disturbances involving the security officer that has been deployed there and some youth. Details has it that security officer.
Okay. So we lost Castro again. He was telling us about
trying to discharge his duties, hit the leg of a voter that got the youth infuriated, and then they pounced on him, descended on him and beat him to pulp, causing so much injury to his head. But as we speak now, the situation has been brought down thanks to the intervention of the New Patriotic Party parliamentary candidate Robert Allo, who was at the scene at that very moment. He moved in with his team, and they were able to douse tensions. And we are getting reports that the said security officer has been taken to the nearest health facility to.
Okay, so Castro's connection is not very stable. We'll make sure we rectify that and get back to him. But he's been talking about happenings in the Chanapaga constituency, and he says fairly it has been a smooth process, a peaceful one, except for some inconsistencies that happen at one polling station. We'll get more details on that and then get back to you. Okay, so we'll get the final part of Castro's details from the grounds. Castro.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so if I get you, a security personnel in the discharge of his duty hits the leg of an ambulance officer. I'm not sure I'm getting the details very clearly.
No, yes. A security officer who is an ambulance officer in the discharge of his duty hit the leg of a voter who was trying to jump the queue. You know, due to the low process of the queue, people have found ways and means to jump the queue so that they can vote early or cast their ballot early and then go back home. So there was this particular man who tried to jump the queue, and in doing so, the ambulance officer who is maintaining security at that polling station asked him to get back to his his former position. That broke out into fracas between the two, and the youth got involved. The youth were not happy that the security officer hit.
Okay, so that's it. He's saying that except for one instance where a security officer who also happens to be an ambulance officer hit the leg of an electorate in the process of trying to get him to obey the rules and sticking to the rules, where he has to stay in the line till it's his turn, and unfortunately he got the attack from electorates in response. We want to take a look at figures as far as that constituency is concerned before we move on with the conversation. And in 2016, these were the results. John Mahama of the NDC had 21,197 polls. So we are looking at the Chanapaga constituency results for 2016. And Mahama, it appears to be an NDC stronghold. And these were the results. John Mahama in polled 21,197 polls, representing 63.42%. And whilst his opponent at the time, Nana Akufo-Addo, polled 10,141, and that represents 30.34%. That was for the presidential results. And for the presidential historical performance, the NDC has been winning from 1996. The NDC has been winning from 1996. The NPP hasn't gotten any good results from that constituency as far as presidential elections is concerned. When we look at the parliamentary results, we have Rudolph in Songwin. He polled 15,847 votes, and which represents 46.78%. And for the parliamentary history, we have the NPP polling 29.9%, which was higher than what the NDC polled in 2008. So that's it from the Chanapaga constituency results. Benefu, Do we have any more updates that?
Not so much updates. Okay, so this very one, let me take us through some people who have wished the country well. The Goodluck Jonathan is wishing Ghana well. It says the good people of Ghana have always impressed with their pleasant disposition towards civic duties as they file out today to elect their president and next set of parliamentarians. I urge them to be peaceful and purposeful as a means of deepening their enviable Republican credentials and consolidating democracy experience in Africa. I am optimistic that Ghana's leading presidential candidates, Akufo-Addo and John Dramani Mahama, both who are cultured politicians, will recommit themselves to promoting credible polling process so that at the end of the day, Ghana wins and Africa gains. So that's coming from Goodluck Jonathan. Comments on social media still on the happenings in Kaswa and other areas, trying to get some comments. Internet not that favorable, but let's see how it goes.
All right.
This one says Dr. Sribo Kweku of EC doesn't want to believe it's a mistake that the ballot issuer in the Ewutu Senya constituency gave out a ballot paper without full complement of condition. That's one. Another one says, okay, I'm not sure I can read this one, so let me jump it. Some of the words used in the tweets are not good enough for air. Okay, so Ekriadonko has also voted.
Okay.
And she's sure of victory. I've mentioned Nana Kunedu Ajima Rawlings, who has hailed the Electoral Commission for a good job done.
Do we know where Ekriadonko voted?
I would have to cross-check that.
Right.
But Lodina Mahama has voted with her 4 sons, and they are also confident of victory. So far, a number of dignitaries have voted. Like I mentioned, Asante Hene, the Vice President, Baumia, former President Mahama, who is also the flag bearer of the NPP, Kojo Opon Kroma, Information Minister, has also voted. So we are encouraging you out there to also go and vote as part of your civic responsibilities. Go there and vote peacefully, and let's choose a leader, a president, and then our presidential candidate. So Ekriadonko voted at the DAJHS at Edruatia. I don't know if I got it right, but the polling center has about 535 eligible voters, and Ekriadonko is sure of winning and becoming Ghana's president. He says you should all go and vote. Right, so that's a bit of an update over there. Esla Usu is also confident of retaining the seat. The EC has also spoken about the delays in the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency. We're hoping that situations are calm over there because, well, every constituency is important, but of course we don't want a situation whereby any misfortune will befall us. And so, yes, we are hoping for the best. But so far, I think with the exception of the Kaswa incident, it has been relatively peaceful. Just small misunderstanding. But for the gunshots, I think we are doing well. Yeah.
Great, and we hope that we won't record any more such more of such incidents during the day. So we have a fairly peaceful poll, and then Ghanaians can still have a Ghana to come back to. But
technically, we have 3 more hours to go on the voting. But I mean, if it's 5 o'clock and you are still in the queue, you can still vote. But I don't think you need to wait till it's getting closer to the end of time before you go. You know, I'm sure around this time, some of the polling centers, they are very calm. Like you go there and virtually nobody is in the queue voting. This is the time you need to go and then vote instead of waiting till it's 4 o'clock, 4:30, and then you go. Yeah.
Great. So meanwhile, if you are at a polling station and you realize any inconsistencies or you have any issues, you can reach the Electoral Commission on 0800 100 100. The number again is 0800 100 100, and this is for free, so you can just call and report your concerns or make your submissions, and they'll be dealt with. So we are looking at over 33,000 polling stations and 17 million registered voters going to the polls today to decide on who will lead Ghana in the next 4 years. We are also going to the polls to decide who would help us with our lawmaking in Parliament. It's your right and your civic responsibility, so you need to go out there and vote. Until then, we will be here making analysis and giving you trends and updates as and when they come up. This is GhanaWeb's election desk. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Okay, so we want to get more updates from the Electoral Commission. We'll take that break a bit later. But if you have any other comments coming in, you can let us know.
You know there's an interesting thing happening on social media now. There are some people who are actually openly telling politicians that they need to give them money before they vote.
Vote buying.
Yes. So that's actually one thing that's happening. There is a video out there, and people are asking that they need to be paid before they vote. The concern is that already they say that the system had given them. So, and after voting, there is no way they will meet the politicians. And so these people are selling their votes to make ends meet. And you know, the interesting thing is how they openly do it. Like, some things can be done off camera, but they are just, you know, granting the interview. And there are many, like 4 men in the Western region asking that they be given some money before they vote. You wanted to ask something?
Yeah, I was asking if that even adds up. Why would you want? It's your responsibility to vote. You decide which candidate you want. Why would you want somebody to pay for you to vote for them?
Vote for sale. They say anyway, when they vote, they are unable to have any interaction with these people again, and they go there in office and do things that benefit them. They don't care about the people anymore. So for me to go and vote for you for free and give you a job to do, and at the end of the day, you don't do things in my interest, then if I sell my votes, I know I am the one to blame at the end of the day. But I am not sure it's something that we need to encourage. It's something that we need to actually discourage. It's not right to sell your votes. And there were also earlier, there were reports that there were people at polling stations trying to influence electorates with money and all. These are things that we've seen. We have actually been discouraging people from doing it, but we still see them do it. The best we can do is to tell you not to succumb to that, because it is not right to sell your conscience in any way.
We want to take that break, but before that, there's a lot of electorates who ordinarily are eligible to vote, but this year have decided they are tired of everything happening. They're tired of MPP, NDC.
But they are alternatives.
And so they
that is why
vote.
We have 12 candidates.
Well, I don't know if this 17 million people will reflect at the end of the day, because there are lots of people who are not going to the polls to vote, which is wrong.
It's a problem. But you see, the point is there are so many political parties, and that's the beauty of democracy. We have 11 political parties and then 1 independent candidate.
But you know that
there is no third strong force.
The argument is that if I should vote for a smaller party, it will amass to something, but it won't make
any difference
as much as any difference as it would if it went to any of the 2 major political parties.
Yes, but you see, unfortunately, that's what we have. That's our case. And you see, interestingly, with this mindset, A has that mindset, B has that mindset, and so it becomes very difficult to have a third force. There is also the argument that none of the minor political parties have been able to prove a point to be considered as a third force. So, assuming we all decide that, sorry, both political parties, MPP and NDC, have failed us, and so we want to vote for this political party, I am sure at the end of the day, even if the third force doesn't win, the number of votes that will be garnered by these top political parties, MPP and NDC, when there is a reduction, they will know that they are not doing something right and they will need to sit up. That's why there is always the call for a third force, because if you look at it's actually difficult pinpointing a third force right now, you know.
Well, there was the PPP, which was close.
Okay, but now
that was the closest. But now they're out. I mean, their main person who went, yes,
it's
last
not
year
in the race.
Is not in the race
but
anymore.
they are still in the race
They
with
are,
yes,
with a new face.
Good.
As the main person.
So maybe because of the new face, it's not working for them. Maybe it's because of their policies. So their dynamics, so many dynamics, you know. So there is the need for a third force. This is something that political scientists, lecturers have been saying. You understand? In order to break this jinx of whether it's not
practically. Do you think there's ever a day Ghanaians will wake up on an election day, the results are announced, and it's a, in quotes, smaller party which got the majority of votes?
It would be a very interesting day. They say never, but as it stands, I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. Even though some people would have wished that we have that shock where it doesn't go for neither MPP nor NDC. Then we see how the reactions will be and how the party that has been fortunate enough to win the elections will man the affairs of the country and see whether it will be anything different from the MPP or the NDC.
There have been a lot of debates around smaller parties creating a third force. But what do you really, in your opinion, in your view, what would you say is the problem? Do you think their policies are not strong enough, or would you say they are not pushing hard enough? Or they just, Ghanaians are just not giving them a chance?
At a point, you see, it's a combination of all these reasons. At a point, I think they tried, but it didn't work. I forgot there were some 3 political parties that wanted to unite and become a third force. There is always a problem of who to lead, and there is always a problem of the ideology when there is a clash. So if you don't get the political parties that have the same ideologies, even though in our system we see these political parties change their ideologies, it's it's not formal. Of course, we've seen the MPP throw in some social interventions, even though they are seen as a capitalist, or that's what they say they are. So if you don't get a political party that you share the same ideology with, it becomes a problem. The other reason is if you don't agree as to who should lead, because sometimes you think you are good to lead, and the other person also think I'm good to lead. Now you have come together to form a third force. You can only have 2 leaders, the presidential candidate and then the running mate. The rest, you may be settling in for a ministerial appointment or any other appointment. So it also becomes difficult. So it's a combination of all the 3 reasons. But indeed, we need a third force, even if not to come to office, to put some sort of fear in the 2 major political parties so that they will sit up.
It's a bit of a difference.
Yes, because if we know that it's either it goes to A or B, at the end of the day,
the alternative is...
Yeah, I mean, there's that slogan. That slogan is actually scary. So yes, we need a third force, but I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening now. Yes, let me put that caveat.
Well, we can only hope for the day Ghanaians will wake up to that shock. But this is GhanaWeb's election desk. I've been doing a few discussions on what issues have been going on the ground as far as the coverage of the elections are concerned. We've been bringing you also comments from our social media platforms. You can also get interactive with us on Facebook. We are GhanaWeb. On Instagram and Twitter, we are at the GhanaWeb. You can also join us with others on our live stream at GhanaWeb TV online. So we'll take a short break. We want to have a view of some videos from the ground on what has been happening. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
So good. I've had a few reports which I've contacted the EC director. He has so far resolved those concerns that have come to me. If we are able to go by what I'm seeing here, we should have a very peaceful election. But nevertheless, my party is ready for any eventuality. We have mobilized our youth to be on the lookout for any election malpractices and to respond appropriately. But I wish that we don't have to resort to any such arrangements. And if this continues, we should have a very good and peaceful election. Some places started late, even after 7 a.m., and I had calls, and I called the EC. So far, all those are underway. We had an instance where an EC official was on the motorbike of a known MPP assemblyman. So I called the EC that in his own interest and at his own security, he needed to change that arrangement because the youth were uncomfortable with that, and you cannot tell what the youth will do. That has since been communicated, and I think that it's been resolved now. The third one was that one of the polling stations in Sirgo, we had an issue with the cover of the boxes being broken, and they felt that they didn't secure the vote enough. So the EC has since arranged for that to be changed. So these are just the concerns. They are minor, I should say, but it's still early days yet, and we are in readiness for any eventuality. So far, I have confidence. Nothing has really happened, but I can assure you we have our own security arrangements that we will activate if they need be.
As a party?
As an individual member of parliament with vested interest, my people are willing to protect this process to the end. And we will activate their interests at any point in time that we feel threatened. In the absence of that, we will allow the system to run.
I am currently at Appleton Hall in the New Jersey South New Jersey South Constituency, where voters are also gathered casting their votes. I have with me the presiding officer of this polling station or polling center. I'll ask him some few questions so that we know what's happening.
573.
573?
Yes.
Okay.
They are supposed to vote here. And, we've put the, look at the COVID-19 protocol. It's been observed. We look at them, everybody is on the nose mask. The EC also have provided the COVID-19 ambassador. They are also in charge of the COVID. So they are managing it. So far, they have not had any problem. Voting is going on smoothly.
Okay. All right. So, your name?
I'm Samson Donkor.
So far, no reports of incidents.
No problem. I'm still continuing.
But what are your expectations?
We want peace. We want the peaceful election. We don't want anybody.
Have you casted your vote?
Pardon?
Have you voted already yourself?
Yes. See now.
I just came and I had opportunity to cast my ballots. So I'm not going to do monitoring. I'm going to move from one polling station to another in all the 10 electoral areas. This is my polling station. This is my alma mater. I was in that corner there in 1972.
I see.
That was when I came to class 1. And this has been my polling station since 1992.
Right.
This is where I get my victory all along the 2 elections. So far so good in the few hours that I've been with this. I believe that it's going to continue.
What are your expectations after today?
I'm winning big. I'm winning big.
Okay.
Na ye adwuma bi otam inside Pastor na je say dey yen Ghana no yen kan kura o adenzi o yen kan mon kan say o yen kan adenzi le na che me hwe binum mpanifo ne mana enyem o mo ye no we a na che adwuma na me so say dey mo man pe o mon kan say beje bi mu o na yen kan asema ne ba no ya beje bi mu omuni nso bi na nso say we dey abadwuma fine say omu che ka omu say kaka bi dey kafe afama enem ka say unu mi say leshia nti de opato opamento asema ono no ka che bi say me nko pa adwuma ma odumi papa ma onye say ne ko ja
So from the top. Right, so we are back again. It's coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. Remember, we have 275 parliamentarians that we are voting for, and then we'll choose the president at the end of the day. Voting continues till 5 o'clock, where counting will begin. So if you are here to cast your ballot, it is your responsibility, it is your right to vote. You have to go to your polling station and exercise your franchise. The electoral says it is hoping to declare results within 24 hours after voting ends, and so we are hoping to have a precedent whether Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will be retained or there will be another president to take over. Well, already we have recorded some cases of violence in the Kasua. We are told that 2 persons have been shot. We cannot confirm who masterminded it, but the opposition National Democratic Congress is accusing the Honorable Howard Kumsin, the incumbent MP, of masterminding the act. The police says the situation has been brought to control and they are hoping to avert another incident. We are moving on to have a conversation with Joel Telford Jr., who is a research analyst with Political GH, a data journalism unit. We are having a conversation on some constituencies that have been the deciders for major elections. We have our affiliates that are partners, our doors are open, and we are extending the conversation. Is the GhanaWeb coverage of the 2020 elections. Joel, welcome.
Right, thank you very much, Abrantepa. I'm very excited to be here with you guys.
Nice, good to have you. So you've been having an analysis, you've been studying the data. Which constituencies are mostly the deciders?
Well, let me first of all indicate that this is a novel thing that GhanaWeb and Politico is doing. We are working together. The work is enormous. There are over 33,000 polling
Very
stations.
huge.
And I don't think that any set of people have the machinery required to do this on their own. So it's important that we collaborate and work together to ensure that we are feeding listeners and viewers across the world very important information. GhanaWeb is noted as a very credible platform for people across the world, not even in Ghana alone. So for Ghanaians living abroad, they rely on this platform for very credible information. And so that is what we are attempting to do by bringing to light some of the important things. The first phase of our conversation will be focusing on, if you like, prophetic constituencies. That is how I like to refer them as. Because these constituencies, since the turn of the millennium, and it's important that when we are doing this analysis, we do that because the NPP pre-2000 had never won any election. And so it is difficult to sort of like assume what exactly the data tells you if you look at just including 92 and 96. But if you take it from when the NPP first won an election in 2000 up until the 2016 election, there are a certain set of constituencies that have correctly chosen who the president of this republic will be. So in a certain sense, if this constituency determines that they are going to vote for one candidate A or candidate B, it so happens that at the end of the day, that particular candidate emerges as president. And that is what we'll be taking a cursory glance at for the next few minutes. This is important because of the nature of this election. Now, this election is a high-stakes one. So people, even though the Electoral Commission has assured us that within 24 hours we'll get the results, I'm sure by 5:30 people will be jittery and will be curious. What is happening where? What result do we get where? So we are just trying to provide an insight to some of our viewers who believe in statistical progression and believe that trends don't usually change over time. So all things given, all things being equal, if some of these constituencies retain a certain person as president or winner of the presidential election in that constituency, it may be a sign. And we make this statement very advisedly and cautiously. It may be a sign. Statistical trends are what they are. It's data. It may change. But based on what we've seen since 2000, we are fairly confident that these are going to be the decider constituencies for the 2020 election.
Okay, so let's take them one after the other.
Right. So we'll start in the Greater Accra region where Ablekuma Central. Now, if you know Ablekuma Central, that is where the incumbent member of parliament, Ebenezer Ninanate, is MP4. That is a constituency that rightfully called the election for the MPP in 2000 and 2004, chose the NDC in 2008 and 2012, and came back to the MPP in 2016. Similarly, if you go to Agona East, same trend. They have correctly predicted Agona East in the central region. And Agona East is interesting because Queen Star Poku Asoya, who is the incumbent member of parliament for the area, is going up against the venerable Professor Kwesi Yanka, who is Minister of State in charge of tertiary education. And this is one of the seats that the ruling party is poised to take from the NDC in the central region. So that is a very interesting contest in respect of parliamentary we want to see. Remember that the path to a majority for any of the parties lies in a good performance in both central region and Greater Accra regions. Now, beforehand, we used to have about 4 swing constituencies: the Bronga-Hafu region, Western, Central, and Greater Accra. Now, these 4 constituencies were noted as determining
who will become president. Because if you win these 4 regions, you win the presidency. But because of the regional recreation, a lot has changed. And so the now Bono, what used to be the Brong-Ahafo block has now been split to Bono East and Ahafo. And based on the indication that we are getting, or the analysis that we've done, that sort of influence that the Brong region had as a result of the combination that they had will be lost. And so that swing nature that we used to see for the Brong-Ahafo block will not happen, because what usually allowed that region to swing was the input of the NDC in the Bono East areas and the MPP in the Bono and Ahafo areas.
Okay, so Telva, hold on. Okay. We understand Kodeo is holding a press conference, and so we will join the feed. When we return, we will continue with the conversation with Joel Telfa.
We still are receiving some more reports, and we expect to really continue to see how the trend will look like by the end of polls. I'm talking for Kobe. I'm saying we are confident that up till now we are yet to hear a widespread incident that actually masked the very smooth running of the election, especially the biometric verification devices, which have been newly acquired. They have been tested, but still people have their doubts as to whether they'll be able to function throughout the day. As we speak now, more than 80% of the polling stations have indicated that the DVDs have functioned all right. So we are expecting that we are impressed for now as we wait for the end of polls. Yes, I mean, like I mentioned in the report, we have heard of a report, and then there has been, Korean observers have also indicated to us, and there has been some fact-checking about it, that indeed there were some ballot papers on which the one candidate for a political party was absent. And our expectation is that the EC has been duly informed and they will take the necessary action. We do not have the mandate to take direct action as to what punishment should be given, but our expectation is that the EC will, within the confines of law, take the necessary action and deal with whoever was found responsible for this wrong action. No. What we are saying is that the arrangements at almost all the police stations were done in such a way that citizens are able to cast their ballots in secrecy. That's exactly what. And you're right to really cast your vote in secrecy. Nobody should know the direction of your vote. In fact, most of the places, especially in the places that I personally even visited, there was a partial compliance. In other words, you might see that they have the nose mask covered, but then you will notice that social distancing is not the case. In some of the cases, you will find that sanitizers are provided. In some cases, you go and the sanitizers are not available. But in most of the places that I visited particularly, there was even a COVID-19 ambassador, named ambassador, who will make sure that either you wash your palms, you get a sanitizer, and make sure that your temperature is taken before you get into the arena. In cases where these are not there, they are not as widespread as to raise a concern to us, but that's, we want to encourage citizens to continue to observe the safety protocols. Yes, as far as our reports are concerned, like we said, in almost every, in fact, more than 90% of the polling stations, we found representatives or agents of both MPP and NDC have been found. And there has not been widespread report or any report about them that they have misconducted themselves. What rather we are worried about is the absence, in fact the virtual absence of the agents of the other smaller political parties is something that we are concerned about. And probably post-elections we might have to do some research and to establish why they completely are absent in most of those areas we have observed. I hope there was no question, so we probably, I think I have seen a hand behind there. I've seen a okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for joining us. So this brings us to the end of this afternoon's press conference. We will issue another statement this evening, which will give you a more comprehensive report. We will keep you all posted. So
We are back from the press conference of the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers. They are telling us what they have been able to observe from 7 a.m. till now. One major issue that was raised is the fact that the minority parties or the smaller parties do not have any polling agents at various polling centers. Well, that's also another issue which will be discussed later on, but we'll continue with our conversation with Joel Telfer Jr., who is a research analyst with Political GH, which is a data journalism unit. Joel, before we went on that break, you were talking about the fact that we have there's been an increase in number of regions. Yeah. First, we used to have 10. Now we have 16. Exactly. So it was not so sure how the dynamics was going to be. Did I get you right?
Yes. So the point I was making was, before the regional recreation, going into every election, we were confident that 4 regions would swing, and so, 4 regions would determine who become the president. So ultimately, for any political party to hold grip onto political power, it was important that they perform creditably well in the 4 regions: the Brong-Ahafo region, Western, Central, and Greater Accra. And I made a point that as a result of the regional creation and the demarcation of new regions, we have an instance where that may not necessarily be the case anymore. So I don't see how any analyst will tell you that the Bono block now is difficult to predict. Because historically, the NDC's better performances was coming from the Bono East side. And that was what was neutralizing the MPP's performances in the Bono and Ahafo region. Such that when the NDC won in the Brong-Ahafo belt, they did very well in the Ahafo side. So they were able to capitalize on their votes in the Bono East region and maximize their gains in the Ahafo side to take the Brong-Ahafo side. If you look at the Western region too, for example, Western North, where you find the Seshi areas, Bodi, Duaboso, Bibiani and Hianso Wekwai, and such other constituencies, was what used to deliver a good return for the NDC. The coastal communities, or when you come down south, in what is now Western region, used to be good for the MPP. So these 2 regions, as a result of the split up, has caused a certain change in the dynamic with respect to the presidential election. That is why this year, it is only 2 regions that we are classifying as regions that are swing regions and too close to core. Because these regions have not been split up. how they are constituted remains the same as we've seen in previous elections, and so their characteristic that they had from previous elections will continue.
And these regions are
the Greater Accra and Central Region. And the point I was also making was that if you look specifically at the constituencies that have become the prophetic constituencies, these are constituencies you would find predominantly in the Greater Accra and Central Region, also for good reason. Okay. Now we go on further. So we've talked about Ablekuma Central. Now we can also talk about Aguna East, the point I was making about Professor Janka. And then there's a very interesting one, Ejumaku Enyanisiam. Now in that constituency in 2016, if you recall, Dr. Atuforsing, that's his Kassiel Atuforsing, that's his constituency. He emerged as Member of Parliament for the area, but MPP won the presidential. And so even in some of these constituencies, you realize that they have their own way of choosing their members of parliament. But when it comes to presidential, when they determine that they want to go a certain way, that is likely the way the country will go. Now, another constituency that is very key, and I think it has come up in the news today, is the Wutu Senya West constituency, where George Anda is going up against Gisela Tete, sister to former Member of Parliament Hannah Tete. It is curious to note that that seat has never retained an incumbent MP. Every 4 years, they manage to change the person that represents them. So it is a very interesting race we are watching closely. That constituency has also consistently decided who the presidential would be. Now, we also analyzed Botsiano English Amanfo. Even that constituency was created in 2012, carved out of what was then the Wager constituency, which was very large then, carved out. In 2012, Botsiano went NDC. In 2016, they went MPP. So at least even with this small sample size, we can see that it is not a set in stone constituency. They go as and when they are feeling. We have similar dynamics in Cape Coast North, Cape Coast South, Efutu, which is also in the Central Region, Gomoa East, Gomoa West, Gushegu in the Northern Region, Jomoro in the Western Region. Now, Jomoro is also very interesting because you remember that's where our first president, Kwame Nkrumah, is from. That's where his daughter once held the seat as Member of Parliament for. She's contesting this time as an independent candidate, not on the ticket of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's CPP, but as an independent candidate. She's going up against the incumbent Paul Essien and one other guy from the NDC. The name escapes me. I'm sure when that comes to mind, I'll be able to bring that to light for our viewers. Then there's Clote Kole, which is interesting for all of us because that is where our seat of parliament and very important buildings are situated. And also high interest because that is the seat of the daughter of the former president of the Republic, Dr. Zaneto Rollins' seat. She's going up against Prince Apia Debra from the Osu enclave. And so that is a very interesting thing that we'll be looking at closely. In 2016, Nanado won the presidential in that constituency. And many have made the point that perhaps if Ninoy had not contested against Philip Addison may have just been able to win the seat. But I mean, if you look at the data, and I like to give fidelity to the data, if you add Ninoy's votes to Philip Addison's votes, he may still not have emerged to beat Zaneto in that particular race. So it tells you that necessarily was not the biggest factor in determining how Zaneto went to parliament. And then when you go further in respect of the data, the Saboba seats in the north will also give you a similar thing. Shama, the Tyne constituency, popular because of the 2008 final, there were 3 phases to that presidential election. So the final phase was decided there as well. And finally, the Woolensey constituency in the north. Woolensey got it wrong once, I think in 2008. But, I mean, in 2008, they voted in the first round for Nanado, but in the second round, they voted for JE8 Mills. So, Abrantipa, if we are looking at these constituencies, they have almost a similar characteristic, predominantly found in the Greater Accra and Central Region especially. And it has to be said that the Central Regional people are very difficult to predict because when they are voting for you, they vote for you in droves. When they are voting against you, they also vote against you in droves. So what is staggering to note is that out of the 23 seats in the Central Region currently, NDC holds only about 4 of them. When previously, the NDC had majority of the seats in Central Region. You think that if a party is not performing creditably in an election and is losing touch with its base, it shouldn't lose that many seats in a region like that. But the Central Region has proven to be the most unpredictable region in respect of the election, especially going into this year's election. Of the 23 constituencies, it is our estimation that about 18 of them are still too close to call. So it is too difficult, even at this point in time, even during the day of the election, for anybody to make a prediction in respect of who is exactly going to win the presidential or parliamentary in those constituencies. So these are constituencies that we are keeping our eyes on the ground. We have correspondents all over looking for information and data for us. I mean, many of those constituencies are already presenting the issues that we are seeing. They to Senya East, they to Senya West, and many others. They are already showing us that because of the tension and the fact that the tension is palpable in these constituencies, people have high interest, high stakes, and people want to know who exactly is winning in that respect. The parties have targeted these seats, and we want to see who emerges at the end of the day.
You mentioned the skirt and blouse way of voting.
Yes.
Have you been able to ascertain why people vote in that manner with the analysis, the data that you have?
Okay, so I mean, the sense we get from the skirt and blouse voting is it usually occurs in constituencies where the presidential or the particular party does not necessarily have dominance over the constituency. So you're likely to see a skirt and blouse voting in areas where parties usually win around 50 to 54%. Those are areas where, I mean, there's always the outliers, like we saw in 2008 in Bekwa, where now first Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Joseph Osei-Wusu, came into Parliament on the back of being an independent. So in that sense, you get the skirt and blouse. But when we talk about skirt and blouse proper, it's about choosing a different person for president and a different party, not necessarily, and that is how, I mean, if you want to look at it in the true sense of the word, a different party, because in your mind, you think that that person on the ticket of his party better represents your interest. The first thing we saw, and I've already analyzed that to you, is that usually the president's performance or the party's performance is not so marginal. So when you see a skirt and blouse, you're likely to see a trend of just about 50% to 52% for the president in that particular constituency. The second thing we saw was the strength of the parliamentary candidates and the resources that they bring to the table. You know that our elections, much as we don't like it, is very capital intensive. And so if we have people on tickets who are able to reach out to people, who are able to use their capital to their advantage and ensure that every voter is reached out to in respect of the election, they are likely to emerge in that particular constituency. Because in many of these constituencies, people know how to separate the man from the party. So even if they don't agree with the party's ideals, that is why they'll vote for somebody else as presidential, they agree with the person, the personality. They see the person as somebody who brings about development and change for them. A very good example is the Member of Parliament for Pandai, who is in the Northern region. As we said, in Ghana, we don't view MPs as legislators or lawmakers. We view them as development agents. What change they've been able to bring to the constituency.
And that's because of how they
Exactly,
campaign.
how they come into office. They come on the back of numerous promises, I'll fix this road, I'll do this, I'll do that. And then when they come into office, they realize that they do not have access to the funds that they thought they would. But somehow, some of them manage to do enormous projects and these roads, and especially if your government is in power, you're able to lobby. For some of these important roads to be constructed. And so people look at all of these things to determine that, look, even though I disagree with this guy on party lines or this lady on party lines, I mean, she has performed creditably as an MP, so let me retain her, or she has shown more promise than incumbent MP. The last factor you have to look at is the weakness of the incumbent MP. So if, for instance, there was an issue leading up to the primary of that incumbent MP, and so many people feel disgruntled as a result of that primary, you could see that translating into voting for other candidates, because people feel, look, it's not my preferred candidate that was elected as parliamentary candidate for the party. Somebody else was elected. In that case, I'll either elect not to vote or I'll vote for somebody else. And that is what creates a lot of tension and chaos for people in such places. For instance, in Akwetia, where I must say the incumbent member of parliament lost out to Ernest Kumi to be replaced. I mean, recently Ernest was on the air indicating I mean, Dr. Okoboy, for instance, has garnered national attention since his ascension to become Deputy Minister of Health. John Dumelo, everybody knows as a very esteemed actor. If you go to Pon Patamanso, where Hobson Adoye is contesting as MP, this is somebody who is well known within the political establishment. So across the board, because popular people are contesting, the interest is heightened. People want to know what will happen as a result. I mean, ordinarily, nobody would care about what is happening in Offenso North. But now everybody cares because Kweku Bonsam is on the ballot as an independent candidate. So you see how individuals could propel, I mean, the interest in that election.
And there is also eyes, there are eyes on the Fomena seat.
Exactly.
Because of the incumbent going independent.
Exactly. Ordinarily, I don't think you even remember who contested
unless I check the records.
Unless you're a politically exposed or savvy person, you wouldn't even have known who the MP for Fomena was up until the issue came up. And so those are the kind of dynamics that dovetails into where the interest is. Now, to start with Greater Accra, for instance, the also West Wugon constituency is obviously the most interesting race because it presents a very interesting dynamic. Remember that in 2012, Chemantien Jakon of blessed memory barely beat Ewa Dakon to become Member of Parliament for the area. This is a seat also formerly held by the current Chief of Staff, Frida Opare. And then it's also a seat that the MPP feels sort of like reflects their national appeal. So consistently the argument has been made that MPP always wins on university campuses, well, except the University of Health and Allied Sciences. But across the board, the MPP has always been performing well on university campuses. So this is one of those constituencies that has the University of Ghana, has the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, has the University of Professional Studies Accra, and I think some other universities within the enclave. So the point about the party attracting the intellectuals, sort of like the appealing more to those who have had the opportunity to do those things, is also very important going to this election. Remember also that the party lost a lot in terms of its credibility when the Ayawaso West Wugon by-election violence happened. And so there were a lot of people on the fence, if you like, independents, who thought that the party was somewhat culpable for the unfortunate incident that happened. Of course, a commission of inquiry was set up as a result, and the many other things that happened after that. So people are looking to see, are the people of Ayawaso West Wugon moving in a certain direction? Are they moving away from the MPP, or are they sticking to the MPP in a time like this? Because, believe you me, these two parliamentary candidates have been the hardest working we've seen. Because everywhere you see John Dumelo, probably Lydia is also on the side. If John Dumelo is wearing boots, Lydia is also wearing boots. If John Dumelo is helping out victims, Lydia is also doing this. I mean, I think that the ordinary citizen benefits the most when the contest is this keen, because everybody is trying to appeal to you and do good things. I like that. But then we are watching Ayawaso West Wugon closely because many have their doubts about each of the candidates. So many in the MPP have their doubts about Seram, many in the NDC also have their doubts about John Dumelo for obvious reasons. And so we want to see who eventually emerges. There are also people who believe that it is possible the NDC will win the parliamentary, but the MPP will win the presidential. As to how that dynamic turns out, I'm sure by 9 p.m. today, the results will be giving us an indication. Another important one we should look at is Lejo Kuku, where Dr. Bernard Okoboy, I mean, if everybody else was voting, or if you like, social media was voting in Leje Kuku, Okoboy should not have a problem. He would have won simply. But you see, Leje Kuku voted for John Mahama in 2016, and Okoboy won by just about 3,000 plus votes. And he's going up against a very strong NDC person who happens to be his uncle, Dr. Benjamin Aiku. So it tells you that even amongst the people in his camp, they know that this is not a foregone conclusion. The person he's going up against is widely popular. And Leje Kuku is a large constituency, well over 120,000 people. That is a very difficult job. You can't possibly reach out to everybody. And I mean, his protagonists make the case that his ability to fix many of the roads, the tubular roads that have been not been in good state for a long time, should obviously give him the chance to represent them. And the fact that he has lifted, you know, when an MP goes into parliament and he does well, he becomes a deputy minister, it's assumed he has lifted the name of the constituency and he has put it across board. So now people are now becoming more cautious about what's happening in Teshi and its environment. But that is not set in stone. Ultimately, it's the people of Leje Kuku that will determine if he has been an effective representative. That is a very close race we are watching. And then there's the Adentan seat. area since about 2004, coming up against a new face, Alhaji Boniface Sadiq, who had been member of parliament in the north and then elected to come and contest in the south this time around. And so in that instance, you could see that it was a very interesting and competitive race, and NPP won Madina for the first time in 2016. So if you want to see the strength of the NPP in incumbency, Madina is one constituency that you have to look at. Are they able to consolidate on the gains they made in 2016 and increase their position, or was 2016, the question we want to ask is, was the 2016 performance in that area a fluke, or it had something to do with the candidacy of Sorogo as opposed to Francis Xavier Sosu, who is now the parliamentary candidate for the NDC. So that is also a very interesting dynamic that we want to look. It is very interesting data for we analysts because it makes for intellectual exercise and for us to be able to understand better how voters are thinking in respect of many of the issues that are plaguing them. So for Greater Accra, really, these are the issues or these are the constituencies that we've identified. And I just want to make a quick point about their Table Buamantin constituency, which is now in the Bono East constituency. I don't know if you recall, former Member of Parliament, Sanja Nanja, at one time he was barred from entering the Chief's Palace in that constituency. And they had a few issues running into the chiefs. The president at the time, Mr. Mahama, tried to resolve it. It never saw the light of day. NDC ended up winning the presidential there, but lost the parliamentary seats. And then in 2020, the NDC elected to bring Sanja Nanja again as parliamentary candidates for the area, and the incumbent MP is also contesting again. So I want to see if the issues in Atebu Buamantin have also been resolved in respect of Sanja Nanja, and as to whether they'll be willing to bring him back to parliament to represent them. It's a very key race we are watching. Atebu is not that large of a constituency as opposed to some of the constituencies we see in Accra. So we should be able to get a good inclination of the results that will come from there. And then generally that will give a sense as to how both of the parties are feeling about their chances. When you get early results and the results are inching towards your favor, even though you don't want to do, if you like, a comfortable lead, for want of a better choice of words, you still get a sense that, okay, even in areas where we expected it to be close, to be tight, we are emerging. That means that if we seal the holes in constituencies we expected to lose and show up our gains in our stronghold regions, we should be fine.
If I should push you to the wall and ask that with all these analysis that you've given, which constituency would you be shocked if the tables turn?
Yeah, I mean, if you were to
which two constituencies? Let me just open the space for you.
I was hoping you would not, because sometimes people take projections to mean certainty. But I mean, based on what I have seen and based on the analysis and data that we have seen, I'll be very surprised if the MPP loses in Madina. I think that the MPP, by the skin of their teeth, should be able to win Madina. And I'll be very surprised also if the NDC wins or loses in Adenta. So even though there are those who hold the view that YB should be able to retain the seats, based on, like you said, you have pushed me to the wall. So based on what I'm seeing, I think that the NDC should be able to win the seats. For seats like Lejekuku, for seats like Pon Patamanso, for seats like perhaps the Okaikoi North seat, I'm refraining from making a prediction because at this point I still think we've not seen enough to be able to make a certain projection in that light. But I'm sure by 5:30, as we begin to get a sense of what the polls are looking like, when certain polling stations begin to report results. Usually, how we're able to make these projections early is that when certain polling stations that are favored, that are sort of like historical narrative shows they go for a certain political party, and the political party is not performing creditably well there, then we can begin to see that a certain trend is developing in that respect. And so that is what will be able to help us tell from the very onset, at the early stages, which party is likely to emerge with a majority in parliament. That is very important because there are many who hold the view that this time around we may just get a situation where the party in majority is not the party in the presidency. That will be very interesting for our governance process. It has never happened. And remember that the power of parliament under the 1992 constitution is very exhaustive. The executive has to work with them on a number of issues: appointments, appropriations, development, every other issue that you think about. And so if we have two different parties occupying the presidency and parliament, that will be for interesting debates, and that remains to be seen if that happens.
Right, so let's draw down the curtain on this discussion. Joel Telfer Jr. is a research analyst with Politico GH. It's a data journalism unit, and we've been talking about some constituencies to watch, some constituencies that have been the deciders. Interesting analysis that he has there. We went to Lejekuku, we went to Madina, we went to Adenta, a lot of constituencies. And so In 2 hours' time, voting will end and counting will begin. We are urging you to go out there and cast your ballots, exercise your franchise, vote for whoever you think is best to represent you in Parliament and to lead the country at the Flagstaff House. We end the interview, like I said, we end the discussion, and there will be an interview my colleague Wanda had with Kweku Asante Krobia of Media Foundation for West Africa, and then Adib Sani, who is a security analyst. After that interview, after that discussion, we'll be back, and as and when there is a breaking news, I'm sure we'll cut in and then bring you out to speed. Stick and stay. Let's go for the interview, and we'll be back after that.
Political parties are wrapping up their campaigns, Ghanaians are gearing up to cast their votes, and the heat is building up. But one thing has been of utmost concern to all Ghanaians is the issue of security. So what is the role of the media and security personnel in ensuring that we have a free, fair and peaceful election? So to help me with this conversation, I have two gentlemen who are experts in their respective fields. I have with me Kweku Krobia Asante, who is a communications team member with the Media Foundation for West Africa. I also have with me a foreign policy and security analyst, Adib Sani. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And thanks for making time with us on Election Desk.
Always a pleasure.
How is the atmosphere for you ahead of the elections? Adib Sani, let's start.
Well, as always, there's a lot of bickering, a lot of politicking. When you go on social media, when you tune to the radio and TV, as late as 12 midnight, there was still politics on TV. I needed a movie to watch, and it was very difficult coming by one. So, I mean, it is expected, and it's all in the spirit of our democracy, which should be seen as an exercise to elect people to rule us and not a do-or-die affair.
Well, yeah, the experience is not any different from Sani's. The media space has been very heated and heightened. I think throughout the whole day yesterday, almost every TV station, it was the political adverts. Yeah. From political adverts, a chain of them and rallies like that. You step out from TV and you get into your streets and you meet people, you know, with party paraphernalia and traffic in town because one politician just passed or the other is on the way coming and all that. So they've all contributed in creating the atmosphere on social media, online as well. You have this heated sense where now everybody is coming out of their shells to say, I'm going for this person or I'm going for that person. The party pages, old school pages on WhatsApp and church pages, you know, people are passing messages through, let's ensure peace at one end, let's vote for that person and that person and that person. Of course, they are all characteristics or features of the times. Elections is the apex of our political engagement, and so it is to be expected. In the end, we hope that everything, you know, comes off as expected. Peace, the stability is protected, and the democracy wins again for us in Ghana.
Right. We cannot underestimate the role of the media and the security apparatus, but what are the similarities between the two when we talk about ensuring peaceful elections and democracy? I want to start with you, Kweku.
Well, when it comes to the police and the media, we have this, we are supported or expected to have this symbiotic relationship. So that is one that we all benefit in between ourselves, and one that the state and its people and its residents also benefit. Last week we were at last Friday we were at an event organized by the Ghana Police Service, for instance, where they understand how crucial it is for the police and the media to collaborate and work together to ensure that there's peace, or the task ahead is delivered and delivered well. And so they invited some of the top journalists in Ghana and some media practitioners, editors, media owners together into one space, meeting with the top management of the police to deliberate on discussions. At the bottom line, we all understand that we have similarities on the road that we play, and so we have to collaborate. For one, like I did say, for one, at the macro level, what drives media or a journalist's work is the public interest. You know, the public need to know. The public has to be protected in that regard. And so when we go to the field to gather news, to speak to issues, we are not so much interested in what is happening in people's private rooms and all those things, unless it is intertwined or linked to the public interest. And so we want to ensure public interest on the election day and post-election day, and how people go about casting their votes and all the processes. It is in the same manner that the police is also stationed at every polling station to also ensure law and order and ensure that the public is protected. So there's this deep connection between the media and the police, especially when it has to be about a national event and something as important as the elections.
Well, this is personal to me because on one hand a security practitioner, on the other hand I'm a journalist, a member of the Ghana Journalists Association. I mean, anytime I have an opportunity like this, I don't hesitate identifying the media as a very, very important partner so far as harnessing our democracy, and since the liberalization of the airwaves in the 1990s. The media has played a very crucial role in all the elections we've had since the inception of the Fourth Republic, because it sought to not just inform the people, but be an avenue for the people to vent out their frustration, their disenchantment about what is going on with specificity to the governance process. No wonder anytime there's a talk show program and the lines are opened, you are inundated with calls, because a lot of people would want to get things off their chest rather than bottle it up. I mean, that has helped, because the person perhaps could have vented his frustration through different means rather than say it on the media. Also, the fundamental principle underpinning our democracy is accountability. And when you take a closer look at the litany of scandalous allegations we've had in the country for the past decade or two, it is the media that has always brought it to the fore. And it is no accident the media is the fourth estate of the realm. So I think the media has played and still would play a very important role in making our democratic institution much more stronger going into the future. And so it is not surprising when Malcolm X said the media is the most powerful tool. It has the power to make the innocent guilty and the guilty innocent, and that is real power. And when you compare it with the responsibilities of the security agencies, it's not very different. As a matter of fact, the media is supposed to, in a progressive manner, collaborate with the security agencies. And so I was very disappointed to learn about the number of cases involving officers assaulting journalists, which I must say was quite unfortunate. So I remember at an event organized by a media house, I met the public affairs, the former public affairs director of the Ghana Police Service, the one who went before Sheila. And we spoke about the need for journalists to be protected. And he said, okay, fine. At the regional level, they've set up complaints desk for just journalists. So if you feel you have been assaulted or something done against you by a security agent, you can go through that redress mechanism. And going into the election, I've also learned that some numbers will be allocated to just the media if they are in any form of distress, or if they have any information that can help the security agencies ensure there's peace during and even after the election. They should call, and no other person but media practitioners. So that should obviously be indicative of the importance the security services attach to their collaboration with their media counterparts. And I'm hoping going into this discussion we'll be coming to the nitty-gritty as to everybody's responsibility.
Okay, so Kweku, talking about the provisions that the police has made for journalists, do you think it's enough to safeguard their safety in the coverage of the elections?
Yes, I think that for now it is really what we need. At this meeting I was talking about, so that they're going to put the hotlines out, especially in the media platform, so that they can be shared among the media, that is dedicated only to the media, for us to call for clarifications, for help, for assistance. And in fact, in times of distress, if you also want to reach out to the police for support, you can also do that. I think that that is one, the thought, you know, to come up with something, to admit that the media will need a special treatment from the ordinary citizen or the ordinary electorate on the ground. It's important going into this, and an appreciation of the critical role that the media is going to play during the elections and post the elections. Okay,
so moving slightly away from the relationship between the police and the media, where does the role of the security personnel begin and end on election day? Because I mean, there's been cases where people have complained that there were police personnel and there was chaos and they were doing nothing about it. But then their defense is that they were there to protect the ballot box and not to engage in other activities. They can't take their eyes off the ballot box and all of that.
It is instructive to note that the role of security services in an election is around 3 phases, okay? Pre-election, on the election day, and post-election. Security maintenance during all of these phases is not an event, it is a process. And you don't expect to have 100% violence-free process. Mistakes will be made, lessons will be learned, new mechanisms will be put in place to make it better than the former. Okay, so far a lot has been done on the ground. I have personally had meetings with the police. I followed the news conference organized by the IGP on the 4th of November, which he indicated clearly that all polling stations will be deemed as flashpoints, even though some 6,000 of them have been earmarked because of the random nature of violence, which can happen anywhere at any time. The recent violence at Yagaba Kubori in the northeast region, there's no flashpoints at Yagaba Kubori, yet there was violence there, you know. So they are going to treat all areas as if they are flashpoints. Okay, usually flashpoints arise as a result of the crime statistics in the area and the history of political violence, the personalities involved, etc. So those mechanisms have been put in place. Secondly, because the police cannot be everywhere all the time because of their numbers, they've decided to collaborate with the various security agencies, military, customs division of the GRA, the prisons, fire, etc. So they've all come together, numbering about 62,000, and according to the IGP, each polling station would have at least one officer. That is refreshing to note. And to prevent the Ayawas West war gun incident from reoccurring, a lot of strategies have been put on the ground. One of it being the type of uniforms they'll be wearing. This time, we are not going to countenance whatsoever any masquerade calling himself a national security operative wearing funny looking outfits anywhere near the polling station. Aside that, they are going to have wristbands that would clearly identify them as being supposed to be there, because an officer who is supposed to be at Odododio might want to be at Ayawasu West Wogon because he has an interest there. Every police officer has his station, and that is how it's supposed to be. Okay, a lot of education has also happened. I mean, the police, like my brother has rightly stated, have met with the media, they've met with chiefs, other opinion leaders, other stakeholders, even the politicians who have penned their signature to documents reaffirming their commitment. So a lot of lessons have been learned in the past. As a result, you can see different changes made on the ground, which is clearly by the book. So it is safe to say that the police has done all that it's supposed to do on paper so far as ensuring peace or security during and after an election is concerned.
And so you as a security analyst, from where you sit, you would say, considering all these factors, this election would be different, would be safe?
Well, I would cautiously say it will be safe. Like I said, violence can occur at any time. And you see, some of us talk to some of these issues based on science. We have what we call early warning mechanism. The Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, for the East Africa, they've developed as AU, ECOWAS, even my alma mater, Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping and Training Center, ONEP, etc. It basically points to some indicators that would pre-warn you of imminent danger. Okay, and when you look at all of those indicators, it's very synonymous with politics in Ghana. Talk about ethnicity, talk about the activities of vigilantism. I remember prior to the 2007 election in Kenya, IGAD spoke about this, the activities of Mungiki, the Samboatland Defense Force, Kalenjin Youth, etc. Not much was done about it, and we all witnessed what happened. Ivory Coast, 2010, activities of the Young Patriots, led by Charles Blegude, also known as the Street General, and they played a very central role in the violence in that country that culminated into a civil war in 2011. And we have activities of vigilante groups here, right? We have issues of monetization of politics, zero-sum politics. Where you win, you have it, or you lose, you have nothing. So politics, winning an election has become a matter of survival. I must win or I must win, by all means. People invest in politicians. So when you come to power, you do as I say. So whichever possible way or role I can play to ensure you win the elections by hook or crook means they stop at nothing doing that. So we have the issues. We have youth unemployment. We have issues of human insecurities. All of these are catalysts for violence, which is very present on the ground. However, we are hoping, due to the activities of Media Foundation for West Africa, the NCCE, the National Peace Council, works by the Electoral Commission, the police, and some of us who on daily basis are on one radio station to another, TV station to another, would get the people to understand that this is not a do or die affair. So optimistically, I would say that this would be a peaceful election overall, but with some level of cautious optimism.
We are hopeful that we have peaceful elections, but there's the election task force, which comprises, you rightly said, comprises of various components of the security apparatus. Let's practicalize this. If I'm an electorate, I'm on the ground, and I see someone who claims to be a security personnel in a different attire, they are not identified, what should be my response? How should I react?
How would you know the person is a security agent when he's in a different attire? The thing is, according to the IGP, we would have uniformed officers, right? And we would also have some who would be operating covertly.
This person is dressed
in a police uniform or military uniform, but with no tag or with no visible identification, like the IGP said.
You have,
and yes, they are present there.
No, you can question what the person is doing there. And like I said, there are numbers. You can call the police, find out. Yeah. But there's this gentleman here who cannot identify himself. So you see, they've developed what we call incident reporting and response mechanism. Immediately you report the incidents, it will be responded in real time to prevent some of these things from happening. So for sure, a lot has been done, and I'm hoping that we are able to have a free and fair election with all the efforts that have been made.
Sure. You sound confident about the preparedness of the police, but let's look at the performance of the media, even ahead of the elections. How would you rate the performance of the media in terms of education and all of that?
Great. I think that for maybe before I speak to that on the point that Sunny was building, because we monitor the social media space, and I think recently a video popped up like that with some men in uniform, but they couldn't identify them, making accusations, a pickup truck, yes, making some claims and accusations that they will deal with people who, interfere with the electoral process and that. I think that the Ghana Police Service responded with a statement trying to clarify the issues and assuring the public of its going through the proper means to address the matter. And I think they have reacted in that order. In this meeting, I was with them, and even this morning I was on their social media platform looking out for something. They have put out a list of their uniforms, okay? Every kind of uniform that's most likely an officer is going to wear, and they indicate that across all those uniforms, whatever it is, the person will have a name either written with embroidered on the uniform, or it has a plate, a tag put on there for identification purposes. So I suppose if that is supposed to be followed through, there's supposed to be less incident or less likely to find an officer at the polling station without a name. Maybe that's just my addition to that point. Now to the question of how the media has fared, or contribution of the media to this election. I think that generally Ghana has one of the most vibrant media landscape in West Africa and in Africa, and this is shown across levels. Press Freedom Index and all those measures, even from our monitoring in West Africa, we have some of the highest ratio of the media to the citizenry. On radio stations alone, we have over 500 radio stations operating in Ghana. And you tell people across the region and they open their mouth. 500, over 500, made up of national, regional, and community radio stations like that. And then we have TV, free to air, paid for, numbering over 100 now. At least the free to air 50 plus, and then if you add the paid for, and that's just for TV and radio. If you come to the newspapers, there are a lot more in there, and then you come to the news websites and blogs and the digital media. We don't count them because it's out there.
So they're going to intensify these activities. So we want to commend our agents and supporters and Ghanaians in general for their vigilance so far, and wish to call on them to be even more vigilant. In the next few hours, it's going to get very intense. So they should be more vigilant and very, very proactive from now till close of poll, the counting, declaration, and the collation. It's very, very important. We wish to call on all our supporters and patriotic Ghanaians who have voted not to sit home, especially in the Ashanti region. Go back to the polling station to observe the process. Don't stay home. It is your presence and vigilance that has brought us this far. So everybody go back to the polling station, observe the process, be vigilant, stand your ground, and ensure that the right thing is done. International and local observers should intensify their monitoring and our supporters and other patriotic Ghanaians should ensure that the ballot boxes, when they are being escorted, they follow them. We find it very strange that there's been an instruction, we've intercepted a communication that is telling the police not to escort ballot boxes. That's very unusual. Why is it that they don't want the police to escort the ballot boxes? Ballot boxes are always supposed to be escorted by security officials, the police. So why that instruction that they should not escort the ballot boxes? So citizens of Ghana, rise up, follow the ballot boxes on motorbikes, on bicycle, with drones, with cars. Follow the ballot boxes. Wherever the ballot boxes are going, follow them to the coalition center. Follow the entire process. And everybody should stay vigilant. Victory is almost at hand, but we cannot afford to relax. Another issue which we wish to raise is the low deployment of security personnel, particularly in the Ashanti region, areas like Kwabre, Efija Kwabre, etc. I mean, you see that there is a deliberate low deployment of security personnel, and we believe that it's an attempt to create opportunity for ballot snatching and all those nefarious activities. Look, genuine policemen, genuine security people, we know they will not be part of this nonsense. So genuine policemen and genuine security men defend the nation of Ghana. Stand up for what is right. You will be vindicated. And citizens rise up and ensure that the right thing is done. The citizens are more than the fake police. The citizens are more than those few fake police. Even the genuine police people, they will not condone those things. So when the citizen supports them, the right thing will be done. Ensure that the right things are done. Follow every movement. We understand that, and I think I've mentioned it, the MPP constituency chairman for Kwabre is the one behind the ballot staffing, working closely with Chairman Wuntumi on this. There's been many other incidents as well. Ewutu Senya East, the same Hawa Kumsin again. This same Hawa Kumsin again sent thugs to go and attack our member of parliament, our parliamentary candidate, incoming member of parliament, so I'm prophesying. And there was a shooting incident. 2 people have been seriously injured. One is at 37 now, struggling for his life. A journalist and a party, one of your own, is it true or not, has been injured. This same Hawakum, if she had been sanctioned the first time she engaged in that activity, perhaps we won't be here today. So sometimes when they do those things and we speak, don't keep quiet. It is not an MPP NDC matter. It's about security. It's about the stability of the state. Today is one of your own. You never know tomorrow who it will be. So it's important that we are consistent and we speak against those things. And so we call for intensification of security to forestall a repetition. And she has to be held accountable. And let me also commend the police. They've provided security protection for our MP now. She has security because she was attacked in the house. So they've provided her security in the house, and she also has security escorts. But they could have preempted it. So the victory of the NDC is coming. Again, the signs are clear. We call on Ghanaians who haven't voted yet to go out and vote. Cast your vote now for number 2. And stay at the station after the voting to observe the process. Follow the ballot box, please. It's important because we find it very strange that at this late stage, instructions will be issued that the security should not follow the ballot box. That's not the norm. That's very weird. So follow the ballots. And we want our agents to be very alert. NDC agents to be very, very alert when it comes to the ballot accounting. The number of ballots issued must reflect what is in the ballot box. Anything short than that, don't sign the pink sheet. It means that the foreign materials have been brought into the equation. Don't. You have been trained already. You know what to do. So insist on the right thing. You know. Again, in Circle, attempted ballot stuffing by a lady, thumb-printed for MPP and Nana Akufo-Addo. Those arrested should not be released. We have to deal with them for once. People who engage in these infractions, they have to be dealt with, and they must show us the source so that we can nip these things in the bud once and for all. So our people in the Volta region too, we hear is going on well, but we shouldn't relax. From this time onwards, a lot of funny things may happen. Cha 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 cha. Mi adako mi do kaba. Elaba agokoli afudam na mi le duyama na mi dako kaba ava de funami. Tami do cha. Nyonu nchuo de vio de kakpio mi hamo mi koi no ava dako me de shiade me je ba ko de kakra na chimo me de shiade na do no ava dako na mi anya chiglinia wa igbama akpanami. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think you forgot about the Clote Cole issue of multiple voting, which we've lodged unofficial complaints to the Electoral Commission relative to that. Mr. Screeman, can we see a copy of the complaint on the screen so that the media can take notes accordingly? In Clote Cole, an assembly member, as a matter of fact, the presiding member who participated in the special voting process voted again today. The system could not detect that multiple voting. And we understand that this is not an isolated case. A lot of people who participated in the special voting are voting again today. This is indisputable evidence to that effect. We have officially lodged a complaint to the Electoral Commission about this, that how could this happen since we use biometric verification machines in our voting process. How is it possible that somebody will vote on December 1st and still vote on December 7th without the system detecting it? And so it is something we need to take note of and follow keenly. Our Deputy General Secretary, Deputy Campaign Manager, Peter Utukono, will add a few issues and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sami. I would quickly want to follow up from the presentation on the screen. If you would recall, we made this point very strongly that we have identified some names in the special voters register and they appear on the main certified register as well. And for that matter, if steps are not taken to deal with those names, those individuals could vote twice because the systems that they have deployed, which is the BVDs, do not communicate with each other. And according to them, they have programmed the device to work within 24 hours. So if you appear on the special voters register with your QR code, you could easily be scanned and you would vote on the 1st December. And if your name is on the main register as well, you could easily be scanned on 7th December, which is today, and vote. We raised this point and made it very strongly. But as it has been the case, most often we do not take some of these matters serious in the media and push for the right thing to be done. Here is a very typical example. This tells you how defective the new system the Electoral Commission have put in place is. The kind of loopholes that we think has deliberately been created to save a desperate fallen Akufo-Addo from losing this election. I think this is bizarre and it undermines the entire electoral process that we have put in place. Having said that, there are a few issues that I think that it's important we draw your attentions to and we recount and follow deeply. We have received reports from Ayawaso Central that a polling station called New Haven, instead of the polling station being on the streets, they have moved the polling booths into the house of the Member of Parliament, Henry Korte, the Deputy Minister of National Security. All attempts by agents and officials who were there to prevent them proved futile. We laid the report to the National Headquarters of the Electoral Commission. They have spoken to the district officer. As it stands now, still the action is going on. And it is important that we draw your attentions to it so that you move there, because we have established procedure for voting. We have rules and regulations that governs the positioning of polling stations. So those rules and regulations must be followed to the core. And any attempt to undermine or overthrow those rules and regulations in the interest of the MPP should be resisted. This morning, I was in Suhun to do some monitoring, and information was picked that a few hoodlums who are fully weaponized with various forms of assault rifle were lodging in some hotel. They had apparently been brought in by the member of parliament for the MPP. The citizens, out of vigilance, the citizens, out of their awareness, the citizens, out of the charge they have put upon themselves, invaded the hotel, and they were able to get 30 young men, macho men, who were fully armed, and they called in the police to arrest them. Guess what? After they arrested this gentleman with the weapons, I left there just under an hour. I was called that the district chief executive had just gone in, just the district chief executive, and they have released these 30 young men to go and continue with their nefarious criminal activities. I think that is very bizarre. We call on the IGP to, as a matter of urgency and as a matter of importance, to follow this matter at Suhum and speak to the district commander so that those individuals who were arrested will be brought to book. Wherever they have been released to, we must follow them and make sure that they are arrested. It is very important for the sanctity of the process. It is very important for the peaceful elections that we all so yearn for. Then one other very significant point which my senior comrade and director of elections raised about the ballot papers in the Ashanti region. Indeed, yesterday when we addressed the press, we were calling it a perceived information or intel that there are ballot papers that have been stamped, that has been thumb printed, and they are around in the system, mostly in the Ashanti region. And the idea is that they will stamp the ballot papers. This is evidence that the intel we got yesterday was very, very, very correct. How will anybody be able to access the EC stamp? At IPAC, when we had discussions on things like this, they told us that the stamps that they are going to use, you will not even know the stamps. No agents, no officer will know the stamp. It is only the EC officials because of the security nature of the stamp. So how did they get the stamp? How did they get the ballot papers? These are very important questions that Jean Mensah and the people must answer. Enough of what the EC has done well. The EC has done well. You can never do well when the materials that you are using, the fundamental materials, the pillar of the election, the security material that you are using for your election is out there and it's in the hands of the MPP. What is the integrity in the process? What are the core values of the Electoral Commission? Fairness, transparency, integrity. These are three core values, three core principles that exist in the world that has been raped by Jean Mensah and the team than any other principle, their own principles. So these are issues that we have to, deal with moving forward. Then one other important issue is that there are some places where our agents have been asked to sit far away from where the electoral activity is taking place. Indeed, it is important that we send this message through the media so that every agent who is listening to us now, you are supposed to sit with the electoral officers and observe every single activity that they are doing, including whose picture appears on the device when the QR code is scanned. If you do not do that, somebody can come and vote in somebody's name because, as we said yesterday, the system has been designed with a loophole that can allow somebody to vote for somebody. So all agents must get close to the tables. Then last but not the least, it is advised that the kind of thumbprint, the thumbprint ink that we are using, yesterday we raised it here. The Electoral Commission on our blind side just decided to use the stamp pad as the voting pad. Meanwhile, there are specially designed voting inks that are used. The reason is that the voting pad that we have used in the past, they come in very deep and thick. So immediately you put your thumbprint on it, it comes very thick. And when you thumbprint, it stays there for a long time. The stamp pad and the type of ink and chemicals that are used, they easily fade. And in this case, it is not even consistent. In some areas, it is yellow. In some areas, it is red. In some areas, it is blue. In some areas, it is wine. So what are we doing? No standardization. So how will we be able to determine if somebody go and bring foreign material and drops it in the ballot box? How would we be able to determine? These are some of the preparatory flaws that the Electoral Commission has imposed upon itself. Now, what is appearing is that because of the light nature of the stamp pads which we are using to vote, if you sanitize your hand immediately before you go and vote, you are unable to get the ink very well. And within some time, it vanishes. And this is simple chemistry. So we are advising as much as possible, those who are voting in this last minute, when you go to the polling station, please wash your hand. Do not use the sanitizer. Finish voting. When you finish voting, you can use the sanitizer. This is a very important public notice to all our people who are yet to vote. Thank you very much, and thanks for coming.
So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the emerging issues that we needed to address you on. And it is important that, in concluding, we reiterate the need for vigilance by our supporters and Ghanaians at large. You have seen incontrovertible, indisputable evidence that show that the MPP is engaging in ballot stuffing, not only in the Ashanti region, but in other parts of the country. It's happening in Greater Accra, as a matter of fact, just circle here, which has been widely reported by the media. A lady was arrested with ballot papers which had already been thumb-printed and stamped. When she was caught, she pretended as if she's a deaf and dumb person. She couldn't speak, and she was carried away by the police officers. It has happened in Ebjeso. In fact, the Ebjeso one, the Director of Elections referred to, there were some MPP guys in a blue SUV, and they sent this guy to go and drop the 5 ballot papers we've shown you. So immediately the guy was arrested. As a result of the vigilance of the people at the station, they sped away. And they are still moving, within the region with these already thumb-printed ballot papers. Because of the low security deployment, it's been difficult apprehending these people. And so what we are saying is that the best form of security is what we as citizens can offer this process. And so, if you are a Ghanaian and you have voted, especially if you are an NDC member, please, it is a sacrilege to stay at home. Like our Director of Elections has said, go back to your polling station. The process will end in the next 1.5 hours. In most places, by 5 p.m., polls will close, except for areas where the process delayed, where we are expecting that in accordance with the established conventions, the EC will extend the time. But if you've already voted, go back to your polling station. Don't go and engage in any unlawful or untoward activity. Just go there, stand quietly, and observe. But for the vigilance of people in a Jeso circle and the other places, we wouldn't have gotten this evidence. And they would have come back to deny. And so be vigilant. Go there in your numbers. If you are there in your numbers, all those already thumb-printed ballot papers will remain in their cars and in their homes. They will not succeed. But if you stay in the house and you leave the job for just a polling agent, then we will have challenges on our hands. We are winning this election. Everything shows that we are winning this election. We just have 1 hour, 30 minutes to go. And we need the cooperation of all our supporters and all patriotic Ghanaians to go to their various polling stations and observe the process. Thank you very much. We'll be addressing you as and when it becomes necessary. Thank you very much for this audience you've given us. If you have any questions, you can raise up your hand. If you don't, we will definitely address you after the close of poll again. And so we can take questions there. You have questions for me? Yeah.
Ongoing. I know the party has a very good relationship with the Electoral Commission. Has the party made an official complaint, especially with the ballot stuffing? And what has been the reaction of the Electoral Commission? And then again, the issue about the deployment of low security in peri-urban areas in the Ashanti region as well.
For the security, that's why we are making this call here, that the IGP and those in charge of security deployment for this election should intensify security deployment, because you go to so many constituencies in the Ashanti region in particular, and you don't see police officers. you can speak to your reporters on the ground, they will confirm to you. Not just there. In most, you go to Asawasi, you will see a lot of police and military men, which is okay. But you go to some areas, you don't see security officers at all. And so we are just calling for an intensification of security deployment. But because we don't trust that will be done from now till the close of poll, and also during counting, after counting collation and so on, we are calling on citizens. We all have a civic responsibility to ensure that the process proceeds smoothly without any unlawful or untoward conduct from anybody that can undermine the sanctity and the integrity of the process. So let us help the police to provide security for the process. With regards to bringing these issues to the attention of the EC, we've given you evidence. The issue of the multiple voting involving the presiding member for Clote Korle has been formally reported to the Electoral Commission of Ghana. We will also report the issue of ballot stuffing to them and expect some credible responses from them relative to that. But I'm sure by now they've cited it on social media. This EC is one that is very social media savvy. We've seen them issue release on a lot of issues that have come up on social media. I'm sure they have seen this video. They've seen the ballot papers. They've seen the official stamps behind that. And Ghanaians would want to know from them how security materials like ballot papers, the official stamp of the EC, got into the possession of MPP people who have done this, and they are trying to steal the mandate of the people. With that. And so that's all we'll say for now. We will come back to you after the close of polls. Thank you very much for your attention.
Their issues when it comes to analysis. The media picks their manifestos, discuss, compare, contrast, raise questions for people to answer, pick people from both sides or from different angles and concerns, put them on the panel like you're doing here for them to discuss, and in the process it gives the opportunity for the political institutions to share their message to us. That's at one end. At the other end, the electorates, the citizenry, are able to digest the key details of what every politician is bringing on board. If you compare this 2020 election to, say, the 1992 election and 1996, where comparatively people were more moved by appearance, by, the Rollins is fair and hairy, this one is like that, Kufuor has this eyes and tall and all that. That sort of shaped people's thoughts, also adding their location, the geographical, ethnic lines and all those things. But now, even though those things, I won't say has stopped or have been wiped out, a lot more focus has been on the issues. So going into this election, for instance, education has stood out. If you pick anybody in the streets now to say, what is the NDC saying when they come, they will do, at least they can, out of all the issues, they can pick out something and say, Mahama says when he comes, he will do this for us. Akufo-Addo says when he is given the mandate to continue, he will do that for us. This person says that even to the the independent candidate who may not have too much followership, people are bound to know. This is the work of the media, providing the electorates the chance to imbibe in, to know what the discussions are. Then there's also the civic participation role, engendering civic participation. You hear the media now moving around, pushing people So who are you going to vote for? On what reason, on what basis are you going to vote for? What are the things you are considering to go and vote for? Every now and then, every radio station is trying to speak to people, encouraging people to go and vote. And then even in the electoral, on the voting process, explaining to people, you know, this, that, when you go, move to this place, move to that place, move to that place, move to that place. Again, on their watchdog role, being on this EC, okay, it's this new voter registration that we're trying to compile, its verification, so that the media has generated a conversation that has essentially guarded the process, the electoral process. The EC makes mistakes, the media is on its neck. The political parties have objections to raise, the media has a microphone to them for them to speak to the issues. In the process, they have fine-tuned. Then finally, onto the election day, we call the surveillance role of the media. Tomorrow we are going to have a lot more media outlets, radio stations, TV stations, even the news website being on the ground. They want to let you know what is happening in Kwesimintim right now. They want to let you know what is happening in Inchil. Has the ballot box arrived? How many people are in the queue? Is it long? Is the process moving? Are they following the COVID-19 protocols? The ballot boxes are delaying. What is the ECU official saying? And all those things to calm nerves. And so in general terms, when it comes to these roles, the media have been very, very great, and their act has been commendable, barring the other issues that perhaps when the times come, we are going to discuss.
And the other issues, I suppose, include professionalism and
of course, the other issues on ethics, on professionalism, on the language usage, indecency, at some point promoting hate speech, and you know, the generally the indecent language that is being used on air, and how it's likely to also be counterproductive to the work that they themselves have continued to build.
Tell us what you've observed as an institution as far as ethics and professionalism of media houses is concerned. Okay.
Generally, what we have done, and the Media Foundation for West Africa has had this program we call the Language Monitoring Project, which we started in 2012. Essentially, we understand that on election years, see, the media landscape becomes heightened. The conversations are heightened and heated, because this is the time that people are coming, a flurry of thoughts, of policies, of ideas, people trying to counter each other and bring this one down, this person's policy. At some point, we veer off what is supposed to be the decent way of communication and then move out to attacks, to all those things. So we've done this over the last 8 years, 2012, 2016 to 2020. We see that the use of indecent expression, the use of abusive language on air is not abating. At some point, you see it rising and rising and rising again. Okay, so on our monitoring, we see so much of insults and offensive language being used on air. We see so much of unsubstantiated allegations rising. In fact, just last 2 days, we issued a statement to say unsubstantiated allegations occupying the media space, the radio discussions, the days to elections. And when we say unsubstantiated allegations, people casting aspersions, making claims against each other without any form of proof or evidence. And sadly, the media allows that to thrive. Okay, we have a lot of threats also in there, people spewing divisive language, people spewing incitement, people giving comments that are tribal related, gender-based insults, you know, and all those, you know, cacophony that comes with it, which all comes under the hate speech, you know, umbrella that we are monitoring, and we see so much of them on air. Then on the side of ethics, we have also been monitoring the media for professional and ethical standards, which is different from the language monitoring. Maybe I should explain the difference. The language monitoring project is just monitors the media, the airwaves, monitoring the politician, the political party communicator, or the person in the studio representing the political party. or even the person who has phoned in who is identified with a political party, and then also monitoring the journalists, the show hosts, the one hosting the morning show, the one hosting the political talk show, the current affairs analysis, the prime time news, and all those things, and looking at what language they use, the quality of language. So we have this elaborate instrument we have developed called the election language monitoring guide. We use to monitor that. Then there is the ethics side, where we monitor solely the journalist, the media, what he or she allows to be on the airwaves, on the gatekeeping role of that person, so that if somebody insults on air, we look up to you, the show host, to correct that person. If you fail to do that, you are breaching a certain ethical standards.
Let's hold it then, speak to Adi. We are back to security on the ground. There's been issues of ballot snatching in the past. How should security personnel handle such a situation if electorates are raising concerns about inconsistencies on the ground? What should the police personnel who has been deployed to survey the area do?
Well, in criminology, we have something we call rational choice theory. Before anyone perpetrates a crime, the person is seen as a sane human who has the ability to juxtapose between the risk and the reward factors of what he intends going into. If the risk factors outweigh the reward factors, the person is disincentivized from even perpetrating the crime in the first place. But if the reward factors is more than the risk factors, the person is motivated to go in to perpetrate that crime. The risk factor, one of it being the probability of the person getting caught. Okay, so if these guys out there feel if they perpetrate their activities they will not be caught, it motivates them. Or perhaps if they perpetrate and they are arrested by the police, the next persons to call the district or regional or metropolitan commander is an honorable. These are my boys, let them go. So they are motivated, like it happened after 2016 election, where we had a broad daylight on camera attack of the Ashanti Regional Security Coordinator. The case went to court, and these same boys besieged the court premises and freed their colleagues who were on trial. What happened to them? We had situations of some persons taking over state facilities, including toll booths, toilets. What happened to them? Nothing. And so when things happen that way, it motivates them to commit the crime. So first and foremost, we would have to enforce the law, deal with persons who violate the laws rigorously and vigorously. That would ultimately serve as a disincentive to other persons who might want to perpetrate such crimes. Secondly, the response time is key. I have personally spoken with the police on several occasions. I've asked them, can you tell us how long it will take you to respond to a crisis situation at the polling station? They said it would depend, and to some extent they are right, because there are some areas that are so unmotorable. It will be very difficult for the security services to get there in time. However, there should always be ways to deal with it. Like I say, it is a process. Okay, so when the criminals feel immediately they call the police, they would come. They would also they will not be motivated into perpetrating such crimes. We can also I'm sorry, but the final thing is improve intelligence. Some of these are well planned before they are staged. Okay, so when we have enough security officers operating covertly on the ground, we might be able to preempt and prevent some of these things from even happening in the first place. But like I always say, ensuring security is the responsibility of all, not just the preserve of the men and women in uniform. These ballot snatchers are people who live with us. They are our friends, they are our brothers, they are our sisters. Let us not hesitate to cooperate with law enforcement, to give them information, because in the end, it inures to the benefit of the country. But when we protect such persons, where are we dragging our democracy to? I must say that would be very much detrimental.
There's been instances where even police personnel have been attacked by mob of people. But in this instance, we know that at least one police personnel is deployed to every polling station. So if there's a chaotic scene and there's just one police personnel, what is the person supposed? At which point does the person come in? Okay,
you see, in security studies, we are taught how to read the early warning signs. You are, with that critical third eye, you are able to tell when things start, going the direction they are not supposed to go. And sometimes, depending on the persons at the polling station, perhaps they are political party representatives or they are just ordinary voters, their body language, their level of aggression, their level of rationalization, that should always give you that reason to think that something might be amiss in the next 5 minutes. But the good news is there's been some training across board for the 62,000 officers who will be in charge of security, because my major issue had to do with interoperability. The police, they have their training regime. The military, they are trained to kill. They are defense. They are not interior. Police, we interact with them every day. So their training is different. Prisons, customs of GRE, etc. But the fact that they've brought all of them together to train would help ensure some level of synergy going into the election. And let's not forget, as apart from those officers who would be at the polling station, there will be patrols as well. That will be complemented by the military. And they have put in measures to ensure they respond in real time as soon as they are called. You see, so I mean that would help to a very large extent, I must say.
All right, before we finally wrap up, I want to know what the media can do about fake news. How does the media regulate this, and how do electorates discern and decipher between fake news and what is original?
Well, thanks for the question.
Briefly, though.
Briefly.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So let me make it brief. And by media, you mean mainstream media and social media.
Yeah.
Like we all know now, because of the advent of the internet and the social media platforms and the smartphones, information travel at this unprecedented speed, and so things really move fast. And everybody has access to these platforms, and they can share information at will. And this information is bound to come with their interests and leanings. So that if I belong to a certain party and I'm in a certain stronghold where it doesn't belong to me, or something is going on that I think I'll start at any angle, take a shot, send it in, and say they are stealing. This is what is happening in there, and there, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. One, the responsibility of the mainstream media, and I'm running fast because I want to. The responsibility of the mainstream media going to this election is to engage in fact checking. The mainstream media, beyond surveying the process, the electoral process, should engage in fact-checking. So that on social media, it's difficult for the digital platforms to fact-check themselves. A lot of people will be throwing in misinformation, disinformation like that. But since the mainstream media has the opportunity of sending people on the grounds to survey every incident that picks, they should monitor the social media spaces, cross-check with their correspondents on the ground, get direct feedback, and then put it out there to debunk these claims. That is the first responsibility, fact-checking for the mainstream media. On the social media platform, this is the time that the Facebook, the Twitter, all those people must stand up to their role. It is not only enough to provide them the opportunity. A lot of fact-checking organizations around. Fact Check Ghana, for instance, we are working. We've been monitoring the spaces yesterday and be throwing in a lot of information, debunking some of this misinformation. They should look out for these platforms, and when people share this misinformation, immediately they can suggest. I think that I've seen them do it for the US elections. Anytime Trump tweets, for instance, Twitter will put in there that, well, the fact this is disputed. The fact indicates Biden is winning.
Okay.
You know, and stuff like that.
So fact checking on the part of the media and then social media
and the digital. I mean the social media.
But how do I, as a voter, know that this news is fake and this is right?
Yes, and that is where it gets a bit complex. But we can work with some simple or key indicators for anybody to look out for. One, if you pick any information that is very out of the normal, okay, out of the normal, like you hear that they say 5 boxes from this center has been carried away, or we can't find it on certain social media platforms. Look out for the verified sources. So go back to these news media, even if you don't want to tune into radio or turn to TV. Go to GhanaWeb's social media platform. Go to Joy, City, all those social media platforms to see if any mainstream media is recording. Yes, I think that there are a few of them because of the time. I mean, the videos, the date. Pay attention. Look at some of the things that are captured in the frame of a video. Sometimes somebody is saying this, that.
So but you just look out for
inconsistencies, typos, and all that.
Because of time, we'll just end it there and then move to Adib. The peace pact signed between the two major political parties, you think it will make a difference?
I don't believe in peace pacts. I mean, to some extent, maybe perhaps it would send a clear signal to their followers that your leaders are committed to peace. How about you? But after the peace pact, they go back to their supporters and it's a different ball game altogether. I don't believe in it. It has happened in the past severally, but no commitment whatsoever. We need action on the ground. You know, the last time at PDRC, they penned their signature to a roadmap to disbanding vigilante groups. How many of them have disbanded the vigilante groups? You know, so I think it's just a show, a telenovela of some sort to get people convinced that they are committed. Right? Please, let's go beyond. We need action on the ground. Okay, but back to just a quick one on how to tell what is fake and what is not fake. Be open-minded. Be open-minded. Okay, does it sound right? Who else is reporting it? Like he rightly mentioned. Please note bbc.com. Then you see bbq.com. Okay, as much as we can, and engage experts. Yes, and engage experts as well.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time here on Election Desk. We've been speaking on issues that have to do with the role of the media and security personnel in ensuring a peaceful, fair and free election. And I've been speaking to Kweku Krobia Asante, who is a communications team member for the Media Foundation for West Africa. I've also had with me a foreign policy and security analyst, Adib Sani. Thank you once again for your time. And thank you out there for joining us here on this, on Election Desk. That will be it for now. Just go out there, cast your votes. Remember, it's your right and your responsibility to vote. And be safe while you do that. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan.
Welcome back. You are still here on Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo. Over the last several hours, my colleagues Abrantepa, Benefo Boaben, and Wanda Mehagan have been taking you through what's been happening throughout the day. We're counting down to the close of polls because it's only 10 minutes past 4, which means technically we have just 1 hour before the polls will close. If you are in the queue before the polls close, you are going to be allowed to vote as long as you are in the queue. So even though the polls will close officially at 5 p.m., you are going to be allowed to cast your ballot if you are in the queue. We have generally witnessed a peaceful election, but it's too early because the NDC, which is the biggest opposition party, did have a press conference a while ago where they accused the incumbent of stuffing ballot boxes at some various polling stations across the country. The MPP, we are told, will have a rebuttal to this complaint and this allegation by the biggest opposition party. We picked that live stream or that press conference live on our channel, which is one of the promises we have made to you to bring you all the sides of the story. The MPP in a couple of minutes would hold their own press conferences to respond to the allegations made by the NDC. Again, we're hearing that the Electoral Commission is preparing to meet the press to explain some of the abnormalities that have been witnessed in some of the constituencies and polling stations dotted across the country. Generally, like we have told you, our reporters say it's been a very peaceful election. The process, many on social media say, has been very smooth and has been very quick in terms of how long you spend in the queue. But as the polls close, we'll have reaction from across the various regions. Don't forget there are 16 regions in this current election. 6 new regions have been created from the last election, that's 2016. John Dramani Mahama is attempting to unseat Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the man he lost to in the 2016 election. Will he be successful or not? John Mahama lost by almost 1 million votes, which means that's the deficit and the gap he needs to close and overtake if he is able to return as president. Whoever wins the presidency will be going for their final term in office. John Mahama had 4 years. If he wins again, it will be his second and last term in office. If President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the incumbent president, is elected for a second time, it will also be his final 4 years in office. So the dynamics are going to be played out on election desk here. We would have reports from our roving reporters who will join us at 5 to tell us what the situation is, whether people are still in queue and whether or not they will be allowed to vote as far as they are in a queue. But some contentious issues that have come up already. The MP for Asawase, who is a member of parliament and a ranking member, that is Muntaka Mubarak, he's causing a lot of controversy. Why? He went to the polling station and before he cast his ballot, he went in the booth with his daughter, 6-year-old daughter, and allowed the daughter to be the one to thumbprint the ballot paper. This has caused a lot of controversy on social media, and as time goes on, we'll bring you some of the reaction. There was also a gun shooting incident in somewhere in Senya, Ewutu Senya West. We brought you reaction from there. That is the constituency of Hawa Kumsin. And it is interesting because during the registration exercise, there was a lot of violence there, for which reason that minister, who is a minister for special initiatives, is currently under investigation by the Ghana Police Service after admitting that she shot some warning shots during the confrontation during the registration exercise. So that's a constituency that we need to keep an eye on. Earlier in the day, we heard that John Dumelo was unhappy with some processes, but that was very early. It appears that it had been sorted and everything is going smoothly. We also heard of some ballot tampering in other parts of the country. Again, the flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama in Bole Bamboy, had a bit of an issue. Why? Because when he voted, he expected that his bodyguard, who he says registered in the same center as he did, couldn't find his name on the ballot or the voter register. However, the EC has since issued a press release confirming that the bodyguard of John Dramani Mahama has been allowed to vote. It's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo. And again, you heard interviews from Reverend Opuni Frimpong and also Adib Sani and co. First, Reverend Opuni was talking about the peace messages and why it is important that as Ghanaians we go to the polls, exercise our civil rights in a peaceful manner and find alternatives if we disagree with our opponent. So we'll have a lot more of the interviews play out in the next couple of hours. But don't forget, it's 45 minutes until 5. 45 minutes until 5. We've been doing this from 6:45 or 7 a.m. at least. So we've done 7 hours or so already. And we've promised you that we're going to be here until the election results are officially declared and a new president is declared by the Electoral Commission of this country. Would it be Nana Addo Akufo-Addo or would it be a return for John Dramani Mahama? Again, there are 3 women vying for the highest office of the land. Madam Ekuadonko, then you have Bridget Jogbenuku, and then you've got Mrs. Kunedu Ajiman Rollins. I've been prompted that the MPP has started their press conference to address some of the allegations of stuffing of ballot boxes and papers in some constituencies. We'll go for that press conference. When we return, we'll do the analysis. Stay with us.
It is because they know they have lost. But the Ghanaian people are wise. The Ghanaian people are discerning. They know what the NDC is up to. In the recent polls, in the recent surveys by CDD and other bodies, you heard the Ghanaian people say that they have confidence in the Electoral Commission. In fact, this
Election Eye.
So on and so forth. So the NDC should please stay calm. They should stay sane. They should keep their sanity. Losing an election does not bring the world to an end. They should just stay calm. Let's all wait till 5 p.m. and let the vote be counted. In any event, any Ghanaian who hasn't gone out to vote yet, let everybody go out and vote. They said that we should go out and vote number 2. On the basis of that, I'm telling you, go out and vote number 1. We are not calling on any region to rescue us. We are not in need of rescuing. In any event, the people who say they are running a rescue mission, how come they are asking to be rescued? Isn't it ironical? So we are not asking anybody to rescue us. We are asking Ghanaians to go out, exercise your civic responsibility. We have about 45 minutes to the end of the polls. Go out and vote. Every Ghanaian, get out now and vote. And vote number 1 on the ballot. That is what is of benefit to the people of this country. Thank you very much for coming, and God bless our nation.
Yawo Kasabia Eka 2 wrongs.
ANS Trading Agency Limited.
So that was the press conference from the MPP headquarters. They are saying the allegations made by the NDC are untrue and that Ghanaians should go out and vote because we've got 45 more minutes until the polls will close. The AC, we are told, will respond to some of the allegations that have been carried on social media. And this is a statement from the EC concerning the issue in Bole Bamboy in the John Dramani Mahama's constituency, where his bodyguard was unable to find his name initially on the voter roll. So the EC says, our attention has been drawn to a news article that of the National Democratic Congress presidential candidate, former President John Mahama, following an interview granted in Bole. In the said interview, the former president made the assertion that his bodyguard was not on the voters' register and had not voted. The commission takes note that the former President Mahama has corrected this assertion. The bodyguard, Mr. Tahiru Bombi Bakari, voted at the district office polling station in Bole Bamboy constituency. This was after the name reference list officer was able to trace his name in the voters' register following several attempts due to Mr. Tahiru not having his voter ID card on him and providing his name in a different sequence from that on the register. So that's the explanation from the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission says the bodyguard of former President John Mahama has now been able to vote, and that the confusion initially was because the bodyguard did not have his voter's ID card on him, and in mentioning his name, the sequence he did it was wrong, which made it difficult for the polling officials or the polling station officials to identify his name. But once it was detected, his name was later found, and he's been able to cast his ballot. We'll again visit the Senya West constituency, Utu Senya West constituency, where there were alleged gunshots, many people injured in the process. I'm told it's Senya East, so I beg your pardon, Utu Senya East, where there were gunshots. That's how Yakubu's or how Akumsen's constituency will get you updates from there as the polls will close in the next couple of minutes. We'll also bring you social media reactions as far as the elections are concerned. The president voted in Chebi, and he said he's very excited and also not surprised about the turn of events as far as the smooth running of the elections are concerned. John Mahama, apart from mentioning that his bodyguard couldn't find his name initially, has generally admitted that the EC has conducted itself fairly well. There were issues of, if you like, delayed materials in the morning. And so we'll go back to our correspondents and ask them whether the process has been a little more fluid in the course of the day. Some 17 million Ghanaians are expected to cast their ballot. And it's the first time we have 16 regions. We have 12 presidential aspirants. We have over 800 members of parliament aspiring, or people aspiring to be members of parliament. There are only 275 seats, and so it's going to be a keenly contested election. There are over 50 members of parliament who are not returning to the August House when the 9th or the 8th parliament is inaugurated sometime in January of 2021. Some of them are stepping down voluntarily. Others, though, lost their party primaries and are not going to be seen again. Marcus Ibuye is one of the big shots who is not going to parliament again. Shelley Ayoko Boche, one of the big names, not going to parliament again. So interesting dynamics. And after 5 p.m., you will see a lot more numbers on our screens, because we'll do a comparative analysis and do a trend analysis of how the numbers looked in 2016, and even go back to 2012 and see if there is a similar trend or the tide is changing. The MPP has 169 seats in parliament. The NDC has 106 members in parliament. If they are going to win this election, the NDC, I mean, they've got to overturn that and get a majority in parliament. Will they be able to do that? They are hoping that the Ashanti region will come through for them because they've got 3 seats there. In the last election, they had a little over 24% of the ballot cast, while the NDC and MPP, which says the Ashanti region is their stronghold, had a little over 75%. Meanwhile, the MPP did some 15% in the voter region, while the NDC had over 75 or 85% in the voter region. However, the MPP believe that they have done enough work in the voter region, so much that they are hoping to increase the 1 seat that they have in parliament. And they are hoping that John Peter Amewu, who is the energy minister, will be the guy who gets another seat for the New Patriotic Party in this election. We're winding down the clock, and we'll bring you live reports as and when we get them from our various correspondents. We've got boots on the ground, and we're going to be here from now until the election results are declared. Let me go through social media and bring you some of the reactions. And the Muntaka reaction or incident is still getting a lot of traction. Many people are also commending the Electoral Commission for conducting a fairly smooth process. Then we have our own Portia, who is speaking to John Dumelo, or who spoke to John Dumelo earlier in the day, and John Dumelo says he believes that he's going to get more than 50 of the vote cast in Ayawaso West were gone. He's fighting against heavy odds because the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency is a predominantly MPP seat. And so if he's going to win that seat, it's going to take a lot of effort. But he believes that he's done a lot of work to beat Madam Lydia Al-Hassan to that seat. Madam Lydia Al-Hassan went to Parliament only 2 years ago. So she's literally a half-term member of Parliament. She ought to win this on her own merit because she came on the back of the demise of her husband a little over 2 years ago. So let's go through the trends. Number 1 on Ghana Twitter trends is Ghana Decide 2020. And then number 2 on the trends is have you voted? Which is a question we've also been asking you. If you are home, it is not too late. I have gone to vote. The process took less than 5 minutes. And when I took a break, I went there because I voted and I also was gone. And I went to vote. And it took less than 5 minutes for me to get over and done with. So if you are home, it is your civic right and duty to help in the electioneering process by electing leaders for the next 4 years. I know some say they are despondent because nothing seems to change in this country. But you need to exercise your right to vote to elect members of parliament and a new president so that you can have a say in the governance process. On number 3 on the trends is election day. Election day is also trending. So the top 3 trends are literally election-related issues, and we'll bring you updates of all of that and more here on Election Desk. My name is Daniel Odro. Later in the day, Abrantepa will join me. Benefo Boabin Abrantepa is our data man. We'll put on our board, that's the data board, and he's going to run you through the trend analysis over the last couple of elections, and then we'll do a projection of who is going to win what. In the Ododio constituency earlier in the day, we had a few skirmishes, and we'll keep an eye on that. We're also interested in seeing what happens in Dome Kwabenya. It is interesting because Sarah Adjoa Safo had a very difficult time doing her party primaries, winning by a very slim margin against Michael Kwe Jr. Even though Dome Kwabenya is a big constituency and the MPP has been winning it for some time now, you hear a lot of conversations on social media about how she's not brought development to the place and that she's going to be voted out of office. She's gone 2 terms already. If she wins again, that will be her 3rd term in Parliament. Would she be able to win that seat for the MPP? And how much or how many votes will she get after the polls or the exit polls today? The Electoral Commission has promised that it is going to announce the results in 24 hours. And we'll monitor and check if they are able to live by their word. Earlier in the day or earlier this week, in fact last week and the weeks preceding that, there were a lot of theories that the internet was going to slow down. I'm happy to announce that we've not encountered any such thing as far as this process has been concerned. It's been a very, very stable, the internet, I mean, and you've witnessed that as we've spoken to our correspondent across the country. And so those theories did not seem to materialize. But everybody is sitting on tenterhooks. Who will be the new president of Ghana? Would it be Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, or would it be John Dramani Mahama? Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is saying he needs 4 more to do more. And John Dramani Mahama is saying that he wants to return and he is on a rescue mission because the economy is failing. When the results start trickling in, we will tell you why we think the data suggests what it is or why the data looks the way it is. Because we believe that the financial crisis would have an impact on this election, whether positively for the MPP or negatively, we're unable to tell right now. We are also confident that the Galamsey issue would be a very big factor in how the results of this election would go. And we're also certain that the voter turnout will determine by a large extent and in which regions where there are higher turnouts, we will be able to project which party is winning what. In the last election, there was only 69% of voter turnout, which was very, very low. The experts say, Benefson, for example, says that he believes that there's going to be over 80% voter turnout in this year's election. There are 2 million extra voters on the electoral roll from 4 years ago. How would these 2 million new voters decide the election of 2020? How big a deciding factor would the free SHS be in deciding the result of this election? So you see why it is interesting to stay with us and monitor the proceedings as we go along. We'll bring you updates as and when we get it. We'll bring you insights as and when we get it. We spoke to Vincent Sowa Odote, who surprisingly lost in his party's primaries in Dadekotopon. However, he's thrown his weight behind his rival from the same party, though, the man he lost to in the primaries. Gerald Nyanyafio is the man who beat Obama. That's how we affectionately call Vincent Sowa Odote, to the Dadekotopon primaries. It is an MPP seat, but will the MPP hold on to that seat or not? We are also interested in what is going to happen in New Joburg South, because I told you that even though it's an MPP seat, the member of parliament lost in the primaries, and this is Mark Esibe Yeboah, a member of the finance committee of parliament, someone who was very crucial in the COVID pandemic and helping the government to maneuver a way around giving subventions and giving freebies to the citizenry. He's seen as one of the most experienced people in parliament. Unfortunately, he lost the primaries to Michael Otrebefi, the former CEO or the current CEO of the Free Zones Board. And we'll see whether or not that would have an effect on the election result. In Fomena, earlier in the day, we had reports of assault. What makes Fomena interesting, the Fomena constituency interesting, is the fact that the Fomena MP also lost in the party's primaries. It's an MPP seat. He lost in the primaries and decided that he did not think that the process was free and fair. And because he did not believe that it was a free and fair process, he was going to contest as an independent candidate. So if you are an MPP member, you have your current MP who is an MPP member now running as an independent candidate before the one who won the primaries for the MPP. Would that split the vote of the MPP, paving way for the NDC to usurp that seat or win that seat? That's going to be an interesting dynamic here on Election Desk, and we'll bring you up to speed on that. So there are a lot of constituencies that we're keeping an eye on. Korle Klottey is another interesting one because of the Rawlings factor. Why? That is where Dr. Zenato Ajiman Rawlings is the MP. And many say she came to Parliament on the back of the goodwill of her father 4 years ago. But she's been in Parliament for 4 years. Has she done enough to get a second term? And don't forget, and we continue to say, we don't want to remind the family of their grief, but the death of Jerry John Rawlings, how would it impact the elections of Korle Klottey constituency, which is one of the constituencies we're keeping an eye on. LC joined us from Tema earlier in the day, where the NDC had accused the MPP of paying electorates in the queue some monies and forcing them or coercing them to vote for the new patriotic party. So that's an allegation that would have responses to. But we are only 25 minutes before the polls will close. My name is Daniel Odro. I'm here with Benefo Boabin Abrantepa and Wanda Amihegan. And we'll bring you a lot of the reactions and videos from the various constituencies. Let's have a look at what happened earlier in the day before we wrap up at 5 when the polls close, and we'll bring you reactions from the centers.
I'm so impressed. The people within the constituency have conducted themselves so well. I've gone to places, polling stations, and everything is calm. People are going about the voting process normal as usual. And we are expecting that the 2-3 hours ahead of us will be same. And we are certain that it's going to be safe, and we are going to record incident-free elections within our constituency. By the grace of God, you know, from what I see, the demeanor of the people and the readiness of the people to vote, to choose their leader, there is no doubt that Honorable Oduduka and other people will become victors after counting. This time it is the lies and the wickedness associated with it. Apart from that, we had stiffer competitions. May his soul rest in peace. We had Mr. John Ansah, very popular. In fact, he's one of those who, you know, put our constitution together. He was so popular amongst the people here. That was what we called competition.
So it depends on them, and depends on how fast we are too as well.
This is Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. So, scenes from some of the constituencies that we have visited so far today, and some graphic scenes from the Zoom constituency. It's a bit sketchy at this point, the details of why this gentleman was being manhandled and assaulted by some, if you like, electorate in that constituency. Quite unfortunate, because we urge you that if you find any irregularities in the voting process or find any persons trying to destabilize the peace of the election process, do hand them over to the police. We do not encourage this form of citizen arrest and also the assault of persons believed to be, if you like, infringing on the electoral processes. We do not encourage it. We do actually condemn the act in Suhum vehemently, and we encourage everyone watching not to take a cue from this one. We'll go to the grounds and bring you update, because we are only 20 minutes away before the election process will close. Interestingly, we have been doing this for almost 9 hours, and it's been a long day, but we've got many more hours to go, and we promise to be here with you until the end of the day and until the results are declared. We're hearing that there's breaking news from one of the constituency. Mark Anthony is our correspondent in Suhum. You saw the graphic video from Suhum. Mark Anthony is our man on the beat. He will bring us updates of what really transpired and why this gentleman was assaulted. Mark Anthony, if you can hear me, welcome. Why was this gentleman being assaulted in Suhum?
Yes, the gentleman actually was part of 14 people, 14 young men, with an who recruited them to come to the place to cause the mayhem.
Okay, Mark, what else can you tell us from your rounds? Which constituencies have you been to apart from Suhum?
Yeah, so in Suhum, and then Tafo, and then New York, South and North. Round and in fact, the process is so smooth, so peaceful, without erupted smoothly. So good.
Has the rains disrupted the election process? You say it's raining in Koforidia.
Yes, I am currently at the next training college, polling station number 2 and 3. As I'm talking to you, it is raining very heavily, and as a result, it has relocated the polling officers into the main hall of the training college. So, the process has not been bad, but then they are located because of the rain.
So, with the relocation, have the people who were in the queue moved with the electoral officials?
Excuse me?
I'm asking that you say the EC officials have relocated because of the rains. I'm asking whether there are people in the queue and have they also followed the EC officials to wherever they've relocated to?
There's nobody in queue. In fact, when I came here, they were just sitting and chatting since no voters were around to cut. So it's just now that we're seeing maybe 1 or 2 people who were coming around. But actually stopped the whole thing because no one is coming to vote. There's nobody in Q2.
What according to the voter roll and the number of people who have cast their ballot so far, what's the percentage? Has the majority of the people on the roll come to vote already?
Yes, majority I would say have come to vote, but then there are still a lot of them who did not come. I went to polling station number 1, where 590 voters were expected to come and vote. As at PM, when I was there, 393 had come to vote. And I came to polling station number 22. They are expecting 360 more, but 270 plus votes. So I'm looking at this center, you see that more than 150 people who are expected to come and vote. But then the majority have come to vote so far.
Okay, so I'm assuming that 29 seats available in the Brong Ahafo region. However, do bear in mind that the Brong Ahafo region has been split since the creation of the 6 extra regions. So we have the Bono region, the Bono East, then we have the Ahafo region. So 3 regions. MPP had 20 seats in the 29 available seats that is there. In the central region, which is a swing region, the NDC has 4 seats. The MPP has 19 seats, and there are 23 seats available in that region. And that's why we say it's a swing region. It's a region that sometimes goes for the MPP and sometimes goes for the NDC. It is also important in our analysis that the issue surrounding fishing and the fishing industry will play an important factor in how the results will pan out in this election. We already told you about the Galamsey menace and how the issues there could affect the result of this election. Don't forget, there was a serious clampdown of the illegal mining, which we popularly say or call Galamsey, during Nana Akufo-Addo's time. People had their excavators and mining equipment seized. Would people be angered by the reaction of the government, and for which reason they would in turn vote them out of power? We will look at the numbers once they start coming in and tell you why we think the numbers are the way they are. In the eastern region, it's a predominantly MPP seat. The NDC has 6 seats in the eastern region. The MPP has 27 seats in the eastern region out of the 33 seats available. And then in the Greater Accra region, another swing region, there are 13 seats for the NDC, there are 21 seats for the MPP, and there are a total of 34 seats available. In the northern region, where the NDC usually wins, they have 18 of the seats. Then the MPP has 13 of the seats. So the NDC has 18, the MPP has 13. In the last 4 years, many say the Bawumia factor was crucial in that region. Don't forget also that the northern region has now been expanded. Now you have the Savannah region, you have the Oti regions as part of the northern region. So the dynamics will change a bit going forward. But bear in mind, as it stands, the NDC has 18 seats in the northern region, and the MPP has 13 seats, a difference of only 5 in that region. In the Upper East region, the NDC has 12 seats. The MPP has 3 seats. That's a wide margin. 12 against 3 for the NDC out of the 11 seats available. In the Upper West region, there are 6 NDC seats. There are 5 MPP seats out of the 11 available seats. In the Volta region, which is interesting, there are 25 seats for the NDC, and there is only 1 seat for the MPP. In the Western region, the NDC has 10 seats in Parliament, and the MPP has 16 seats in Parliament. This is also another swing region, so take note. The Greater Accra region, the Western region, and the Central region. These are the 3 swing regions in this country when we had the 10 regions. Swing regions, any party that wins the election must win at least 2 of these swing regions. In 2016, the MPP actually won all 3 of the swing regions. They won Greater Accra, they won the Western region, and then they won the Central region. In the Western region, so you have 10 seats for the NDC, 16 seats for the MPP in the 26 seats available. In total, the NDC has 106 or 106 seats in Parliament, while the MPP has 169 seats. So yes, there are a lot of political parties. Indeed, there are 27 political parties, but only 2 parties are represented in Parliament. And if you go on our website and on our election page, you will see the map out there. And as the day goes by, we will fill it with green and blue. Whichever turns green would be a declaration and a win for the NDC. Any region that turns blue would be for the MPP, like it's done in the US, where you have the green and then the blue states. As the day goes by, we'll tell you who is winning what, and we'll indicate it by the colors. Green for the NDC, blue for the MPP, and we'll start filling it after 5 p.m. when the results start coming in. It's only 5 minutes before election will close. Abrantepa has joined me. We're in the second lap of our switching and swapping, and we're going to be here for quite some time. Abrantepa, what's happening? What's the latest on the elections?
Well, aside the visuals that we've seen, the brutalities and all, there've been some nice or interesting cases. Okay. John Dumelo, for instance, has scored the EC 70. I think for now there has not been too much concerns about how the EC is conducting the elections. It has been, issues around it. Some people trying to misbehave here and there. So I think by far it's actually been okay. I went to cast my ballot, and it took me less than 2 minutes to actually vote. I was wondering how or why people were going early in the morning to go and queue and all of that. So I think so far, with the reports that we've been having, it's been good. It's been very, very positive, and we are just hoping, as counting begins in less than 2 minutes, hopefully, if there are no people in the queue, we will not hear any unfortunate incident. Right. So nothing new.
Okay, but are you disappointed that even before the polls will close, the NDC and the MPP have started doing press conferences?
Disappointed. I am not disappointed. I think I was expecting it. Last 4 years, it did happen.
Yeah.
We saw press conferences, and as and when we were recording these cases at various polling stations, I envisaged that there was going to be a press conference. I actually was wondering why it had taken that long, because in the beginning I had seen stories about Sam George not being happy, John Dumelo complaining, the Hawakumsin alleged issue also came up. So I was actually expecting it to come early. And when NDC did it, I knew definitely MPP was going to counter, because that has been the case. Right. It actually makes the whole thing beautiful, except that sometimes the manner in which the communication is done fan into flame the tension that is in the environment. But obviously, once there is an election, you should expect some of these things to happen. I am not sure any of them have used any strong-worded phrase that should actually cause a change in the atmosphere to worsen it. I'm sure they are actually expressing grievances, which the EC we were told was going to address, but now it says it's not going to. I don't know whether they'll release a statement, because initially there was one incident that they released a statement to. There are so many ways of responding. It can be an official statement, a press release, or on their website. So let's leave the commission as and when they think that they need to address issues. But sometimes if it is done earlier, it calms nerves and it makes people know that the EC is actually listening into what is happening.
All right. Thank you. Stay with us. And it's officially 5 p.m., which means polls have officially closed. But some education for you. If you are still in the queue, you will be allowed to vote. But no new persons will be allowed to join the queue. It's like when you go to a bank. When you are in the banking hall before the closing time, once you are in the hall, you are going to be allowed to do the transaction that you are there to do. So that's what has happened now. Polls have officially closed because it is 5 p.m. Now Oyo Kote is one of our roving reporters. It's been a very long day for Miss Kote. Miss Kote, thank you and welcome to Election Desk. Where are you? I know you've been roaming the Ningo Pram areas.
Exactly. It's a very constituency, more than I anticipated. But it's been awesome. It's fine. It's okay.
So what's happening there? Are people still in the queue? It's 5 p.m. officially.
No. Interestingly, almost everyone is done. Those who were in the queue before 5 are still voting behind me. They're just like about 3 people still in the queue. Actually, there are different polling stations where I am. I'm at the same.
You are at what polling station?
I'm at the St. Joseph's Anglican Primary School, and there are about 4 polling stations, and I stationed more at the JSS polling centers. We have A and B, and then for A, the presiding officer was expecting 437 voters, but 323, as at the time I spoke to him, at 4:45, came to vote. And then for Center B, 438 voters were expected, but 306 had casted their votes. So far, everything has been okay according to the presiding officers. The voters comported themselves and everything ran smooth. So I think time is up and no more voters are coming. Yeah.
Did you chance upon the incumbent MP, George, who had an issue in Ayawaso West? It's because of the issues he had in Ayawaso West, which is why people have a keen interest in what happens in his constituency.
Yes. Yes. So he didn't vote where I am. I had to move to a place called Ashiam. Apparently, that's his hometown. Yes. So he voted at 3:30. He got there at 3:30, voted, and we had an interview with him. And according to him, he felt kind of threatened by persons from the opposition. So according to him, he wanted to go around every polling center to ensure that the ballot or the voting goes on well and doesn't go against him. Yes. And he's so positive about the 2,000 gap against his contender, which is Honorable Alex Mate.
Okay. What other thing did you pick on your rounds in Ningo Pram Pram? Did you witness anything that you like to update us on?
No, not really. Just a few bumpy roads and what have you, but everything's fine. Nothing really awkward happened. Yes.
Okay. Before you go, did you witness the heavy security presence there? Jatta George had said that this was his home turf and nobody would dare come and misbehave when he spoke to our election desk a few weeks ago.
Yes, yes. There are quite a number of heavy military around. Oh, at almost every polling station I visited. Yes, at almost every polling station I visited, there were a number, and even on our way to other polling stations, we met personnel from the Army and then the Ghana Police Service. And he personally had his security personnel with him. That is Sam Nate George.
Okay.
Yeah.
Finally, before you go, I don't know if you had the chance to interact with some of the voters. If you did, how did they describe the process? Was it smooth? Was it difficult? What are they saying?
Well, it was smooth. For them, this year's voting was much peaceful as compared to 4 years ago, and much time wasn't wasted. Some came in 5 minutes; they were done with their votes, so it wasn't a long or tedious process. Everyone comported themselves, and they were okay.
You didn't have any incidents where people couldn't find their name on the electoral roll?
Yes. There was one I saw, and the presiding officer was working on that.
Was that rectified? Was the person allowed to vote?
Yes, the person was allowed to vote.
Okay. Ms. Korte, thank you. I know it's been a long day. We have a few more hours to go, but this is our calling.
Yeah, sure.
It's a call to duty, and so please stay safe. We'll get back to you. I know you will move to the Coalition Center, and we'll get back to you for some results. We'll see whether the prediction by Sam Nate George that he's going to win by some 20,000 votes will materialize or not. Thank you for bringing us updates from Ningo Pram Pram. Interesting from Ningo Pram Pram Abrantipa.
Exactly. I think with what the comment Sam George made, it was more like people were focusing on the constituency to see what will happen and what actually his reaction would be.
Yeah.
And like you said, he gained that form of popularity. Yes, he was popular because for him to have unseated his father was actually a big news that made him very popular. But there are also incidents where he was said to have turned into a movie maker, actually made him more popular. So the comment that came from him, it made people expect what actually would happen. So there was there was more focus in there, but fortunately we seem not to have had any case of violence in there. I think that was what we were all expecting, that at the end of the day the elections will be conducted in a free and fair manner and then peacefully. So it's actually good that the people at Ningo Pram Pram have been able to comport themselves and vote and not give the security personnel on duty some headache, because the security has they've actually worked, you know. Before this whole incident, the COVID thing came, they were around making sure people follow the protocols. They did the registration bit, everything that was involved with this election, they were part of it. So I think they've done well. Okay. They've maintained the calm.
Okay, we're still touching base with our correspondents because the polls have officially closed, and we are trying to gauge the atmosphere at the various polling stations across the country. You heard from Ms. Oyokote from Ningo Pram Pram. We're going to Legon, that is the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency. I'm told that Portia is on the line, and you've got to engage her and let's know what's happening in her constituency.
Okay, Portia, welcome. What's happening at Ayawaso West?
Yes, Abrantipa, the polls officially ended just some few minutes ago at exactly 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock on the dot, the officials just started putting their tapes around and then dismantling the ballot boxes and all of that. And right now, all the party officials have started trickling in just to hang around and then have their witness the counting here at the Legon Hall. We actually right now at the Legon Hall, and also the other polling stations here at Legon Hall, they've all closed the polls and they are just about to start counting.
Okay, so that means that by 5, voting was done. There was nobody in the queue.
Actually, by 4, when we got here, we took a tour around some of the polling centers here around Legon, and funny enough, there were no voters, no electorates, just the last minute voters who were just rushing in here and there. Aside that, there were pretty much no electorates at all, no queues, no nothing, from Labauleshi to Pentecost School and Tiashi and all those areas. There were no queues at all. So now they've started counting, and I'll approach the side for you to get a clearer view of how the process is going.
Apart from the concerns that John Dumelo raised, which the EC has responded to it, has there been any other major issue that viewers need to know of?
Actually, no, there hasn't been any major issue like that. And the only concern was that people, the officials not actually telling them exactly where they are supposed to vote, and then when it gets to their turn, they are now asked to go back to the next line or something like that. Aside that, there were really no issues like that at all. None at all. At least that's what officials are telling us.
Okay. All right, Portia, thank you very much. I'm sure as and when counting begins and they begin to announce the results, we'll come back to you for a report. So, right, that's our reporter, Portia, reporting from the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency. And Danny, there is an interesting thing happening on social media. John Dumelo is on the chopping board. So he had an interview. He had an interview and he said he's confident of getting 50+1. And
50+1% or 50+1
50% plus 1.
Okay.
That is what we know for the presidential, you know, and it has brought a whole conversation on social media. Some are saying he has once again, as they put it, showed how ignorant he is about politics and governance. Others are saying whether it's 50% plus one or not, at the end of the day, it's a simple majority, so they should spare him the comment. So, and there's also a campaign to get people who have not voted to vote. This campaign started late. I'm sure if you haven't voted and you are not in the queue, you are out of this campaign. It was the hashtag have you voted. So when people go and then vote, they'll come and then report to the people, the others, that I have voted. Have you also voted? And I think that is also a good thing to get people to vote.
Exactly.
Right.
And we're all encouraging people to vote. Unfortunately, the polls have closed, so if you are home and you didn't vote, you are one of the few people who decided not to exercise your vote. Some interesting news coming in was that in Akwetia, 2 people have been arrested. Well, I'm not sure that the word is arrested, but 2 people who turned up drunk at a polling station were picked up by the police, and the police actually said that they were going to take them to the police station, give them food to eat, have them sober, and then they will bring them to the police stations to come and cast their ballot. And Estina Sewa Asante is one of our roving reporters. She's had a very long day. It's her first time covering this election, and she's having an exciting time, even though it's a very tedious one. And Estina has joined us. The last time I spoke to her, she was in Kroa. I don't know if she's still in Kroa. And Estina, where are you currently?
I'm at Nyaniba Playground A in the Ladade Kotopon constituency.
Okay. What's happening there? Has polls closed and are people in the queue?
No, voting has ended. All the polls have been closed, and they were expecting 573 people, but only 438 turn up.
Okay, but that's fairly a good percentage.
Yes.
Have you picked up a report of any strange things happening in that constituency or polling station that you are?
No, everything turned out to be successful, and we are waiting to count the ballot.
Okay, so all the officials are available to count the ballot?
Yes, the presiding officer is here, and other agents, party agents, are also here, readying themselves to count the ballot.
Okay, tell us your experience doing this coverage on social media, because we have been a lot indoors. On social media, people say it's been a very fast process, a very smooth process. You were on the ground. Was that how it was in your constituency?
Yes, it was very smooth and expected, and everything went so fast. Places that you thought there would be chaos, there was the situation was calm and under control. So it's a good process, and the EC has to be lauded for such a good work.
All right. Thank you very much, Ernestina. I'm sure you are hoping that this will be done as quickly as possible so you can catch some rest. But
yes.
Thank you for your time. That was Ernestina Sewa Asante reporting from the Dade Kotopon constituency. We've given you a rundown and a background to that constituency. It's a constituency that is being, if you like, still maintained by the MPP. Vincent Suodote, even though he's the current MP, he has only a few days left as a member of parliament. Why? Because he lost his party's primaries and did not contest in this election. His contender, the man who beat him, is Gerald Nyanyafio of the MPP, and hopefully he's hoping that he's able to retain the seat for the MPP. That seat is a swing seat, so it's not a seat that you say it belongs to the NDC or belongs to the MPP, which is why it was surprising that he won, which is Vincent Suodote won 4 years ago when nobody gave him a chance to do that. We are going to the voter region, and I'm told our correspondent in the voter region is on, Abansipa.
Yes, so who do we have? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
I think we're having a connection problem with our voter regional correspondent. Voter region is a constituency that we're keeping a close eye on, especially the Hohoi seat, because of the dynamics involved. the aviation minister, the energy minister, John Peter Mewu, is a man believed to be causing a lot of havoc there for the MPP, quote unquote. He's hoping to increase the number of seats the MPP has in that constituency by a wide margin. We'll keep an eye on that region because of the Rollins factor. And so it's an interesting dynamic that we're looking forward to. I'm told Peter is back on from the voter region.
Hello, Peter. Yes, Peter, what's happening in... okay, so first, which polling station or constituency are you?
I'm in the Katu South municipality. The polling station is... what's the polling station name? Community Center. Okay, so this is Community Center, Abloguma.
Okay, it's past 5. Has voting ended?
Please, can you come again for me?
Has voting ended?
Yes, voting has ended, and currently counting is underway. That is what is going on in the background.
Okay, so before voting ended, were there any major issues that happened?
Yes, it was an issue involving the Institute board. When we areas ballots.
Okay, I think we have to reconnect with Peter from the voter region. Our connection has been a bit terrible. We are hearing news that it's raining in some parts of the country. So I know there was a prophecy or prediction by a pastor that there is going to be a heavy storm that will disrupt the voting process. I don't think it has disrupted the voting process. If anything at all, what it has done is to interrupt the internet connectivity. So after the election, you are sure that as journalists, we are going to bring you all the pastors, all the Islamic clerics, and all the traditionalists who made predictions. If your prediction doesn't come true, you know you are going to be on the chopping board. And there will be no explanation and no hole to jump through on this one. Arante, so the voter region and the prophecies about election results, in the next couple of hours, a lot of pastors will come under the radar.
And I'm sure they will be giving explanations as to why the prophecies didn't work, because we've seen some recently. And of course, we know these people have spoken on record. It's interesting how the things have gone, because we are seeing a section of the pastors saying MPP will win, others saying NDC will win. And they have said it's going to be a one-touch, actually, no runoff. That we are very interested in. We just don't want a runoff. But as to whoever will win, well, that's for the people to decide. And so, yes, by the close of day, we should be able to have the results, and then I'm sure they'll come out to say because one or two things happen, especially with the prayer, the rainfall, probably. Because as for whoever will win or whoever will not win, I don't know how best you can explain yourself to let us understand that God changed his mind.
We don't worship a confused God. That's according to a personality recently. I think that was KSC.
That was Zab Mallet.
Zab Mallet says that how could it be that the pastors who say they worship one God have different dreams and prophecies about the same election? But let's go to the the northern region, where Rashid has joined us to bring us updates from the constituency he is covering. Rashid, good evening and welcome to Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Which constituency are you covering? Hello, Rashid.
Hello.
Rashid, which constituency are you covering, and how is the... Yes, I can hear you, Rashid. It's 5:21. I'm assuming the polls have closed. Hello, Rashid. Can you hear me?
Hello. Actually, currently here. Hello. Hello.
Yes, Rashid. You can. Okay, it's better now. You can go ahead.
Hello. All right. This is Islamic polling station under the Tamale Central Constituency. polling has just ended, and they are supporting the paper count. What in this polling? I can't get you.
Rashid, we'll have to return to you in a couple of minutes. The connection is a bit terrible. Like I told you, we hear it's raining in some parts of the country. We are not sure whether it's raining in the northern region. The northern region is interesting because, like I told you earlier in our analysis, the Bawumia factor, many say, played a major part in the elections of 2016. And even though the MPP didn't win the northern region, the margin was very close. The MPP had a little over 40% in the northern region. So they are going toe-to-toe with the NDC in that region. And this is a region typically people say is for the NDC. So if the MPP can amass as much as 40+% of the vote cast, it tells you that they are closing the gap as the years go by. But with Bawumia being in power for 4 years, how would what he has done as vice president translate to vote for him? Would people now come to the realization that all the things he said were mere talk and that he couldn't walk the talk? If that happens, would that mean a reduction of votes for the MPP? And like we said, the northern region now has been divided into the Savannah region and the OT region. So the dynamics are quite interesting. We'll also go to Tema and bring you update from Tema. I don't know if we've got our correspondent on the line. Do we have our correspondent from Tema? Okay, we don't have our correspondent from Tema yet, but we'll try and reconnect with Rashid in the northern region because we like to keep an eye on the northern region. The Gushegu one especially is of importance to us and concern to us. Why? Because Hassan Tampuli, who is the MPA boss, has decided that he wants to go to parliament. Quite interesting. If he does win, it means he would have to relinquish his post as MPA boss. Is he able to infiltrate? There's also the energy minister, the deputy energy minister, who is trying to also go into parliament. Amin Lamte, I think, is his name. He's trying to go to parliament. So quite interesting to keep an eye on that constituency, especially in Gushegu. So Abranche, we're talking about the election prophecies and all of that. Many say the prophets are desecrating the Christian religion and that God does not have a say in who becomes president or otherwise.
As to whether God has a say or not, you see, one thing is common. All the prophets are saying God does have a say in who becomes the president or who becomes a leader. Now, where the controversy lies is who actually God has chosen. Nigel Gezi and Prophet Bedukobi says it's NDC. Reverend Osu Bempa and one other I've forgotten says it's NPP. So that is where the issue is. And some have said that comments like this, apart from creating some sort of division among their congregation, it increases the tension that would come after the results are declared, because you are asking whether or not man had to I'm not getting the right word, but whether man did something to change God's will or not. And that's when people will begin to think that the EC had something to do with the results. So yes, so many people have spoken against these prophecies, which for me, I also think is really not the best, especially when all of these persons are pastors, are prophets. So at the end of the day, you give room for people to question whether or not you've been called by God. Not only when a prophecy fails, but we're asking, why is it that God is giving different prophets? I mean, A and B are contesting. God says A is winning. The same God says it's B that is winning. So at the end of the day, what really is the issue? But of course, we've had Osu Bempa say that for him, his prophecies have not failed. And so those who are saying NDC will win, they have not really entered the spiritual realm. He says they are layers. So they have not actually entered there. He has gone up very deep, deeper than they have. And so they are not seeing what he sees.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, there is the candidate. At the end of the day, we will know who was lying and who who was saying the truth. But all these are not helping the process, honestly.
Okay. It's 5:30. It's 5:30 and we have Elsie on the phone. Elsie, the last time we were speaking was somewhere in Tema. She had made a wild allegation about some voters being influenced to vote for a particular party. We don't know what has been the latest since we last spoke to her a couple of hours ago. Elsie, good evening and welcome to Election Desk once again. What's happening where you are? Have you moved from your initial constituency?
Hello, Daniel. Good evening. Yeah, I have moved from my initial electoral area. I'm still in the East. Hey, I'm still in the Tema East constituency actually. There's a place called Dade Agbo electoral area. So that's where I currently am. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you. So the polls have officially closed. Are people still in the queue to vote, or everybody has been able to vote and the counting has begun?
Yeah, polls have officially ended and counting has begun. The doors and the gates of the place have been shut, but there's a slight problem. Some party agents have been prevented from watching the counting process. They have been kept miles away from where the counting is happening. And then where I currently am, they are using generator for the counting process. There's no electricity here. So it's quite a hard time.
Wow,
Yeah.
you did mention that some of the agents have been prevented. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, they have been prevented.
And why is that? Why have they been prevented?
I don't know. So the whole place have been barricaded and they are behind the fence. Ideally, they are supposed to be in there watching and monitoring the process, but they have been prevented from entering the place.
Have they sought an explanation from the EC officials why they've been asked to stay behind the barricade you say has been mounted?
They haven't been able to seek permission from them because the police and then the military here are not allowing them at all. In fact, one person agitated and he was kicked out of the premises just now.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's the situation here.
But from where they are standing, are they still able to at least witness the counting and ensure that their candidate is not, if you like, manipulated, or the figures are not massaged in favor of their opponent?
From what's happening, I think they are trying to stretch out their neck to see what's actually happening. And I don't know. I think because they have been here all along, they have the figures. But it is important for them to witness the counting themselves and, closely monitor it. But from what is happening here, they are standing, quite far from where the counting is happening.
Have they spoken to you about the potential that they will not sign the official sheet, because all the agents for the various political parties must append their signatures to the pink sheet before it's accepted? Do they know they have that right?
Yeah, they know they have the right, and I think that would be detected at the end of the counting. So maybe if they sense the foul play, that's where the agitation will come in. So yeah.
Okay. What else did you pick up in your rounds that you would like us to know?
So right here in Ghana East, there's a place called Homowo electoral area. It's located in Tema New Town. I heard that's one of the hottest last points here in Tema. And as at now, from sources, I heard voting is still underway at the place. The polls hasn't ended yet. They are still voting over there.
But this is
I think
this is hearsay, Elsie. You haven't witnessed for yourself. This is what you are picking up. Is that correct?
I was there like barely an hour ago, and then the queue at the place was very, very, very long. So I won't be surprised if voting is still underway.
Okay. Finally, before you go, you did mention that the power has gone off in your constituency or the polling station where the counting is supposed to take place. And you are using what? A generator? Is that what you said?
Yeah, we are using a generator here because there's no light here where the counting is happening.
Okay.
So if the fuel runs out in the process, then I don't know what is going to happen. Maybe they'll have to resort to using their torches.
Wow. That's quite interesting that the lights have gone off in Tema East, part of Tema East, where LC is currently reporting. We've got Mauli on the line, Abrantipa, I'm told. The last time we spoke to Mauli, he was in Odododio, I think. And Mauli is joining us to bring us up to speed on what's happening after polls closed at 5 p.m.
Mr. Aholumega.
You hear me?
Yes, Mauli, I can hear you.
Hi, good evening, team.
Where are you currently?
I'm currently at the Rich Church School polling station here at the College Constituency. The collation has already begun. They're yet to do the count so far. The place is quite quiet. Let me just show you guys briefly how the process is going. So as you can see, the EC officials are gradually going through the collation exercise right here, and some persons are also eagerly waiting. Some party agents are here, and some onlookers also as well. The media is also here, making sure the process, everything is moving on fine. But so far, so good. We're just waiting for them to finalize the process, and then we'll move on to the next stage.
From the time you got there till now, what had been happening?
So far, this place has been rather quiet as compared to the other places that we've been to much earlier in the day. They've been quite quiet. There's some centers that we visited, especially in the Odo constituency. There were some little misunderstandings in terms of persons who were trying to move from different queues to other queues and all of that. But those issues were resolved as well, and yeah, we'll probably visit that area again to see how things are moving on there. But so far here, everything is moving on fine. Also, earlier this afternoon, the NDP flag bearer, Nana Kunedu Ajimaro, was here to cast a ballot. She was here with her daughter, Zaneto, and two other daughters as well. They all casted their ballots right here. And we got the chance to also speak to them quite briefly. And but besides that, everything has been rather calm at this polling station.
What was their mood like?
It was quite sober. Obviously, they're having a hard time as a family, I'm sure, having to lose such a very pivotal man and also a founder of the democracy, which we are witnessing today, and the electoral process. You know, Jerry Rawlings sort of paved the way for us to, go through such a process like this. Yes, but so far, the mood for them, it was quite sober. They spoke to us very briefly. They were a bit camera shy as well, which is very understandable. But,
what exactly did they speak to you about?
So Nana Kunedu, she spoke to us about her voting, and she also commended the Electoral Commission for the smooth process. She was more of the view that the process was rather smooth for her. She went through every single process. Everything was brief for her, and she commended the Electoral Commission chairperson as well for a good job done. Yeah, Zaneto also did say she also commended the Electoral Commission for a very smooth process. So both of them were almost on the same message.
Okay, we spoke to LC not long ago. She was saying where she is, there are lights out and they are using generators. Where you are, what is the situation? Do we have lights?
Okay, where I am currently, the lights are functioning very well here. There haven't been any hitches as far as I'm concerned. Everything, the lights are quite on. It's quite bright, yeah.
Have you cited any generator in case there is light out?
No, there hasn't been any light out here since we got here. They've just finished the collation. Let me just show you guys. The EC officials about to speak, so let me just show you what's going on.
Okay. Are they going to announce the results, provisional results?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can, they are going to count actually. All right. Okay, so I guess we will come back to you later. Or we should. Okay, so let's see the process.
Yes, the process.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Boss, I beg you, raise am and tell am this here. Because we are good.
There's just somebody complaining here about they not showing them the votes, but they're still going on here.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 66, 67.
There's been a little hit.
So 64. I'm coming. The one you counted is 67. What you count is 64. Do we all agree? What he's about to count is 64. Do we all agree? No. Oh. Then go back again. Go back again. Go back again. When you're going there, go. All right, please. 6. 63.
So there's been a little hit. And, some are calling for a week, and so we're going to start the count all over again.
Please, I'm counting this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63.
Okay. So the first count just finished. The figures for that count are 63, 6, and
64,
still ongoing. The second batch is ongoing.
66, 68.
All right. So you saw the process. If you've never witnessed how the counting is done after the elections, this is a typical example of how it is done. And that was Mauli Aholumegan, who is reporting from the Kote constituency. I always struggle to pronounce this constituency, but it's one of the constituencies that we're keeping an eye on. And he had mentioned that Mrs. Kunedu Ajman Rollins did come to the polling station that he was in to cast her ballot earlier in the day. She came in the company of her daughters, and we know that they are grieving and mourning the death of the husband and former president of this country, former President Jerry John Rawlings, who died on November 12, a very sad one for the country. We'll keep an eye there and see if Dr. Zenato Ajman Rawlings, who won that seat in 2016 for the NDC, is able to maintain her seat in Kole Klote. We'll go back to Ablekuma. I'm not sure if it is south or not, but you saw the counting, typical counting. It's already 5:44 and the counting has begun. And you expect that by midnight we'll know where the heads are and where the tails are?
Yes, that will be the parliamentary.
Okay.
As for the presidential, I'm sure it will take a lot of time. With the parliamentary, it will be very easy. By midnight, we should know those who are falling and those who are actually continuing with their mandate, or those who have been elected, the new crop of persons. So for the presidential, maybe it will take till next morning.
The next morning.
Yeah, because it's very huge. It's not like the parliamentary where we are sure by midnight we know whether Dumelo is winning or Lydia Alassane is winning.
Yeah, I agree with Abrantepa, because for the parliamentary, the numbers are usually in the thousands for each constituency. So it is easier to count that than it is to count the presidential elections. However, we are hopeful that with the smooth, or if you like, relatively smooth process so far, the results will come in very early, so that we'll know where the heads are and where the tails are. We'll tell you the big fishes that will fall as far as the 8th parliament is concerned. There will be a new parliament in January, and some big men or some big politicians may not return to parliament, and we'll be here to bring you all the analysis. George Nyabo is one of our roving reporters. He's joined me from Okankwe North with updates from where he is. Mr. Nyabo, thank you for your time. How is the process like? The last time we spoke to one of our reporters, there was darkness. No, there was not darkness, but they were using a generator to count the ballots or the votes in one of the centers. What's happening where you are?
Well, it has been generally calm here. There's not been any major issue. During counting, there were a few disagreements about what constituted a spoiled ballot and what is not. But generally, the counting has been going on quite smoothly. Let me just pan up to show you. The polling station B just finished sorting. No, they are still sorting, about to count, as you can see. And then the polling station A is also still sorting to begin counting, as you can see.
Did you get any complaints from any of the polling agents for the political parties? Did anybody make a complaint to you?
Yes, there were a few complaints about some, an NDC guy thought that a military team. Along the line before the counting ends, they will have decided what to do with that vote precisely. Let me go there again and show you how the process is going.
Before, as you do that, for the uninitiated, are you able to tell us which people are contesting that seat and a brief background to the history in terms of the voting pattern of that constituency?
Yeah, so this particular constituency is an NPP constituency. It was NEC ahead, but it was eventually taken over by the NPP. And currently, I've forgotten, it just escaped me, the name of the incumbent MP, but then the incumbent is an NPP candidate. Basically, let me see if I can pull up a few.
If you are in Okankwe South, then the incumbent will be Collins Owusu Amankwa. If that,
no, it's Okankwe North. Okankwe North.
Oh, you are in Okankwe.
It's Okankwe. Yes, Okankwe North. Okankwe North.
Okay.
I'm in Okankwe North. I made a couple of lists down because I've been going around. The list has just escaped me, but I know it's the incumbent is an NPP candidate, and they've been winning here for quite some time. But I heard it used to be an NDC area until the NPP got a grip of it, and the NDC has been trying to win it back.
Okay, so you are in Okankwe North. If you are in Okankwe North, then you have Husseini Issa as the incumbent for the MPP, and he won by beating Abdulrazak Issa of the NDC. Yeah. So that's some update for you. But what else did you pick up in your rounds?
So surprisingly, even in Okankwe Central, where there have been instances of major electoral violence, the process was very, very calm. And in fact, a couple of videos that I sent, a couple of reports that I sent, I spoke to two agents at the New Fadama Central Mosque polling station, which is also in Okankwe South, and they pledged to keep the peace, they pledged to ensure that nothing untoward happens. One of them was telling me that, listen, in the past, they used to be deceived, but now they've realized that there's no point in trying to pick up arms against each other. So even though I'm not there as counting is ongoing, I want to believe that it is going on well. Generally, to be sincere, in all of the Okankwe constituencies that have been central, north, and south, nothing untoward has happened. In fact, I spoke to some observers from the National Commission for Civic Education, and they were also telling me that their report has been the same. They attribute the lack of crowd, the smooth process to a system that the EC introduced, which was to cut polling stations that has more than 750 voters into two. Automatically, they will divide that polling station into two. What the EC presiding officers tell me is that brought down pressure on each polling station. Apparently, when there is a lot of pressure, the numbers are more. It sort of forces agitation. I mean, the listing can bring about agitation. So once that has been achieved, where is to cut down the polling station to as much as maybe 400 or a little over 400 across board, that contributed in bringing down the
Thank you very much, George. Thank you for your effort. Yeah. I know it's been a very long day for you, but we're doing this for God and for country and for our viewers, whom we have promised that we will bring up to the minute update to. We're almost 8 minutes to 6 p.m. We've been here since, 5 a.m. Started this live streaming at 6:45 thereabout. We've done 12 hours uninterrupted here on Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV, from one George to another. And this time, it is George AEC who is reaching us from Dome Kwabenya constituency. The Dome Kwabenya constituency is the biggest in the country. It's a very big constituency, which is headed by Sarah Ajua Safo, the daughter of Apostle Safo. I hear the congregation in that constituency do vote for her a lot. We're hearing that there's some misunderstanding in Dome Kwabenya where George AEC is. He's joined us with live footage from that constituency. George, what's happening where you are?
I am currently at the Anglican primary school where there's a cluster of polling stations here. I am precisely at polling station number 7, and what has been the contention here is what is a rejected ballot and what is not. The party agents are having issues agreeing with the presiding officer in which of the ballots to be considered in the rejected category. The presiding officer has made clear that she is in charge. She gets to decide what exactly qualifies. So that initially that brought some misunderstanding, but so far that has been sorted and counting is continuing. There's another polling station right here, and as you can see, there seems to be another issue, and most of these issues have to do with the rejected ballots, and the misunderstanding is currently ongoing. I cannot specifically say what has really generated this specific one, but I am very sure it has to do with the rejected ballots.
What is the confusion about the rejected ballot? Why should there be a confusion? Because per the NCC and the EC, a rejected ballot or a spoiled ballot is when maybe one person votes for multiple people on the ballot paper. Why should there be a difficulty in having an agreement of what constitutes a rejected or a spoiled ballot?
So getting to the specifics has been a little bit difficult. But one issue that I was privy to was that a voter apparently who was trying to vote for the New Patriotic Party candidate, Nana Akufo-Addo, did not tamper in the box provided for the tampering, but rather at the place where the logo is, that's the candidate's picture. And so it was decided that is supposed to be a rejected ballot. And then one also generated into another misunderstanding. So yes, this kind of issues are what are returning into issues of contention here at the Dome Anglican.
Is that supposed to say that there are no persons in the queue? Everybody is done voting and the counting is underway?
Yes. Over here, the very last person I saw came in at exactly 5 o'clock, and that was even at a time when there were not a lot of, there was nobody queue. So she just walked in, and then she became the last person to vote. And there's about 5 or more than 7 or 8, close to at least 10 different polling stations here, and all of them close at exactly 5 p.m. So counting has started. In fact, some of the polling stations here have finished counting, and I can speak of polling station B, where the presidential result was declared.
Can you tell us from your roaming or your, if you like, patrolling of that constituency?
Please come again, Mr. Odro.
I'm asking what else you can tell us. What have you witnessed following this constituency the last several hours?
Dr. Pena, even though being the populated constituency in terms of the voter population, relatively has quite a very peaceful and slow day. We have not really recorded issues. It was only in one of the places, I think, one of the polling stations that the ballots did not arrive early. But besides that, polling activity in this have peaceful.
Time you've been on the beat from 5 a.m. or so, but everything is gradually going to come to an end, and we're hopeful that the results will trickle in pretty soon. Stay on your beat. We'll return and get updates from where you are in Dome Kwabenya. It's a seat that we're interested in and Ghanaians are interested in. Some news to tell you is that there are heavy rains, we are told, in the Ashanti region or part of the Ashanti region. We're also told that there are heavy rains in part of the Volta region. And we did indicate that there was actually a prophecy that there will be heavy rains on election day. So if we have time, we'll pull that story on our website and let you look at that. Those are some of the interesting things that we'll keep updating you as we go on with this coverage. We also told you about how 2 men turned up at the electoral polling station drunk. They were, I'm struggling not to use the word arrested, but they were taken by the police to the police station, given food, allowed to sober down or sober, and then asked to return and cast their ballot. So these are, weird things that you will find in any major election like this one. There are 17 million people on the electoral roll. By all means, you would have some of these things. But our reporters are coming through and we'll have a chit chat as we try and reconnect with some of them. Abrante, rains everywhere.
Is it everywhere? I think in the Ashanti region.
It's Ashanti and the Volta region.
Yes.
And the eastern region, Koforidua, we're told that it was raining in Koforidua.
So the rain delayed. It's good. It's actually good that it's coming around this time, provided the officials will have a safer place to count the results in the presence of the polling agents, so that we don't hear of any concerns that there's been manipulation whatsoever. So yes, I mean it's good, but let's find a safer place. When Elsie was reporting, she mentioned that some agents were out of they had created a barricade and they were struggling to see. I think it's not the best. What we saw on our screen when Mauli was reporting, it was an open space where everybody could see what was happening. And at a point, when they were done counting, whoever was counting the ballot asked them, "This is the figure. Do you all agree?" They said no, and it
was a recounting of sorts.
You understand? So when the process is transparent, that's when we don't get people complaining or trying to blame others for their defeat. So if we are preventing others, polling agents, it's not ordinary electorate. These are representatives of the parties, and you are making it difficult for them to see the outcome of the balloting. Then there is a problem. At the end of the day, they need to append their signatures. So I think if we have been able to go through the process till now, we should make it more open, more, it should be fair, so that at the end of the day we don't have any complaints. For the places where there are the rains there, it's allowed. One other issue that came out with the rejected ballot. I think this year the EC made provisions to ensure that we don't have so many of them. So if you check the ballot papers, you notice that the sizes of the black border line separating the thumbprint, where the thumbprint and then where the thumbprint and the pictures of the candidates, it was very broad. It was bigger because in recent in past elections, if you study the history, you notice that there has always been an increase in rejected ballots, for which reason there were some people who were saying they will even form rejected ballots party. So in 1992, 1996, 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012, 2016 to now, the thing keeps rising. So in 1992, we had 149,813 rejected ballots. 1996, we had 101,108. We had 119,372 in 2000. And then we had a surge. We had 188,123 in 2004. So the thing has been increasing, and the EC made provisions. The NCCE was also, doing their bit. There was education as to how to fold it.
Yes.
Even when I went to the polling center, I knew how the thing was done. I knew how I had to fold it. But I waited for the officer to tell me this is how it is done. He folded it. When where it's supposed to be. So some of these things are avoidable, but we end up, creating such problems, and at the end of the day, we find it difficult to have a peaceful count. As to what forms the rejected ballots, there are a lot. With the ink, this one, and if you care, because this stamp you don't clean, it's still stained. If you don't take care, there is the high probability that it will stick somewhere, then the ballot will be destroyed. So let's see.
Hopefully the numbers are not as much as
previous
elections.
And
so
that will be very helpful.
That will be very helpful. It's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. I'm here with Benefo Boabing Abrantipa. I nearly mentioned his other name. It's a name he hardly uses. He doesn't like that name, but a news website is doing this. We've been here the last 12 hours, and we promised to go another 12 hours. My cameramen, they are tired. But you see, this is our call to duty. This is what we've decided to do. And so we're going to go all the way until the results are declared. In the next few hours, we should have some results, some certified results, as far as the parliamentary elections are concerned. We'll go to the voter region, which is a very interesting region, because we like to give you the backstory of why we are focusing on certain constituencies and regions. The voter region is very interesting for a lot of reasons and a lot of factors. First, several weeks, you heard about a possible secessionist group trying to break away from Ghana and to form their own country. The military had been deployed there to curtail the activities of this supposed secessionist group. The deployment of the military, the heavy military, did not excite the folks there. Indeed, it was termed by the opposition NDC as a tactic by government to suppress voters in that region and other parts of the country. In fact, it was not only the voter region where heavy military was deployed. In the Oti region and other border towns, heavy military was deployed there. But you can understand why the NDC feels that it's an attempt by the ruling MPP to gag their members and to intimidate them, because it's regarded as a world bank of the National Democratic Congress, which is why it's an interesting seat for us. In fact, when I did speak to the public affairs director of the Ghana Police Service, she did mention that they are preparing for a possible terrorist attack on election day. So far, we've not received any reports of secessionist activities in that part of the country, and we've not heard of any attempt of terrorism in this country as far as the elections are concerned. Yeah, the polls have closed. We are receiving provisional results from some of the polling stations. They will be collated, and so as the hours go by, we'll have a clearer picture of how the constituencies are panning out, who is winning which constituency, and by how much votes they are winning those constituencies are. Later in the evening, as the numbers come in, we'll tell you whether or not some of the major events that have happened in this country have shaped the numbers that are coming through. We told you about the Galamsey menace and how the MPP has handled it, and whether or not that could affect the voting pattern and the voting result that will come in the mining communities, especially in the Ashanti region, where a lot of mining activities are done. People lost their jobs when the financial sector cleanup happened. And so there are experts who believe that that could also have an impact on how the results shape up in this year's election. As the numbers come in, we will tell you whether or not the projections and the expert opinions are really coming through. You have the fishing industry, the coastal towns, the central region and part of Greater Accra, which depend on the fishing activities, and how the, if you like, the activities of the Chinese and other foreign nationals are hampering their livelihoods would play a part in the election results. We also mentioned the Okada promised by the flag bearer of the NDC, Mr. John Dramani Mahama. He's also promised the big push, which is infrastructure drive, as part of